Chapter 1077 to 1078. Chapter 1077. A Splendid World. Zhao Hai's mind was completely glued to the book. Under the book's guidance, the enormous world of cultivation slowly unraveled before Zhao Hai's mind. It was an incomparably mysterious world. Moreover, it was different than the novels that Zhao Hai had read before. Back then, people from the cultivation realm would be riding their swords as they flew in all directions. But this wasn't the case here. The technology of this world was very developed. People could still ride their flying swords, of course, but if they want to hurry then they would be using something else. They would either use transmission formations or some vehicles. The world of cultivation was also very dangerous. Even powerful cultivators would find themselves in danger at any time. If they fly using their swords all the time, then they would need to keep providing energy. If their enemy knew about what they were doing and then used a transmission formation ahead of time, then the cultivator would be fighting with a deficit in energy. The end result of this wouldn't be good for the cultivator. Therefore, cultivators who wanted to hurry along would just use cars and other transportation vehicles rather than waste their energy in flying by themselves. It was just like how a normal human would ride buses when going long distances, who in their right mind would jog from city to city. The same principle applies in the world of cultivation. But Zhao Hai also understood that the level of technology between places differ. It can be said that the science and technology in this world wasn't purely mechanical. Instead, technology would be the base and then other aspects would be added to it. Take the machine field for example. Their mechanical technology was unified with magic formations, creating a unique civilization. But the mechanical technology in the machine realm was only a partial part of their civilization. Magic formations was also added to it. On the other hand, in the cultivation realm, cultivators give cultivation priority. Because of this, their usage of technology was entirely different. While the machine field had fast cars, mechs, and battleships, the cultivation realm was still left with the cultivators themselves equipped with magic artifacts. But currently speaking, the cultivation realm's civilization was much better than the machine field. Although the machine field had powerful battleships, these battleships still fall short compared to the cultivation realm's magic artifacts. Besides the machine field and the cultivation realm, there was still the devil realm, monster realm, spirit realm, and the elven realm. The entire world of cultivation was mainly composed of these 6 powers. They were situated at the middle of the world, becoming its central powers. There were other powers in the world of cultivation as well, but these weren't as huge and as powerful as the cultivation realm and the others. However, these powers still held influence in their respective territories, and with the central powers being hostile to each other, they were able to survive up to now. Although these 6 central powers were in a hostile relationship, this didn't mean that they didn't communicate with each other. There were transmission formations connecting their territories. At this time, the 6 were cautious about fighting lest they risk the lives of the innocent. Because of this, on the surface, the 6 powers were maintaining peace. Although peace was needed to maintain trade, this didn't mean that small skirmishes had stopped. Naturally, these small battles were left unrecorded. However, Zhao Hai had experienced quite a lot of things, so from reading the book, he knew that these battles were constantly happening. After reading, Zhao Hai understood that the Ark continent belonged to the divine realm that was controlled by the cultivation realm. Meanwhile, the Atlanta plain was under the machine field's control. Although the place he ascended was different, he still ascended into a common major plain, the world of cultivation. In addition to Zhao Hai's fast reading speed, the introductory book was also quite short. So in just a breath of time, Zhao Hai was done. After reading the book, Zhao Hai let out a long breath before his eyes lit up with sparkling light. He didn't expect to end up in such a splendid world. This world had battles between battleships and immortal cultivators, and battles between monsters and men was somewhat common. Compared to this huge world of cultivation, the Ark continent, Atlanta plain, divine realm, and the underworld just couldn't catch up. Zhao Hai let out another breath as he returned to his usual mood. Then he turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, what's my schedule for tomorrow?" Tinkle nodded and said, "Young master, You have a class tomorrow at room 1. There, you will receive basic Ascender briefing. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then he said, "Can I go to the cafeteria to eat now?" Tinkle replied, "You can, young master, as long as you present your ID card. The cafeteria will prepare a meal for you to eat." Zhao Hai nodded. "Good, then let's eat." "Right, Tinkle, what energy do you need?" "Do you need to consume anything?" Tinkle said, "Young master, this Tinkle doesn't need to eat anything. I could just charge myself every evening. There's no need for you to worry." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect Tinkle to sustain itself by charging. He expected the robot to have a huge battery, allowing him to maintain its function for many years. Who would have thought that the robot butler would charge itself every night? Zhao Hai proceeded to wear his mage robe. Naturally, this robe was a transformed version of Zhao Hai's battle suit. Of course, he wouldn't transform his clothes under anyone's gaze, or else people will start to suspect. Although Gu Minayu didn't say much, Zhao Hai was able to hear a lot of things from his words. A lot of ascenders from the lower realms use spatial equipment, so the academy shouldn't be suspicious about him having one. But if he had 2 or more things that shouldn't be in a lower realm, then the academy might not let him off easily. Upon wearing his mage robe, Zhao Hai went out of his room along with Tinkle. As the two were walking, Zhao Hai turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, how long will one charge last?" "Once I leave the academy and explore the world, wouldn't it be troublesome if you just suddenly lose power?" Tinkle replied, "Young master, I'm a robot butler, so it's impossible for me to be far from home. If young master brings me along inside a car, then I can charge using the vehicle. If young master wants to take me to a place with no electricity, then you might as well leave me behind. I can maintain 2 days of work with one charge. I also have a spare battery inside my body, allowing me to work for a total of 5 days. I will be completely drained after 5 days." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like Tinkle was just a normal home robot. With this information, it seems like robots were inferior to undead. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. Then he tapped his head. He forgot that he revealed that he was an all-element mage yesterday. This means that nobody would suspect him if he had an undead helping him with his matters. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, I'm an all-element mage. Will the academy allow me to summon my undead?" Tinkle quickly replied, "It is allowed, but you can't summon a lot. Common ascenders can summon at most 5 undead to work for them." Zhao Hai nodded. They actually didn't expect the academy to permit this action, but after hearing the answer, he suddenly thought about another matter. Faith power. Using undead meant using dark energy as well. If the machine field was like the divine realm, then they might suppress dark mages. That wouldn't be good. However, this matter wasn't something that Tinkle could answer. Zhao Hai could just delay this matter and find the right time to ask the instructor tomorrow. The two entered the elevator and before long they arrived at the cafeteria. The academy's cafeteria was very huge. The academy's classrooms occupied 10 floors, and there was a cafeteria on each floor. Since Zhao Hai was having his classes on the first floor, he could only go to the first floor cafeteria. The first floor was where the most recent ascenders go to. They were all mages, but since they came from different places, they each have their own differences. Just like Zhao Hai who ascended while still young, there were also talents from other planes that ascended at an early age. Naturally, there were also less talented people who ascended late into their lives. One could see a person's talent from this point. After all, one cannot hide their age. Each floor's cafeteria could accommodate 200 people at the same time. But from the day the academy was established, the cafeteria had never been full. Aside from those wise old men, there were young ascenders that were used to the life in their previous plane where each of their needs were being fulfilled. And since meals in the cafeteria were just ordinary, how could these people eat it? Because of this, those young ascenders would exchange their lower realm coins for machine coins. After that, they would go to the restaurant and have their meals there. When Zhao Hai and Tinkle entered the first floor cafeteria, they saw several people already inside. These people were in mage robes. Most of them were quite old, with white beards and hair. These old mages quietly ate their ordinary meals. Their quiet attitude made the cafeteria quite a spiritless place. Looking at these old mages, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inside. He can understand the mood of these old mages. They took great pains cultivating their entire life in order to ascend and be treated as deities. But after they ascended, they actually discovered that they weren't treated as deities. Instead, they arrived at an advanced society that didn't look at them as anything special. Faced with this situation, the attack on their spirits would surely be enormous. Zhao Hai also noted robot butlers beside these old mages. Moreover, their robots had the same model as Tinkle. There were only a few advanced-looking robot butlers. Although these old mages were quietly eating, they were still aware of their surroundings. Seeing newcomers coming in, they couldn't help but look at the entrance. Upon doing so, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect a young man like Zhao Hai to come to the cafeteria. Moreover, this was someone they haven't seen before. However, they quickly changed their mind after they understood this was definitely a new ascender. After that, they didn't care about Zhao Hai anymore as they proceeded to face their food. Zhao Hai understood the moods of these old mages. These old mages discovered that they didn't ascend to a holy place. Moreover, they were old, so improving their strength would be very difficult. Because of this, they didn't spend their money extravagantly. Instead, they saved their money so that when they leave the academy, they could use this money in order to live their remaining years in happiness. Zhao Hai lightly sighed when he thought about these old mages. Moreover, he didn't think that these old mages were not talented. After all, they were still able to ascend. This meant that they had potential. Moreover, after living in the lower realms for many years, they surely had a lot of accumulated wisdom. And sometimes, wisdom was the most precious thing one could have. Zhao Hai never looked down on these old people. As he stood at the cafeteria's entrance, he looked around the cafeteria before greeting the old mages close by. "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai. I just ascended here from the Atlanta Plain. I hope you can take care of me from now on." The old mages didn't expect Zhao Hai to take the initiative to talk to them. Moreover, he was so polite. One must know that the other young ascenders would just arrogantly look at them before snorting. It was as though they had grown eyes on their foreheads. And now, there was this unfamiliar young man being polite to them. After seeing that the old mages weren't replying, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he added, "Everyone here is an ascender from the lower realms. It can be said that we came from the same place. The only thing different between us is our age. Other than that, we are the same group. I hope that we can help each other. After all, the machine field is a very strange place for us." The old mages stared at Zhao Hai. It took a while before someone spoke out. After some time, an old mage stood up and courteously bowed. "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. This one is Dins from the Olay Plain." Chapter 1078, Ashley Clan. Being ascenders from the lower realms, these people certainly weren't simple characters. And for these old mages to ascend, it only meant that they were somewhat geniuses among their people. It was only a pity that they were already old when they ascended. This caused their future development to be filled with challenges. But at the same time, these old mages were people who achieved the peak of their realms, and it was impossible for their hands to not be stained with blood. Because of this, their mental states would surely be very solid. It was only because they had ascended to the machine field that these old mages began to feel temporarily dejected. In the future, they would just casually find a place and live a countryside lifestyle. Zhao Hai's words were a faint proposal for an alliance. These old mages were wizened individuals. Therefore, they were able to read Zhao Hai's intention from his words. All of them came from the lower realms. Although they had been received well after ascending to the machine field, this didn't mean that they would be treated well in the future. Perhaps the people from the machine field would treat them as cannon fodder in future battles. These old mages didn't have Zhao Hai's space. Because of this, they had no means to decline arrangements from the machine realm. In this case, it's quite possible for them to meet miserable ends. But if they unite, then the situation would be different. Of course, their alliance doesn't have the means to contend against the entire machine field, but if they band together, they wouldn't be abused in the future. There were gangs who lived long lives because of this principle. These old mages were still outstanding individuals. They were only demoralized at this time because of their status as well as the fact that they were plunged into a strange world. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, these old mages immediately introduced themselves, but in the entire cafeteria, there were only 15 old mages present. After the old mages introduced themselves, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandmasters, this young one has just ascended, so I basically know nothing. I'm just like you. I hope that we can mutually support each other in the future." These mages naturally complied as they smiled. Zhao Hai promptly went to the robots in order to get his meal before gathering together with the old men. The food wasn't phenomenal and there wasn't any liquor. Additionally, the room that was built for 200 people was only occupied by a few people, making it very desolate. But despite this, the spiritless atmosphere of the room had vanished. Zhao Hai knew that with Tinkle present, this matter would certainly be known to many people. However, he wasn't worried because there were only a dozen or so people. It was impossible for them to threaten the machine field. He was also doing this in order to catch the attention of the major forces. Zhao Hai believed that no matter where, a force that wants to grow and develop would always need a lot of talents, and it was quite appropriate to say that Zhao Hai was such a talent. And what just happened was indeed like what Zhao Hai thought. What Zhao Hai did today has been noted by the various powers from the machine field. Those who didn't get a video would get a printed report. And a dark mage clan, the Ashley clan, was one of them. The Ashley clan was quite famous in the machine field, and clans of dark mages were quite unique. In the world of cultivation, the six influence weren't only hostile to each other. Besides the six, there were also enemies that they needed to defend against. These were some malicious ghosts produced by extreme lands or powerful magic beats. Up until now, nobody could explain exactly how malicious ghosts came into being. Some said that they were souls of people who had grievances when they died. Upon death, their souls slowly absorbed resentment before forming into malicious ghosts. This theory was also deemed as the closest one to the truth. Aside from these resentful souls, special conditions also needed to be met. It was just like in the underworld where dark energy was strong, eventually producing undead. These malicious ghosts or powerful magic beasts pose threats to the machine field as well. In order to live peacefully, these enemies needed to be dealt with. Normally, this work would be managed by mages or warriors. Therefore, mages and warriors would take care of it in the machine realm. There were plenty of churches in the machine field. Naturally, churches didn't only belong to light element mages. Each mage group had their own church. In addition to this, there were also aristocratic families with mage or warrior lineage. These families had their own unique magic or martial skill. After developing for many years, they were able to slowly influence the realm. However, there were only 3 powers that really held major influence in the machine field. The first power was the Church Alliance. This alliance was composed of mages. The high ranks of the alliance were almost made out of mages. Their main objective was to train and take in mages. In the magic field, the Church Alliance doesn't only composed of various churches, they also take in other mage groups into their fold. The second power was the Martial Arts Assembly. Similar to the Church Alliance, the assembly was composed of warriors. They opened this assembly in order to take in warriors who ascended in the machine realm. Naturally, warrior clans would become members of this assembly. The third power was the Machine Field Army. It can be said that the Machine Field Army was the largest force in the realm. Since it was an army, it had battleships, meshs, mages, and warriors among their members. They were the most powerful fighting force in the machine field. If the machine field was the country, then the Machine Field Army would be the country's regular troops. Meanwhile, the Church Alliance and the Martial Arts Assembly would be forces that were recognized by the government. These two powers had complicated relations to the government, but they had certain influence in the overall governance of the realm. The Church Alliance and the Martial Arts also had their own battleships and mech battalion. However, their quantity and quality was lower compared to the Machine Field Army. And in the Machine Field Army, the strongest divisions were the battleships and the mechs. never the warrior and mage divisions. The Ashley clan was one of the members of the Church Alliance. They were a famous dark mage clan, and they had 100 members working inside the Alliance. One shouldn't underestimate these 100 people. One must know that the machine field only had a bit more than 1,000 administrative positions in the government. These positions would be divided by the three major powers. The Ashley clan holding 100 of these positions meant that they had terrifying strength. The place where Zhao Hai was at now was the Ashley clan's domain. In the machine realm, there were also a lot of places where ascenders end up. Zhao Hai was just someone who happened to ascend in the Ashley clan's domain. Since the Ashley clan was a mage clan, naturally they had a special fondness regarding mages. This was especially true for mage ascendants. The Ashley clan attached great importance to people from the lower realms because the Ashley clan's founding patriarch was an ascender himself. Zhao Hai's actions have been sent to the Ashley clan's external hall manager. This manager was also a dark mage. He sat there with his black robe, but unlike most thin dark mages, this manager was fat. He was 1.9 meters tall and should be about 300 jin 150 kilograms. He had brown hair and silver gray eyes, but he didn't have the honest and simple look of a conventional fatty. Instead, his face looked ferocious. Not something a good person would have at all. Currently on the manager's table was a recording of Zhao Hai's actions. A middle-aged person stood in front of him. This person had a normal nose and was also wearing a mage robe. However, aside from his eyes and his robes, there was nothing noteworthy about the man. This person was respectfully standing opposite the fat manager. One wouldn't want to take a heavy breath with the atmosphere inside the room. Zhao Hai didn't do a lot of things in the 2 days that he had been here. Moreover, the recording didn't show everything that Zhao Hai did. All the irrelevant parts were cut out. Only the valuable recordings were kept in. As soon as the video had finished playing, the fat manager looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "This one is interesting." He didn't have any arrogance despite being an ascender. Moreover, he's quite good at communication. He is also talented. The middle-aged person bowed and said, "He is." This Zhao Hai has been assigned to room 2046. He also gave the receptionist a gift as thanks. Then he united the old mages into an alliance. We could see his talent in these actions. Because of that, I recommend him to manager. Manager, our bone symbol camp has slowly lagged behind our other battalions. We should attract more talents to this camp. The fat manager nodded before he sighed and said, "Our bone symbol camp is the 1st battalion of the external hall, but it is precisely because of this status that they always get the most dangerous missions. Additionally, our bone symbol camp could only be replenished if there are deaths. This caused the bone symbol camp to hold too few ascenders. I hope this Zhao Hai can be a gift to the camp." Despite his ugly and ferocious face, the manager's voice was actually peaceful. It made people have a favorable impression of him. One couldn't even associate his voice with his face. Chapter 1079 to 1083. Chapter 1079. The fat manager's attention. As soon as the middle-aged man heard the fat manager, he also couldn't help but sigh. "Manager, this is because your heart is just too soft. If you let our members get eliminated, then the bone symbol camp wouldn't decline." The middle-aged man knew the fat manager's temperament fully well. One shouldn't look at the manager's ugly and ferocious face. Contrary to what he looks like, the fat manager was actually a tender-hearted person. Moreover, he was friendly to all of his subordinates. It was also because of this that the middle-aged man dared to talk like this to the manager. The fat manager looked at the middle-aged man's eyes and sighed. "Tao Wang, you don't understand. Our Ashley family is one of the top forces in the Church Alliance. This also means that the pressure on us is huge. There are a lot of talents and we aren't really sure who and what abilities they have. Because of this, there are some talents in the family that wouldn't be able to play to their own strength. If they did, then they would provide huge help for the family. At this point, the family only looks for people who can fight. No matter who it is, as long as they are taken in, they would be sent to the outer hall in order to undergo a smelting trial inside the camps. A lot of people die during this time because they aren't good at fighting. Talented people dying an undeserved death is truly a waste. This is especially true for the lower realm ascenders. All of them are surely geniuses of their generation, and when they arrive in the machine field, they are treated with great importance. The ones most attracted to this attention are the young men. They ascended from the lower realms at a young age, so each one of them are arrogant. But there would only be a few of them who would integrate with the machine field and fully mature, and as for those older ascendants, they aren't looked at with the same level of importance. Nobody wanted them, but they are also from the lower realms, so their talents are pretty good as well. Additionally, they have practiced for a long time, so they are experienced when it comes to fights. If we give them enough time, then their achievements would be higher than those young ascenders. It is just a pity that nobody sees this point right now. This method of elimination might truly unearth talents, but the yields are too low. I remember someone mentioning this saying before: a silly servant is useful, but a good servant is rare. But not many people remember this saying. All of them are just anxious in looking for benefits. They aren't thinking far into the future. Despite his looks, the fat manager considers this matter differently compared to the other people. His word indicated how tender-hearted he was. He was much better compared to those who just look at weak people as prey. Tao Wang looked at the fat manager and said, "Manager, so what do we do about Zhao Hai now?" The fat manager thought about it for a moment before he said, "We won't monitor him too much. Look for an opportunity to remove his robot's internal surveillance system. We should get on good terms with a person like that. In order to avoid any mishaps in the future, we'll stop spying on him. Let's just observe his character from now on." Tao Wang nodded. "All right, manager can rest assured. I know what to do." The fat manager nodded. "Go. Make sure to observe Zhao Hai's actions. If there are other people who come in contact with Zhao Hai, don't be polite to them. Make sure that they don't get control over our ascendants." Tao Wang nodded. Then he said, "Manager, what if Zhao Hai is challenged inside the school? There are those who've almost done 1 year. Those guys have entered other camps. I'm afraid they would be instigated to challenge Zhao Hai." The fat manager sighed, looking at his actions. "I reckon Zhao Hai isn't a simple character. If he is unable to survive a challenge like that, then he wouldn't be a huge help even if he enters our camp. And don't forget that challenges in the academy only goes through if the challenged party accepts. We can see Zhao Hai's character from this point." "Right. Also look for opportunities to recruit those old mages from the advanced classes." Tao Wang nodded before he turned around and leaving. The fat manager opened the video once more. After looking at Zhao Hai for some time, he muttered, "He's really a talented person. I hope that he'll become a blessing to my bone symbol camp." Even if the other forces were aware of Zhao Hai, they couldn't do anything. After all, this was the Ashley family's domain. The Ashley family wasn't a group that could be underestimated. Although they weren't a top force in the machine field, the power they held wasn't small. Just for a single ascender, offending a force like the Ashley family wasn't worth it at all. Additionally, each influence had their own training academies. They had no shortage of geniuses like Zhao Hai. However, the other camps of the Ashley family don't have the same mindset. The bone symbol camp might be powerful in the past, but now it was in decline. And now that there was a talent appearing in the bone symbol camp's area, how could these people let him off? These people would certainly make a move. Although Zhao Hai knew that he would be getting attention, he was unaware of how big the focus on him was. In his mind, he was just an ordinary ascendant. How could he cause waves in the machine field? But how could Zhao Hai know that he was already attracting attention the moment he entered room 2046? The matters he did from them on were brought into the attention of many powers. After eating his meal with the old mages, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he entered the study and had Tinkle teach him how to use the computer. The computer here was much more advanced than the ones on Earth, although the computer itself was also placed on top of the table. But when it was used, it would retract into the table. allowing the use of the entire table as a workspace. One could directly use their hand in order to explore the computer. There were voice commands as well. Naturally, this computer was better than the one Zhao Hai used before, and in order to improve the user experience, the table can also be moved up, allowing the user to stand up. It was manufactured in order to provide convenience to its users. Zhao Hai didn't feel strange as he used the computer. Although there were a lot of changes on it, the core principle was still the same. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai was confident in using it. Before long, Zhao Hai was using the computer. After that, he entered a few websites and read news from there. There was no need to say whether Zhao Hai was able to understand the interface of these news sites. Zhao Hai absorbed news about the machine field non-stop. It was only until late at night that he began to sleep, but with his current level, there simply was no need for him to sleep. He just rested because of habit. It didn't take long before Tinkle woke him up. Zhao Hai arranged for Tinkle to wake him up every 7 o'clock in the morning. After he woke up, Zhao Hai would clean himself before sitting in the study and drinking 2 cups of tea. Then after reading for a while, he would proceed to the cafeteria to have a meal. After his breakfast, he would then go towards the classroom. Zhao Hai already asked Tinkle and knew that there was no time limit in the cafeteria. You can eat whenever you want. Even if you ate at 10, the robots would still serve the same meal to you. He was already done with scouring the net for news. So after he washed up, Zhao Hai sat in the study room and drank tea while reading a book. There were a lot of books inside the study. Some of these books were introductions about the 6 powers, some were history books, and there were also books about ascending to the machine field. Understanding these things was very important for Zhao Hai. At about 8 o'clock, Zhao Hai put his book down and then went to the first classroom floor cafeteria alongside Tinkle. The old mages were also eating inside. Ever since meeting Zhao Hai yesterday, the old mages began to look into their own situations. In addition to their advantage in age compared to the young ones, they were also aware of their advantage in wisdom. At the same time, they also recognized that they too were peak experts in their own generations. They were demoralized in the past because they had just arrived at a strange place that wasn't in their expectations. Now that they looked into themselves, they began to feel better. Their relationship with each other had improved as well. In the past, when they woke up in the morning, they would just hole up in their rooms reading. Then they would go to the cafeteria to silently eat their meals before heading to class. Most of the time, they wouldn't talk to one another. But today was different. The cafeteria had become a small meeting place. These old people were now chatting as they ate their food. Even those who finished eating stayed around as they drank tea. This tea was also one of the academy's free services. Everyone in the room had their pipes, releasing smoke from their nose as they took sips from their teacup. It was just a pity that there was no liquor. After seeing Zhao Hai arrive, the old men immediately offered him a seat. Zhao Hai returned their greetings before sitting down. Tinkle would get his meal from the kitchen, so there was no need to worry about that. After Zhao Hai sat down, Dins looked at him and said, "Little Hai, have you used the computer yet?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've used it. That thing is really convenient. It's more convenient than books. If you want to look something up, you can do it immediately." Dinza laughed and said, "It's indeed good." "Right. How was your first night?" Zhao Hai replied, "I forgot the time, so I rested very late." The other old mages laughed. They knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. They experienced it themselves. One of the old mages named Barlet looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you need to control yourself, otherwise, you would easily get addicted." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, I know. I can control myself." Barlet nodded. Then he added, "Since it's your first day, you will have someone provide you with independent counseling. You only have the entire morning as class. You can rest in the afternoon." "Since that is the case, how about everyone exchange for some machine coins so that we can go to the restaurant? It's been a while since I've drank some liquor." Chapter 1080, Rune Study. Although Barlet was old, his character was very straightforward. His stature was tall and strong. If he didn't have his mage robe, then people might think that he was a warrior. The other mages agreed with Barlet's proposal. When they were in the lower realms, They were figures at the top of countless people, and ever since they ascended, they were very depressed. Now that the negative feeling has been eliminated, it's time for them to go out and explore the other luxuries of the academy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good. I also want to go outside and take a look, but I think there's no need for everybody to take your gold coins out since I have a lot more than you. How about I treat you all?" When the old mages heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Dins turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it looks like you aren't bluffing. Just how much gold coins did you bring? Don't you use bank cards or something like that?" These old mages were naturally rich people back in the lower realm, but they use bank cards, causing them to only bring a small amount of gold coins. Most of their wealth were in bank cards or things that were similar. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course we also have banks, but I'm used to carrying a lot of gold coins with me." Naturally, this also includes silver and copper coins. "I'm not only a mage, I'm also a merchant." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the old mages laughed. Then Din said, "I didn't expect this youngster to be rich and powerful." "Good, good. Then today is your treat. When the time comes, you better not ask us to contribute for the bill." Zhao Hai laughed as well as he said, "Rest assured, I'll take care of it. I'll go to the classroom first. After class, we'll share a meal together." Dins and the others nodded. Then the group stood up and proceeded to their own classrooms. Since it was Zhao Hai's first day, he would be going to a special room where an instructor would personally meet him. Zhao Hai had Tinkle guide him to his classroom. There was no need to take care of their eating utensils. The cafeteria's robots would deal with them. Unlike its title, Zhao Hai's classroom wasn't anything special. It only had an electronic sign saying Room 2. But Zhao Hai didn't care. In any case, with Tinkle with him, he would not worry about which classroom to go every day. Upon entering Room 2, Zhao Hai saw that the inside was very spacious. Too spacious in fact that there wasn't anything inside, even furniture. Zhao Hai gawked. He saw the other classrooms yesterday, and all of them had furniture inside. At this time, Tinkle suddenly said, "One set of furniture." Just as his voice fell, a set of furniture emerged from the floor. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect it to be like this. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, that's convenient." Then he proceeded to sit on the chair. Not long after Zhao Hai took a seat, footsteps were heard from outside. Before long, the classroom's door opened as a female mage entered. The female mage looked young and had blonde hair. Although she looked old-fashioned, her black mage robe was unable to hide her slender body. Zhao Hai stared at the woman. He didn't expect the teacher to be a beautiful woman. Moreover, she was a dark mage. Zhao Hai hastily stood up. The beautiful woman sized Zhao Hai up before saying, "You are Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai bowed his head and said, "I am. Are you my instructor?" The female mage nodded and said, "My name is Margaret, a dark mage. I will be your instructor for the rest of the year. You can look for me at any time." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Instructor Margaret, didn't they say that the instructor would only be available for 1 month?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "No, I'm your instructor for the entire year. However, I will only teach you personally the first month. After that, robots will take over. But I'm still your instructor. If you have any difficulties, you can ask me directly." Zhao Hai nodded. "So that's how it is. I'm sorry for troubling you." Margaret shook her head and said, "There's no need to be polite. What I'm going to teach you aren't things like the differences between the lower realm and the machine field. Those things can be found by asking the robots or using the computer. You can learn those at your leisure, so there's no need to waste time on it. What I'll be teaching you is the magic of the machine field. Our magic isn't the same as the lower realms. Although the magic of the lower realms is formidable, they still fall short compared to the magic we use here. In the machine field, our magic is built upon the research of our seniors. After years of study, our magic formations, summoning magic, alchemy, and other disciplines have been fused together in order to form a new system of magic. If you want to survive here, then you need to learn our magic." Zhao Hai nodded. Alright. Zhao Hai thought that he would be guided about how to live life in the machine field. Who would have thought that he would be instructed in magic? What Zhao Hai didn't know was the fact that Margaret wasn't a common instructor. Moreover, Dins and the others didn't have an instructor as special as her. It was only because Zhao Hai had potential that the academy specifically assigned a good instructor to train him. In fact, in the academy, most instructors work part-time. There were only a few instructors present here due to the academy having very few students. Margaret was one of these part-time instructors. However, she wasn't just any other part-timer. She was from the Ashley clan, sent by the Bone Symbol Camp in order to examine Zhao Hai ahead of time, and in addition, she was also here in order to tell people that the Bone Symbol Camp already had Zhao Hai in their sights. If anyone wanted to get in touch with Zhao Hai, then they would have to go through the camp. Dins and the others didn't have the same treatment. Their teachers were common part-timers. After teaching them for 1 month, these instructors would leave and would no longer manage them. And if other powers contact them, the Bone Symbol Camp wouldn't get in the way. The Bone Symbol Camp controlling an ascension point didn't mean that they would recruit every ascender. This just meant that the Bone Symbol Camp had priority in choosing the ascenders they want. After they get their pick, the others would be free to choose their own. Naturally, their pick could also be poached. If the other party was influential, then they could rob the ascender. After poaching a candidate, these people would then have their picking rights revoked. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai, then she nodded and continued. Lower realm magic generally involves incantations and hand gestures in order to cast the spell. If they want to make their spells more powerful, then mages might use wands or staffs to do so. But this type of magic is limited. This is because they largely depend on the user's spiritual force. How much spiritual chi can you use by only relying on your spiritual force? Only a small amount. Because of this, the might of the spells is small. This situation might be great in the lower realms since the energy present there is small. However, this wouldn't do well in the machine field. The density of spiritual chi here is at least 100 times more than the lower realms. If you use the same method here, then that would be like using a small bowl in order to take water from a river. You're wasting time as well as your source of water. Because of this, seniors from the machine field studied through the years in order to invent the present magic system of the machine field. Magic theory. It's a system that unites magic and magic formations. Its might is very formidable. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and saw that his expression was quite pensive. She couldn't help but stare for a moment. Most people would be confused upon hearing such a theory. However, Zhao Hai seems to understand. This gave Margaret a surprise. Margaret said, "Can you understand what I just said?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can understand some of it." Back in the Atlanta plane, learning magic is basically cultivating spiritual force. Then we would use incantations and gestures in order to concentrate our spiritual force and communicate with the world's energy. Then we use this energy in order to cast our spells. However, I've always thought that this method isn't very convenient. A person's mental strength is limited while there is a lot of energy available for use. Using your own spiritual force to come in contact with this vast amount of energy is very inefficient. I thought that maybe we can use magic formations in order to strengthen our spiritual force so that we can control more energy. It's just that I haven't grasped how to do it yet. Margaret's eyes shone as he heard Zhao Hai. Then she said, "Correct. Very good. The method you are thinking about is very hard to grasp. Because of this, our seniors studied for several hundred years. Their research slowly led us to the creation of magic theory. It uses magic formations and spiritual force in order to communicate with spiritual chi, allowing our spells to gain more power." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then Margaret added, "In order to study magic theory, you need to first learn about magic formations." Zhao Hai, have you studied magic formations before? Zhao Hai nodded. I've dabbled in it. However, I didn't give it priority. Because of that, I'm only able to learn simple formations. Margaret nodded. After many years of development, the machine field already formed sets of theories regarding magic formations. It might look difficult at first, but it's actually very simple. If you want to learn magic formations, then you would need to learn its basic framework as well as the runes. As long as you become familiar with these two, you can learn magic formations in a short time. Zhao Hai gawked for a moment before his eyes shone as he said, "Instructor, so you mean that you already broke down magic formations into frameworks and runes? Do you know what each rune signify?" Margaret nodded. "Right." After years of study, the machine field managed to slowly break down every rune that can be used. In fact, the uses of these runes are fixed. The only thing that differentiates them are in where they are used. Putting it in an analogy, if a rune is a stroke, then magic formations are characters composed of these strokes. Although the strokes are fixed, using them in different characters meant that they had different meanings. This is the core of magic formation study. Zhao Hai's eyes remained sparkling. He wasn't able to think about this point. Magic formations play a huge role inside the space. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Making magic formations using runes is only a fundamental skill in our magic system. Later on, you would need to make sets of magic formations in order to form a huge formation net. This net will produce more powerful results than individual magic formations. If magic formations are characters, then formation nets are words. As for what these words mean, then it would depend on the characters used to make them." Zhao Hai kept nodding. Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Margaret couldn't help but give a gentle nod. Then she knocked on the wall opposite Zhao Hai. The wall quickly turned into a screen. The screen was all white with nothing else on it. Margaret's hand swiped at the wall, making a row of runes appeared. Zhao Hai wasn't ignorant about these symbols. This was because he saw them in magic formations. They were the most common symbols he had seen. Margaret turned back to Zhao Hai and said, "One of the most difficult parts of magic formation study are runes. Currently, there have been as many as 100,000 symbols found. Moreover, as studies go further, more and more symbols would emerge. It would be impossible for a single person to remember more than 100,000 runes. Because of this, most mages would specialize on which department they would study runes in." Zhao Hai interjected, "Runes are also divided into different departments?" Margaret nodded. Then she said, "Correct. They are divided into 9 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and space. These 9 departments comprised runes in our current system." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect runes to be divided into 9 departments. Moreover, the first departments refer to the 5 elements. Are runes somewhat related to the 5 elements? 1. As he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he said, "Instructor, is there metal element magic here? Why does the metal element have runes?" The 5 elements refer to the whooshing. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/wu_shing. Chapter 1081, Shops. Zhao Hai had a metal element divergent ability. However, he had no way to integrate this kind of ability into his own attacking system. He can use both martial arts and magic, but he can't use his metal element in them. So as soon as he heard Margaret saying that runes were divided into 9 major departments, of which the 5 elements were part of, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai. She also knew that the lower realms generally had no metal element magic. Because of this, she knew how to answer Zhao Hai's question. "Correct, there is metal element magic here." Unlike the lack of metal element magic in the lower realms, the machine field was able to develop metal element magic by studying the cultivation realm's 5-element energy. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like the machine realm's magic theory had absorbed some aspects of the cultivation realm's spells, then they slowly evolved their methods in order to arrive at their current state. Actually, it can be said that in the world of cultivation, most cultivation methods have aspects that tie them back to the cultivation realm. Take the machine field, for example. Their 2 strongest means of attack were through battleships and magical mechas. It was needless to say that battleships came up through studying the cultivation realm's crafting techniques. After being baptized with magic formations, it became a weapon. But even if its might was formidable, it needed to be mentioned that it still fell short compared to the cultivation realm's magic artifacts. As for magical mechas, to put it bluntly, They were enlarged version of the Cultivation Realms Golem techniques, and naturally, it wasn't as good as the Cultivation Realms Golem techniques. Golem techniques allow control over multiple golems. Moreover, when a golem was destroyed, the damage to the controller was limited. As for magical mechas, they are a combination between golem techniques as well as the Cultivation Realms armor refining techniques. Although its might wasn't small, each pilot can only control one mecha, and when a mecha gets destroyed, the pilot would certainly die. The machine field's magic theory was also conceived with the same principle. It was partly based on the Cultivation Realms' 5 elements. As for how they managed to extract that aspect, nobody knows. Although Zhao Hai managed to figure these out, he didn't say anything. Instead he just nodded. Margaret saw Zhao Hai's understanding and then asked, I heard that you're an all-element mage. Which rune department do you want to study? There was no need for Zhao Hai to think as he immediately answered, Instructor, I want to study runes of the dark element. It would be best if they are related to summons. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret's eyes couldn't help but shine. She was someone from the Ashley family, a heritage of dark mages. Naturally, she hoped that Zhao Hai would study dark element runes. However, Zhao Hai has to decide which department he would study in. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to learn runes from other elements, the Ashley family would still take him in. The Ashley family were a group of dark mages, but they would still recruit mages from other departments. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the family to grow. It was only because the core members of the family were dark mages that they were titled as a dark mage family. Margaret took a deep breath in order to calm her mood. Then she said, Actually, if you want to progress with magic theory, you would need to learn all runes. It's just unfortunate that there are too many runes in existence. Only a few could achieve such an endeavor. Magic formations with one element aren't too strong, but if you fuse runes from 2 departments, their might would increase a lot. It's not just a simple matter of adding 1 and 1. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then Margaret continued. You certainly are familiar with dark element summoning magic, but in the machine field, in order to display its biggest strength, you would need to study dark element runes as well as space element runes. I'll teach you dark element runes first, then after a few days, we'll tackle runes of the space element. Dark element summoning magic focuses mainly on dark element runes while space runes act as auxiliary. Zhao Hao nodded once more. Margaret began to draw a symbol on the wall. Each stroke of the rune were clearly stated. The interpretation of the rune was also well detailed. Although Zhao Hai just looked like he was listening, he was actually informing Kair to record everything. Not a single character should be missed. This was very important for their future. Although he had Kair record the runes, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't understand them. Each rune might look simple, but a single change would have an impact on the rune. It was clear that the machine field's understanding of these runes was beyond his imagination. The emergence of these runes was truly priceless in the use of magic formations. The people inside Zhao Hai's space were also researching magic formations. However, compared to the machine field, they were still too far off. The people from the machine field researched for who knows how many years before coming up with magic theory. But in order to be an expert in this system, one needed to cross a certain threshold, studying magic runes. The reason why there were a lot of runes was because people would create new runes. Because of this, the number of runes wasn't fixed. One could also study magic formations itself. However, it would be better if you created your own formation that suited your style, and in the process, creating a new rune was much easier than creating your own magic formation. As he listened to Margaret's lecture, Zhao Hai nodded. Creating new runes was just like inventing something new, nothing very special. However, creating a new magic formation was different. It was just like the difference between creating a new word and creating a new sentence. What made Zhao Hai happy were Margaret's words telling him that the runes could be found on the computer. This was absolutely good news for Zhao Hai. Others might not remember all of the runes, but he can. He has the space to do it for him. This was equal to Zhao Hai having the computing power of a computer. Average people might remember all of the runes. However, they would find it hard to use the most appropriate ones when necessary. It was just like how a person who knows how to write might not know how to write an article. Although Zhao Hai had learned a lot of runes, the time he spent doing so was actually a lot. It took about 2 hours for Margaret to introduce the runes. Margaret concluded the class at around 11 o'clock. Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude before walking out of the classroom and heading towards the cafeteria. All this time, runes had occupied his head. He was itching to obtain those runes. However, he also knew that he shouldn't be too anxious about this matter. After waiting in the cafeteria for some time, Dins and the others arrived. Zhao Hai stood up as he was warmly greeted by the old mages. Although Zhao Hai was young, these old mages were experienced in human interactions, so they didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Hai. If not for Zhao Hai, they might still be depressed. Zhao Hai hastily returned their greeting. After exchanging courtesies, Zhao Hai looked at Dins and the others and said, "Everyone, why are you still on this floor? Couldn't you request a transfer?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dins and the others couldn't help but turn red. Each one of them had been dejected until recently. Because of this, they didn't have the motivation to transfer floors. Moreover, they ascended earlier than Zhao Hai, so they shouldn't be present on the first floor. When they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai looked at their reactions and knew what they were thinking. He didn't laugh at them. They were in a poor condition, so laughing at their state was useless. Zhao Hai just gave a friendly chuckle as he said, "Tinkle, lead us to the store to have a look." "Right, let's look for a bank first." Tinkle replied, "Yes, young master. The shops and the bank are on the first floor of the academy. Please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned to Dins and the others. "Today's my treat. We'll explore the shops to look. I'll buy you anything you want." Sigh. It's a pity I wasn't able to go shopping with beautiful women. Instead, what I get is a group of old men. It's unfair. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Dins and the others felt their hearts warm up. But after a moment of staring, the group began to burst into laughter. Dins looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You smelly brat. It's your fortune to have us accompany you. What are you being sad about? Let's go." Zhao Hai chuckled before shaking his head. Then along with the smiling old men, Zhao Hai walked out of the cafeteria. While the group was chatting, they quickly arrived at the elevator. This time, they rode one of the bigger elevators as they headed to the first floor. When the elevators opened up, Zhao Hai saw two beautiful women in professional attire standing in the front. They were smiling as they said to the group, "Welcome, everyone." Zhao Hai nodded before inspecting the scenery ahead. Before him was a very large market with a lot of people inside. A large part of these people were staff. The staff weren't wearing mage robes. Those who were wearing mage robes were ascenders who were buying stuff with their robots. Zhao Hai didn't bother the two women for long as he led the old men towards the market. This was also the first time for the old men. All of them couldn't help but be absorbed by the atmosphere. As the group were walking along, Zhao Hai inspected the shops. All of the things that mages generally used were here. Some of the items offered were even beyond what Zhao Hai expected. Chapter 1082, Crazy Dog. Magic in the lower realms and the machine field were completely different. Things in the lower realms weren't necessarily useful in the machine field. Because of this, upon seeing all of these mage equipment, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. The place was full of mage equipment, from staffs, robes, potions, and even mage manuals. However, these things weren't in line with what Zhao Hai learned about magic theory. Magic theory was very mystical, but its power stemmed from magic formations. Using the lower realm's magic staff was definitely the wrong thing to do. Because he knew about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange. Why would these shops display items that lower realm mages use? However, Zhao Hai was quick to understand why. When the old mages saw these items, they were immediately excited. They quickly went to the shops and looked through the items displayed. Looking at the expressions of these old mages, Zhao Hai understood that they had yet to understand the essence of magic theory. Because of this, they were still willing to buy these lower realm items in order to increase their strength. In the lower realms, these people were the peak characters of their generation. Potions and staffs were useless to them. With their strength, Nobody in the lower realms would dare fight them. Because of this, they didn't have suitable items when they ascended. But in the machine field, the importance of potions and magic staffs became apparent to them. Therefore, they wanted to buy some potions or a staff in order to increase their strength. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was certain that these items would be useless. Magic theory and ordinary magic were different. Later on, when they learn more useful cultivation methods, they would find that these lower realm items that they thought to be useful were in fact very weak. Zhao Hai arrived by Din's side as he smiled faintly and said, "You want to buy these things?" Din's turned to Zhao Hai and forced a smile as he replied, "I was short-sighted before coming here in the machine field. I thought that unparalleled existences like me didn't need any means to preserve my life." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Believe me, you don't want to buy them. These things won't help you progress in magic theory. The magic we studied and magic theory are completely different. At our current state, these things are useless. We should go to other shops and see if we can find special tools used by mages in the machine field." Zhao Hai didn't lower his voice, not because he wasn't afraid of offending people, he just didn't see any staff around. On the other hand, the staff standing close by couldn't help but look at him with shock. Just like Zhao Hai said, the items sold here were useless for machine field mages. The only reason these items were sold here was because ascenders had yet to have deep understanding about magic theory. If they did, then not only wouldn't they buy these items, they would buy life-preserving items instead. Although this was the first time that the staff has seen Zhao Hai, she was actually very clear about people of the Bone Symbol camp. This was Zhao Hai's first day attending class. Having this deep understanding of magic theory on his first day was simply too astonishing. Just before the staff could say anything, a cold snort was suddenly heard nearby. Then an arrogant-sounding voice said, "If you couldn't afford it, just say you couldn't afford it. Do you really think that you have a deep understanding of magic theory?" Zhao Hai and the others stared before all of them turned their heads to look at a young mage standing close by. This young mage seems to be between 20 to 30 years old. On his side was a robot butler. This butler was more advanced compared to Tinkle. Although this robot looked the same, one couldn't hear any sound when it walked around. Moreover, it was more pleasing to look at than Tinkle, as it resembled a person a little bit more. The young mage's figure was symmetrical. He had a very white face, blonde hair, and a magnificent mage robe. Compared to the charming young man, Zhao Hai looked like a commoner. The arrogance on the young mage's face was akin to an emperor looking at a beggar. Zhao Hai looked at the young man and frowned before asking, "Does Mr. know us?" The young man coldly snorted as he turned his head to Dins and the others and said, "Useless old bastards. Even if you manage to ascend, what can you really do, right? Why aren't you hiding inside your rooms like you used to?" Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Dins and the others. The expression on the old men's faces weren't looking good. Zhao Hai turned his head back to the young man and said, "Mister, if you like these things, then why don't you buy more? Or can it be that you lack money as well? Do you want me to buy you something too?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Dins and the others couldn't help but gawk. And then each one of them laughed. They knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to treat this person. He was just teasing him. When he heard Zhao Hai, the young man's face paled. He retorted, "It's useless to save your face. If you can't afford it, then don't talk nonsense. Do you really think that I would receive any charity from you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Useless thing, putting my good gesture to waste." Then he turned to the old mages and said, "Let's go. I don't want to fight a crazy dog." The young man's eyes couldn't help but blaze in anger when he heard Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai had the numerical advantage and the young mage hadn't ascended for long either. Additionally, the school forbade any unregistered fights, so he cannot make a move. After that short intermission, Tinkle brought Zhao Hai to the bank. Upon entering, a robot immediately walked towards Zhao Hai and bowed. "Mister, welcome. What kind of transaction would you like to do?" Zhao Hai looked at the robot and saw that it was just like those robot mages back then. "It's quite an advanced robot." Zhao Hai immediately replied, "I want to exchange some gold coins for machine coins. Can you lead me there?" The robot quickly said, "Mister, Please follow me." Then he brought Zhao Hai to a room nearby. There weren't a lot of people inside the hall, but the ones present were doing basic transactions. Exchanging for machine coins wasn't done inside the hall. A person was waiting inside the room. This one was human and not a robot. He quickly stood up and greeted Zhao Hai. "Mister, welcome. I'm glad to be of service." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his hand to retrieve a bag of gold coins with 1,000 coins inside. He handed it to the person and said, "This is 1,000 gold coins. Please exchange it for machine coins." Upon receiving the bag of gold coins, the man said, "Mister, please wait for a moment. Since the gold content of the lower realms coins aren't the same, we need to test the coins first before we determine the exchange rate." Zhao Hai waved his hand. The man took the coins with him and left. Before long, the man came back as he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the gold content of your coins is very high. Each coin can be exchanged for 20 machine coins. Does Mister still want to go through with the transaction?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took his ID card out and said, "Please deposit the money." Then he handed the card over to the man. When he came out of the bank, Zhao Hai was now a rich young man with 30,000 machine coins. Zhao Hai didn't immediately go and buy items. Instead, he headed to the elevator and went to the restaurant along with Dins and the others. There was no need to mention that the food of the machine field were very good. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the shops. But this time, they didn't stay for a long time. They just bought some daily necessities before leaving. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to buy items. Things he needed to buy weren't available on the first floor shops. The academy's shops were also divided into floors. Those who have ascended for less than a month could only go to the first floor shops. They were still forbidden to head to the other floors. Meanwhile, Dins and the others were very happy. The past several days, they had been holed up inside their rooms and had been dejected. Moreover, they failed to prepare items before they ascended. Most of their possessions were left behind for their descendants or disciples. In their opinion, those things would have no use after they ascended. Also, if they failed their ascension, then their family members wouldn't be able to use their items. Therefore, they didn't bring anything. Unlike Zhao Hai, they were truly poor ascendants. Zhao Hao returned to his own room. After placing the things he bought in a convenient place, he proceeded to wash himself before going back to the study. He began to read basic runes and their comprehensive explanations. Zhao Hai's understanding of machine theory grew deeper. Even if he didn't go to class, he could still manage with self-study. But what Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to send all information about magic runes to the space. These runes were important to the space's research into magic formations. Because of this, as he sat on the computer scanning through the various runes, he also instructed Kair to record everything down. Chapter 1083, The Core of Magic Theory. When evening came, Zhao Hai had already saved all of the runes to the space. While Kair went on to classify each one of them, Zhao Hai took a rest. The next day at exactly 7 o'clock, he woke up, read a bit, ate his meal, and then proceeded to the classroom. Not long after Zhao Hai entered the classroom, Margaret entered. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and gave his greetings. "Zhao Hai has seen instructor." Margaret nodded. Then she said, "Take a seat." "I heard you had a conflict with Frey yesterday?" Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Margaret with confusion. Then he said, "Is Frey that young man from the shop?" Margaret nodded. "Correct. Frey is a young expert that ascended from the spirit wind plane. The plane is quite a good one in the lower realms. It's rich with spiritual chi, so quite a few people had ascended from there. Moreover, people from the spirit wind plane are being especially cared for in the machine realm. Each one of them are arrogant. Since you offended Frey yesterday, people might look for you to cause trouble. There are already people from the spirit wind plane that had become famous here. You should be more careful in the future." Zhao Hai gawked. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Maybe I won't be meeting any of that when I leave the academy. In any case, since I've offended him, I can't do anything." "Are the people from the spirit wind plane domineering?" Margaret sighed. "This time, you really made a mistake. The people from the spirit wind plane are very domineering. Their pride didn't only come from their origin, They also have a very close relationship with the Wind God Palace. Almost every ascender from the Spirit Wind plane are wind element mages and are very gifted in the wind element. Therefore, most of their ascenders gets recruited by the Wind God Palace. After you head back, make sure to read about the Wind God Palace. This way, you'll know what you're up against. Zhao Hai nodded. He gave Margaret a salute and said, "Thank you, instructor." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. "Zhao Hai, you're talented. However, there are a lot of talents like you in the machine realm. Before becoming true experts, nobody would treat you with real respect. A dead genius is a useless genius. You need to remember to protect yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret added, "The waters in the machine realm are much deeper. When you go back, make sure to read about the churches. I want you to be intelligent in your actions. After you exit the academy, you need to enter under the umbrella of a strong power. That way, you will be safer." Upon hearing Margaret, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but be moved. He wasn't a fool, so he was clear about the darkness of this world. Therefore, when he heard Margaret, he immediately understood that Margaret was also from one of those strong influences. Margaret didn't express which power she was from. She just turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I won't say anything else. You will understand them later on. Let's proceed to studying magic formation runes." "Did you remember anything we went through yesterday?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, I've already studied and remembered the runes from the dark element and the space element." Margaret couldn't help but stare. Her expression changed as she made sure. "Remember? You memorized them?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, instructor. I've memorized them all." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, since you memorized them all, I'll give you a test. As long as you pass the test, we'll begin studying magic theory. If you miss anything and are deceiving me, then you will be penalized." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Instructor, you can rest assured." Margaret nodded, then she went around Zhao Hai's table and said, "Dark and space element tests." As her voice fell, the table turned into a screen with test questions in them. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he just nodded. Then he became absorbed in answering the questions on the screen. Actually, most of these questions were being answered by Kair, but since Kair was one with his mind, this was equivalent to answering it on his own. As soon as a question appeared, he was able to effortlessly answer them. It took about half an hour before Zhao Hai was done answering all questions about dark and space element runes. Naturally, it was impossible for all the runes to be present. Only a part of the runes appeared on the test. This was just a test to see Zhao Hai's understanding about runes. While Zhao Hai was answering the questions, Margaret was quietly watching by his side. To be honest, Zhao Hai's ability exceeded her imagination. Moreover, it seems like Zhao Hai provided the correct answers to the questions. This gave her quite a shock. She already looked highly upon Zhao Hai before, but now it seems like she was still underestimating him. Zhao Hai wasn't just an ordinary genius, he was an extraordinary genius. After waiting for Zhao Hai to complete the test, Margaret nodded and said, "Good. It means you can now study magic formations. Let me give you an introduction about the machine field's magic formations." While she said that, Margaret went to the wall opposite Zhao Hai and turned it into a screen. Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Magic formations are actually magic runes combined together, forming a structure that can tap into the energy of the heavens and the earth. Aside from the special formations, most magic formations are circular. Materials in making magic formations have also been heavily researched. After many years of study, we found out that the runes are the main reason we can control the world's spiritual chi. The materials used to make the formation are just auxiliary." Zhao Hai nodded. Just like Margaret said, the relationship between the magic formation's might and the material used was quite significant. However, the ones that had a major impact on the formations were the runes that the machine field had studied. Margaret continued, "Magic formations is a path itself. Magic is also its own path. However, by themselves, the two aren't very strong. Compared to the machine field's magic theory, each of those paths are weak." When she spoke up to hear, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If you have read the introductions, then you should be aware that aside from the machine field, there are also other powers in the world of cultivation. Moreover, these powers aren't peaceful with each other. In the beginning, the machine field has been heavily bullied by the other powers, but when magic theory was invented, and we began making battleships and magic meshs, we slowly gained the qualifications to be treated as equal to the other major powers. Zhao Hai quietly listened to the lecture. He was already aware of these matters, therefore he wasn't startled. Margaret went on. However, battleships and meshs have always been the weakest part of the machine field. Magic theory covered for this weakness. Because of magic theory, it made it possible for us to use our spiritual force in order to make magic formations out of thin air. The more powerful the spiritual force, the quicker the formation is created, and the more powerful it would be. Boom! A thunderclap resounded inside Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai began to understand the core of magic theory. It uses spiritual force as a base of magic formations. This was the main pillar of magic theory. Zhao Hai wasn't new to using spiritual force. However, he didn't think about using spiritual force in order to arrange magic formations. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes, digesting Margaret's words carefully. The words she said were very simple. Anybody would be able to understand them, but those words couldn't be underestimated. They were essential to Zhao Hai's current enlightenment. As she said those words, Margaret was also observing Zhao Hai's response. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Margaret couldn't help but smile. Intuition was very important to a mage since it could bring forth enlightenment. Margaret hasn't met anyone who became enlightened by those few words. This alone explained how uncommon Zhao Hai's talent was. Not only was Zhao Hai digesting Margaret's words, he was also trying to use his spiritual force to arrange a magic formation. His spiritual force was much stronger compared to most mages. He can also direct his spiritual force to perform certain functions. Just like Barry's ability to control hair like spiritual force, Zhao Hai could also use his spiritual force as minute strands. Not only was Zhao Hai's spiritual force formidable, he also had good control over it. But even if this was the case, he wasn't able to find an appropriate use for this characteristic. As a person, his movements were limited. It was just like tying a rope to a tree. He still wasn't able to reach the skies. Even if he was skillful, he wasn't able to make use of it. Margaret's words opened a whole new world in front of Zhao Hai. Upon hearing about this new application, Zhao Hai was impatient to try it out. Zhao Hai and an ordinary mage's control over their spiritual force had a huge difference. While most mages could control their spiritual force as one unit, Zhao Hai was able to divide it by strands. This way, Zhao Hai's attention was divided into small strands. Dividing one's attention in order to control these strands of spiritual force might sound simple, however, it was incomparably difficult. Not to say multiple strands, controlling 2 strands alone would prove difficult. One might not even find one capable of doing it among 10,000 people. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai can control countless strands. This wasn't only because he had a powerful mental strength, this was also because he had learned the succubus clan's methods of controlling spiritual force. And with the help of the space, this became possible. Zhao Hai was currently using his spiritual force as a base of a magic formation. Zhao Hai had a basic understanding about magic formations. He also knew that he cannot be ambitious and tie multiple magic formations at the same time. Because of this, he can only arrange a simple formation. However, Zhao Hai was quick to discover that the magic formations he learned didn't allow for spiritual force to be their base. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered that Margaret was sitting down while drinking tea. Seeing Zhao Hai opened his eyes, Margaret smiled faintly and said, "Were you trying to arrange a magic formation? Did you fail?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then Margaret gave another smile and said, "Most mages will try it when they heard those words, but in the end, they failed." "Do you know why?" Zhao Hai shook his head. Margaret gave the answer. "It's because magic formations in the lower realm and the machine realm are different. The magic formations used to make magical meshs and battleships are also different from magic theory's formations." When he heard Margaret, Zhao Hai's spirit couldn't help but shake. He finally began to understand. Machine Field's magic theory was much more complex than he thought. He couldn't just use it just because of a small realization. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, although there are also circular magic formations in the lower realms, their perimeter circle are mostly just lines. However, nobody knew that the perimeter circle was actually the most important part of the formation. If a magic formation was a building, then the perimeter circle would be the ground where the building was built on. The preparation of the ground dictates the life of the building. For magic formations, the perimeter circle is the foundation where it was built into. A magic formation's might is directly related to this. Zhao Hai's eyes became brighter and brighter. Margaret was satisfied with Zhao Hai's expression. She now knew that Zhao Hai didn't just dabble in magic formation. He had certainly given it some time to study. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. However, Margaret didn't comment about it as she continued. In the lower realms, the perimeter circle are just lines. But in the machine field, perimeter circles are made out of magic runes. Zhao Hai suddenly felt refreshed. He began to believe the difference between the lower realms' magic formations and the machine field's magic theory. No wonder he was unable to use his spiritual force to create magic formations. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and smiled as she said, if formations are used in ordinary magical meshes and battleships, perimeter circles could just be made with lines. At most, it would affect the might of the formation. But in magic theory, the perimeter circle needed to be made out of magical runes. Otherwise, even if you have a powerful spiritual force, you still won't be able to arrange magic formations. Zhao Hao nodded. He just experienced it, so he believed Margaret's words. But this time, he wouldn't easily attempt to arrange a magic formation. This was because he became clear about the complexity of magic theory. Seeing Zhao Hai stop himself from trying it out, Margaret couldn't help but give a gentle nod. Zhao Hai's performance made her satisfied. She said, when arranging magic formations from different departments, some changes needed to be made in the internal pattern. Today, I will tell you about the 9 most basic patterns of magic formations. Chapter 1084 to 1085. Chapter 1084. Condensing a formation. Zhao Hai is currently sitting inside his room with his eyes closed. In about half a meter in front of him was a magic formation slowly coming to form. This magic formation looked mystical as it is composed of multiple magic runes. However, the process was very slow as each rune needed to be formed individually. Zhao Hai immediately returned to his room after his class. What he learned today was too important for him. It can be said that he now had a certain understanding about magic theory. The lesson was actually very simple, just the condensation of magic formation using spiritual force as a base, how the perimeter circle needed to be made out of runes, and then how to establish a formation so that it could exert its maximum power. Deciding on which formation he wanted to condense, Zhao Hai finally settled on a summoning formation from the dark element. The formation belonged to a 2-element formation with the space element as an auxiliary. It was because of this arrangement that the formation was quite difficult to condense. For mages in the machine field, condensing their first magic formation was the first hurdle to their path to mastering magic theory. As long as they were able to condense their first magic formation, they would then have an idea on how to condense others later on. As for 2-element formations, they were much more difficult to condense compared to formations that only had 1 element. Zhao Hai also asked Margaret about the undead summoned using this summoning formation. It seems like the undead that were called over weren't ordinary undead, but they were at least king level in strength. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to see what a summoned king level undead looks like. If he could really summon king level undead, then he could surely bolster the space's strength. The magic formation slowly condensed. When the last magic rune was completed, the formation suddenly shone before an outline of a humanoid was seen. Upon seeing this outline, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he summoned a gold skeleton. Gold skeletons might be powerful to others, but in front of Zhao Hai, They were nothing. Crystal skeletons and skeleton kings were the true powerhouses in Zhao Hai's eyes. As for gold skeletons, Zhao Hai didn't even know how many he had inside the space. He didn't have to work so hard just so that he could summon a gold skeleton. But Zhao Hai changed his mind when he began to understand what was happening. Mages in the machine field would often layer formations one after another. If he layered several formations together, then he would surely be able to summon more powerful undead. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't care much about what undead he could summon. What was important to him was the process of condensing a magic formation. In order to smoothly condense a magic formation, Zhao Hai didn't divide his spiritual force but instead concentrated his mental energy and condensed the formation slowly. The magic formation that Zhao Hai condensed wasn't self-created. The formation was already a widespread format in the machine realm. With Zhao Hai's current understanding of magic theory, he didn't have the means to create his own formation. However, this didn't stop him from believing that he would be able to create his own formation later on. Zhao Hai collapsed his formation. However, he didn't immediately go on to condense another one. Instead, Zhao Hai closed his eyes and sensed the feeling of condensing his first magic formation. As for the gold skeleton that he summoned, Zhao Hai can be sure that it wasn't summoned from the underworld. As for which plane it came from, he didn't know. Almost all of the undead in the underworld had been turned to Zhao Hai's subordinates. If his formation summoned an undead from the underworld, then he would be the first to know. Since he didn't feel anything from the gold skeleton, then Zhao Hai was certain that it didn't come from the underworld. Also, after sending the gold skeleton to the space, he discovered that it was stronger compared to the underworld's gold skeletons. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. From this point, Zhao Hai could see how extraordinary magic theory was. Even if one reached Zhao Hai's strength, summoning magic in the lower realm didn't allow a person to summon gold skeletons. If you wanted a gold skeleton, then you can only subdue one and form a contract with it. As for the machine realm, even if Zhao Hai used the same amount of effort, since he has ascended to a place with a higher concentration of spiritual chi and has used magic theory, his summoning magic can now bring forth gold skeletons. This just shows how terrifying magic theory was. However, one shouldn't see Zhao Hai's number of gold skeletons as normal. If he didn't have the space, he wouldn't have this much gold skeleton subordinates. Zhao Hai sat in his chair as he looked back at the process of condensing a magic formation. He immersed himself in the feeling so that he could be more relaxed on his next attempt. As soon as he felt that he was ready, Zhao Hai immediately tried to make his second formation. But this time, his thoughts just accelerated as a formation appeared in front of him in no time. It was a fully condensed magic formation. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare before calling Kair inside his mind. Kair, what just happened? Kair smiled and said, "Young master, don't forget that your spiritual force is one with the space. Since the space has the ability to record, it functions just like a computer. When you condensed your first magic formation, the space recorded the entire process. Even if the process was difficult, as long as it was compiled and saved inside, you will then be able to use it any time. Therefore, later on, if you want to arrange a magic formation, you can do so with just a thought." Upon hearing Kair, Zhao Hai burst with happiness before he said, "So that's the case. Fantastic." "Kair, can the space help me condense the magic formations?" Kair replied, "Young master, you're getting lazier and lazier. The space can't just help you condense magic formations. Since it is like a computer, you will need to write a program so that it could run. Condensing formations is just like writing a program. Therefore, you need to condense the formation on your own before it can be recorded and saved." Zhao Hai also felt that he was being a bit greedy. He was certain that no other mage had this ability. He could essentially condense a magic formation once and then use it over and over again. It was extremely convenient. After he thought about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. "It seems like I need to condense more magic formations." "Laura, how are you doing?" Although he cannot enter the space, Zhao Hai can still communicate with Laura and the others. As soon as she heard Zhao Hai, Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, rest assured, We're doing just fine. The machine field isn't the same as the lower realms. You have to be careful. There's no need to worry about us." Zhao Hai gave a nod. "I can't do anything in the meantime. Later, I'll inspect the room for some surveillance devices. If there aren't any, I will have you come out to get familiar with the environment." "Right. Did father-in-law and the others receive the magic runes?" Laura smiled and said, "They've seen them. In fact, they're very happy that they haven't gone out of their rooms for quite a while now." Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, Wild Dragon Island's laboratories were almost abandoned. Karen and the others moved to the small asteroid that was connected to the 100 Spirit Tree. The small asteroid was close to where Zhao Hai's villa was located. It had a surface area of about 100,000 square meters. A 100,000 square meter area was quite huge, so Zhao Hai had Karen and the others move into the asteroid. Not only Karen's group, the other people in Wild Dragon Island also decided to move. After all, the asteroid was many times bigger than Wild Dragon Island. Besides the asteroid, there were also 99 other fruits that the 100 Spirit Tree produced. But Zhao Hai didn't immediately use them. Although these 99 fruits weren't as huge as the asteroid, their use was still quite significant. They can be used as a spatial item, it can be farmed, and it can also help one's cultivation. It was a product that went against the will of the heavens. These fruits would surely have great uses in the future. Zhao Hai exchanged a few words with Laura and the others before stopping. After that, Zhao Hai began to focus on magic formations. There were countless magic formations in the machine field, and every magic formation was its own magic spell. These formations can be layered on top of one another in order to create even more varied effects. At present, it's highly probable that nobody in the machine field knew just how many magic formation effects there were. With the space's storage function, the more magic formations Zhao Hai condensed, the better. Naturally, he must take this opportunity and condense as much magic formations as he can. Zhao Hai understood that even if the academy was safe, once he left, nobody would be able to guarantee his safety. He didn't believe in the machine field's laws either. They were just there for the common people to follow. For those huge powers, these laws were simply useless. Moreover, Zhao Hai had offended Frey, who was from the Wind Spirit Plane. People from this plane were pivotal beings in the Wind God Palace. Frey and his people might not deal with him inside the academy, but once Zhao Hai left, it was difficult to say whether these people would try to attack him or not. If his strength was insufficient, even if there was the space, Zhao Hai would still have to turtle in order to survive, and that wasn't what he plans to do. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was somewhat afraid. If he always hid inside the space, then sooner or later, someone would get wind of its existence. When that time comes, the troubles coming for him would be even bigger. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use the present time to promote his fighting strength. Chapter 1085, Laying Cards Out on the Table. Zhao Hai stopped condensing formations when dinner time came. During this time, Zhao Hai managed to condense more than 20 magic formations. People would be shocked by this speed, but to Zhao Hai, this was nothing. After condensing his first magic formation, Zhao Hai managed to get the feel of the process. Because of this, he was able to condense magic formations much easier later on. At this point, Zhao Hai could branch his spiritual force out into 5 threads while maintaining their accuracy. This allowed him to condense more than 20 magic formations in such a short period of time. These magic formations weren't just from the dark element, he also condensed formations from the other departments. After all, he was an all-element mage. It wouldn't be strange for him to use magic from the other elements. Zhao Hai proceeded to head towards the cafeteria. After seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Dins and the others gave him their greetings. Seeing Zhao Hai's beaming appearance, Dins couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Little Hai, did you do anything worth celebrating?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he replied, "I just learned some beautiful magic." Of course it's a happy event. When Dins heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "You boastful brat. Today's your second day of class. What magic could you have learned? Aren't you still learning about magic runes?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right. I just didn't expect that magic formations would be this strong. For the people of the machine field to reach this level of research regarding magic formations, I really admire their efforts." Dins sighed and said, "The upper realm is really the upper realm. Their magic formations have completely surpassed our expectations. Moreover, these past few days, I've been reading about their void condensing formation technique in my computer. To be honest, it looked extremely formidable." The others agreed with a nod. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned his hand, making a pile of snacks appear. These snacks were famous in the Ark continent, therefore Zhao Hai's space didn't lack these things. In order to avert suspicions, the snacks were cold. He also took out several bottles of liquor. Dins and the others couldn't help but stare at what Zhao Hai took out. After some time, Dins pointed at the items and said, "Little Hai, where did you get these things?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I got it from the lower realms." "Where do you think I got them from?" "These are famous snacks back home. Everyone have a taste of our liquor too." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dins quickly said, "Since that is the case, then we would have to be impolite. I didn't expect an ascended expert like you to bring these things along. It's quite strange." Zhao Hai just faintly smiled as he replied, "I'm still quite young, so naturally I still enjoy these things. Unlike you old deities who don't eat commoner food." Even if these old men knew that Zhao Hai was ridiculing them, they couldn't say anything back. When they were about to ascend, they didn't know that the upper realms would be like this. They thought that they would become immortal gods. Since this was the case, then they won't need material possessions anymore. Some of them even left their spatial equipment with their families. Zhao Hai didn't tell them that he had started condensing magic formations. From what Zhao Hai can see, it seems like these old men had yet to condense their first magic formation. If he tells them that he has, then they might feel down. After sharing a meal and chatting with everyone, Zhao Hai returned to his own room. But this time, he didn't immediately condense magic formations. Instead, he sat in front of the computer and looked up information about the Spirit Wind Plane and the Wind God Palace. He offended Frey, so it's possible that he had already become their enemy. The news he gained made Zhao Hai almost jump in fright. Just as Margaret said, the Spirit Wind Plane couldn't be underestimated. It was a plane that specialized in producing ascenders. Almost every year someone would ascend from that plane. Moreover, these ascenders were very close to each other. Offending one of them equated to offending all ascenders from the Spirit Wind Plane. Additionally, almost all of the Spirit Wind Plane ascenders were talents in the wind element. Because of this, Wind God Palace had been recruiting them year after year. This allowed the plane to gain a pivotal position inside the church. Also, the Wind God Palace was one of the major churches in the Church Alliance. At the same time, their strength inside the Alliance can be said to be one of the top. It was a huge power. The entire machine field was controlled by three major powers, with the Church Alliance being one of them. With the status of the Wind God Palace inside the Church Alliance, it certainly held great power. Zhao Hai never expected that he would offend such a huge group. Upon thinking up to here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like being Loki in the machine realm wouldn't do him any good. With that thought in mind, Zhao Hai turned the computer off and then began to condense more formations. Zhao Hai stopped at midnight. At this point, he had already condensed about 50 magic formations. Even locally born experts of the machine realm wouldn't be able to do that. The next day went accordingly. After eating with Dins and the others, Zhao Hai proceeded towards his classroom. But to his surprise, Margaret was already waiting for him inside. Zhao Hai hastily gave his greetings. "I've been unfair to Instructor Margaret. I'm sorry for being late." Margaret shook her head and said, "You're not late. I just came early." "Take a seat. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai complied immediately and sat down. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It is a custom in the Ascender Academy to study magic formations during the first month. Generally, if you still haven't learned anything after the first month, you will be turned over to a robot instructor. After learning magical runes, your instructor would then teach you about void condensing formation technique. After that, You will go to a church in order to further study. However, your progress has surpassed my expectations. Have you learned how to arrange magic formations? Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, I have learned how to arrange formations. Margaret gave a nod. I have already contacted the school about this, so you don't have to come here anymore. In the future, I can just directly contact you. Here, this is for you. It is a small computer with a call function. Then Margaret threw a wristband-looking thing towards Zhao Hai. It was silvery and bright. Zhao Hai wore the wristband and then tried to operate it. Honestly, it was more convenient to use than computers. When operating it, there was a light screen that acted just like a monitor. It's very good. Zhao Hai stopped playing with the wrist computer after a while. Meanwhile, Margaret just left him to explore the device. When Zhao Hai stopped, she said, "My contact number has already been saved in that device. You can use it to talk to me directly. What you need to learn right now is how to condense magic formations. The more familiar you are to condensing magic formations, the quicker you would be. After you leave the academy, your speed will decide whether you live or die." Zhao Hai nodded. He already understood this aspect. But with the space, the matter of speed was nothing. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I will be open to you." You ascended inside the Ashley family's Bone Symbol Camp's domain. Later on, after you leave the academy, someone from the Bone Symbol Camp will invite you to join the camp. I'm also from the Bone Symbol Camp. It seems like our leader has been paying attention to you, so he sent me over. Our Ashley family is also a member of the Church Alliance and is one of the most important members of the Dark Church. The Bone Symbol Camp was the Ashley family's most famous outer sect camp, but now it has fallen. However, this Ascender Academy is still controlled by us. I hope that you will choose our camp when you graduate. Our leader has already told me that we have stopped monitoring you at school. The surveillance device inside your robot butler has also been removed. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai stared. He already knew that Margaret was from a powerful group, but he didn't expect her to lay everything on the table. But he still believed Margaret's words. If she really wanted him to join the Ashley clan, then she wouldn't deceive him with this matter. Moreover, with the innate skill that he showed, he was certainly worth being groomed by the Ashley family. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Instructor, rest assured, if nothing happens, then I would like to join the Bone Symbol Camp. However, I hope that the instructor could help me look after Dins and the others. If you can, please recruit them to the camp as well." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "If I tell the camp leader, I'm sure he will agree. Since I've already interacted with you, the other powers would know to not get in touch with you. But since our Bone Symbol Camp has been very low-key recently, there would be some blind fellows who will try to contact you. I hope that you can make your decision clear to them. After you head back, read about the Bone Symbol Camp's situation. Don't just look at the overall statistics. Also pay attention to the casualty rates of the camps in recent years. You are a smart one, you should understand what I mean by this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Instructor can rest assured, I understand." "But instructor, I managed to offend someone from the Wind God Palace. If I join the Ashley family, won't I bring trouble along with me?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and calmly replied, "The Ashley family is a dark mage family. We aren't afraid to face trouble." Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, instructor, I understand." Margaret nodded. Then she said, "It might be inconvenient for you to condense formations inside your room. You can go to the grounds to condense your formations and then try to see its power. I'll give you two things. This first one will allow you to use a special room in the practice grounds. Besides you, nobody would be able to enter this room. This other one is a formation used to adjust the density of spiritual chi. After 1 month, this formation will adjust the concentration of spiritual chi around you. This way, you will be accustomed to the normal amount of spiritual chi by the time you graduate." Then she threw two things over to Zhao Hai. Chapter 1086 to 1090. Chapter 1086. Special Robot Store. Zhao Hai looked at the two things he received. One looked like a card that you use in hotels. It also had a room number on it. The other one was a metal plate that had a small magic circle. It wasn't very heavy and looked much like an ornament. However, Zhao Hai knew that the magic formation was more than just a decoration. He deposited the two items in the space before expressing his gratitude to Margaret. Margaret nodded and said, "I hope that you can live up to our expectations. Don't waste the camp leader's efforts. I've already taught you everything I can. What you need to do now is to learn the void condensing formation technique. Your further development will depend on your efforts. After you go back, you can look at how others layer their magic formations. However, don't waste your time mimicking their style. You need to pave your own road. Understand?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Instructor, feel relieved." "I know what to do." Margaret nodded. Then she left the room. Seeing Margaret leave, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He didn't expect to be on someone's sights this quickly. Moreover, now that he entered the struggle of the machine field, it seems like withdrawing was impossible. Although it can be seen that Margaret wasn't forcing Zhao Hai to join the Bone Symbol Camp after he graduates, there was a veiled threat in between her words. Margaret told him that this Ascender Academy was under the Bone Symbol Camp's control, and it seems like they can dictate where someone can go after they graduate. Also, since they can take the surveillance device away, this also meant that the Bone Symbol Camp had formidable control in this academy. If he didn't join the Bone Symbol Camp, then he might not have a very good future. Internal struggles exist everywhere. The machine field wasn't exempted. The Wind God Palace wouldn't dare deal with the Ashley family. However, if Zhao Hai joins the other powers, then the Ashley family might not mind killing him. The reason Zhao Hai had this thought was because he had been showing shocking talent in these past couple of days. Studying magical runes would take others months to memorize, but he only did it in 2 days. Others might start to practice the void condensing formation technique by the time they graduate, but Zhao Hai was doing it right now. These caused powerful groups to take notice of him, especially the Ashley family. Other powers might not be aware of Zhao Hai's talents, but the Ashley family was clearly aware of it because of Margaret. If Zhao Hai doesn't join the Ashley family, then the family definitely wouldn't allow him to join other powers. In the eyes of the Ashley family, Zhao Hai was someone who has a good chance of being a powerful expert. Letting this person join a group other than them would be impossible. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only join the Ashley family. However, Zhao Hai doesn't object to joining the family. What he needed to do now was to understand the Bone Symbol Camp's situation. Moreover, Zhao Hai needed to have the old mages join the Bone Symbol Camp as well. This was for self-preservation. With the old mages together with him, his future would be more secure. The machine field was a strange new place. Being in a group was definitely much better than being all alone. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai stood up. He was preparing to head to the shops in order to see whether there were any anti-surveillance devices. If there were any, he was prepared to buy one. This didn't mean that he didn't trust Margaret's words. Since Margaret said that they had removed all of the surveillance equipment, then those should have already been removed. This was the Ashley family's way of showing their sincerity. Zhao Hai wanted to buy anti-surveillance equipment not because of the Ashley family, but because of the other powers. The Ashley family's intent of stopping any surveillance on him wasn't necessarily shared by the other powers. At the very least, Zhao Hai wanted to be assured. Zhao Hai had always been a careful person, and since he was in a strange new environment, he needed to be extra careful. Margaret's words weren't enough to make him feel relieved. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He really wished to ascend without any problem so that he could bring his wives to explore new places. But now it seems like this would be impossible. The struggles of the upper realm wasn't any better than the lower realm. Bringing Tinkle along, Zhao Hai went to the elevator and headed towards the shops. After looking through the shops, he was finally able to spot the place he wanted to find. A special robot store. Gu Minayu recommended Zhao Hai to look for this shop in order to remove any surveillance devices installed inside Tinkle. Zhao Hai had always kept this suggestion in mind. Although Gu Minayu wasn't an upper-level staff in the academy, he still had some information that only people from lower levels knew. Because of this, he can tell Zhao Hai about these special robot stores. Zhao Hai inspected the shop. It looked just like any other shop. It didn't have any special qualities. If not for Gu Minyu, Zhao Hai wouldn't have paid attention to this place. After seeing nothing special, Zhao Hai brought Tinkle inside. Just as he entered the store, a robot immediately welcomed him. This robot wasn't an advanced one and it had the same appearance as Tinkle. However, Zhao Hai was surprised since this robot didn't have any clanking sounds that Tinkle always had. When the robot arrived in front of Zhao Hai, it gave a bow and said, "Mr. Welcome. Is there something we can help you with?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "I want to modify my robot butler." "Can you do that?" The robot immediately said, "Of course, please come with me." Then it gestured towards Zhao Hai. The robot's movements weren't stiff at all. Moreover, it can give answers very quickly. At the same time, it didn't seem to have programmed responses. This caused Zhao Hai to be more curious about this shop. From outside the shop, you can see ordinary robot parts and electronics. It looked like any other shop of its kind. But as the robot led Zhao Hai further in, things began to become different. Behind the shop was a repair station with a lot of old robot components piled up. A person was sitting on the pile while manipulating a robot placed in front of him. As Zhao Hai entered the room with the robot suddenly said, "Hey, sober up. This gentleman here wants to modify his robot butler." Upon hearing the robot, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. The robot was actually speaking like a human. It seems like this was the setting the robot was given. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel interested about this person. The man turned his head towards Zhao Hai. Seeing the person's face, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. His age didn't seem to be high, maybe around 30 years old. His face was a bit pale and he had ordinary work clothes on. He looked very ordinary aside from his fiery eyes. The man looked at Zhao Hai and quickly gave his greetings as he said, "Mister, you want to modify your robot butler?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I just ascended from the lower realms and the academy gave me this robot butler, so I'm here to modify it." When he heard Zhao Hai, the man's eyes turned bright before he said, "Since the robot is given by the academy, then it should be fine. Why do you want to modify it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just want a robot butler that is completely loyal to me. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The man's eyes turned brighter. He nodded and said, "It seems like you've been introduced by a friend. I know what you want. What else do you require?" Zhao Hai said, "I want it to help me scan my room for any surveillance device. I'm someone who doesn't want to be monitored." The man nodded. Then he held his wrist computer out and typed some things out as he said, "Go on, say all of your requests in one go." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Make him more advanced, not easily damaged, and store more energy so that it wouldn't need to charge every day. It would be best for it to last a long time. I also want it to know some knowledge about the machine field's machinery. And that doesn't mean just robot repair. I want it to know how to tinker with other things. Naturally, since it is a robot butler, I don't need it to fight. Instead, make sure that it can attend to my everyday needs." After the man recorded everything, he looked at the list and couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, "Let me tell you the truth. I can certainly do all of this, but I think that it would be a waste. If you want all of these functions, then you could just buy a more advanced robot. Not only can advanced robots meet your requirements, they can do it much better than this one. Do you want to change your request?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he nodded as he said, "Since that is the case, then I'll do what you say." Then he gestured to Tinkle and said, "Just make sure that it doesn't have any sounds whenever it moves. Also, make its battery last longer. As for the advanced robot, I'll take whatever Mr. recommends me. As long as it meets my requirements, then it's fine. But it needs to be able to connect to the network at any time." The man smiled and said, "No problem. Being connected to the network is the most basic function that everyone wants, so there's no need to worry about that. Making your robot butler silent and last longer is very simple. You can leave him to me right now and come back after an hour or so. You can take a stroll around the shop to kill time. As for your new robot, it would take me 3 days to make it match your requests." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "All right, I'll leave Tinkle to you first. Do I go outside to choose my advanced robot? The man replied, what's outside are ordinary goods. They're no good. If you trust me, I can choose for you. I have some robots I assembled myself. Although their functions are inferior to those bought outside, I can guarantee that they are more easy to use. Moreover, they are made out of better materials. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, since you're recommended by a friend, I'll trust Mr.'s choice. The man gave Zhao Hai a look before he laughed and said, you're an interesting fellow. I like you. And don't call me Mr. My name is Chi Yi. You can call me Ah Yi. Zhao Hai smiled and said, so it is Manager Chi Yi. You have an interesting name. Then I'll be calling you Ah Yi from now on. Ah Yi, let's go see the robots you recommend. Chi Yi smiled and said, okay, right. What's your name? You still haven't told me. Zhao Hai quickly replied, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm called Zhao Hai. You can also call me Ah Hai. Chi Yi smiles and said, good, let's go see my robots. Also, who told you to come see me? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's Mr. Gu Minayu. He's a reception staff. We got along well, so he told me about your shop and to make sure to come visit in order to modify Tinkle. Since someone from the academy told me that the surveillance on my robot was removed, I decided to come here since I'm not an expert in robots. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Chi Yi stared for a moment before his eyes shone. Then he replied, oh, if that's the case, then there's no problem. If that's what they said, then it means that you're a genius. You can rest assured. If they said that the surveillance has been removed, then nobody in the academy will be monitoring you. If they removed their surveillance on you and other parties still dared to look into your actions, then this only means that the other party is being hostile. This will most likely cause a conflict. I reckon that only a few people would dare take such a risk. Zhao Hai replied, is that so? I really didn't know. It seems like coming over to you was the correct decision. Right. How about having dinner with me? I also have some friends from the academy. I hope we can share a few cups together. Chi Yi looked at Zhao Hai and said, how long have you been in the academy? You already made a few friends. Alright, that's not an issue. Come over at night, I'll be waiting. As he said that, the two arrived at a door. Chi Yi put his hand on the door before it opened. Then the two proceeded to enter a room. This room was about 100 square meters. It wasn't small at all. Inside the room was a huge display of robots. These robots were all humanoid. They don't look beautiful, but all of them were very clean and well polished. Chapter 1087. You're from the Bone Symbol Camp? Zhao Hai inspected the robots. They were evidently much better than Tinkle. At the very least, the facial features of these robots were closer to being human. Their joints looked more flexible as well. Chi Yi looked at these robots with the looks that one might give a lover. Then he said, all robots in this room are assembled by me. The parts used to make them are also slowly being processed by me. They're not made by some huge company. These robots are my unique products. Looking at Chi Yi's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Chi Yi truly had an unparalleled attraction to robots. All of these robots were actually made entirely by him. It was an amazing feat if you think about it. After some time, Chi Yi let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, you and me are destined to be friends. You can choose any one of these robots. Zhao Hai looked at Chi Yi and smiled. Alright, then I'll have to thank you in advance. But since you made these robots, I'll have to ask you to choose one that can match me the most. In any case, you'll also be the one to modify them. When he heard Zhao Hai, Chi Yi couldn't help but ask, you trust me that much? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, just like you said, we're destined to be friends. And from what I can see, you're a guy I can trust. Chi Yi suddenly laughed. Alright, then it's settled. You can come back 3 days later. I can assure you that you won't be disappointed by our robot. Let's head out. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else and just followed Chi Yi out of the room. Outside the workshop, Zhao Hai looked at Chi Yi and said, Chi Yi, with your ability, you should be capable enough to make your own company. Why do you only have a small shop in the academy? Chi Yi forced a smile as he replied, Supporting this academy is the Ashley family's Bone Symbol Camp. I'm from the camp myself. However, I don't like magic and would prefer studying robots. People like me won't get accepted anywhere except the Bone Symbol Camp. This shop isn't even mine. I don't operate this shop to make money. I'm just handling it on behalf of the camp." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Qi Yi to also be part of the Bone Symbol Camp. He looked at Qi Yi and said, "I've just recently heard about the Bone Symbol Camp. I heard that this ascending point is controlled by them. Are you an ascender as well?" Qi Yi just gave a bitter smile as he answered, "How is that possible? With my skill, I won't even be able to ascend. As you can see, my talent is just ordinary. However, I like to research robots, and the ones I make aren't inferior to the ones made by huge companies. Because of this ability, I was able to be recruited by the Bone Symbol Camp. In my opinion, the machine realm is just like the lower realms. There are powerful beings and then there are the commoners. I'm just a commoner in this realm, not any different from commoners from the lower realms. If not for my talent in robotics, it would be impossible for me to be invited by the Bone Symbol Camp's leader." Zhao Hai looked at Qi Yi in confusion, then he asked, "Why did you join the Bone Symbol Camp?" Qi Yi smiled and said, "Doesn't your lower realm have a division between nobles and commoners? If you are a commoner and then suddenly you've been invited by a noble to join their clan, wouldn't you accept?" Zhao Hai began to understand Qi Yi's decision. He nodded and said, "I understand. But is the Bone Symbol Camp good? I heard that they're somewhat declining." Qi Yi coldly snorted and said, "Bone Symbol Camp hasn't declined. However, it's just different from the other camps who employ brutal training methods. In the Bone Symbol Camp, everyone is a friend, a brother. The camp leader never eliminates anybody and had everyone play to their strengths. In the other camps, everyone is an enemy and competitor. Every camp would add people to their numbers every year, some even reaching 100 people annually. Those who survive will be recruited. The Bone Symbol Camp doesn't follow this path. Aside from deaths during battle, nobody dies when training. Because of this, the Bone Symbol Camp is somewhat weaker than the other camps, making it seem like we're declining." Zhao Hai nodded. Looking at Zhao Hai's response, Qi Yi's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "Why don't you join the Bone Symbol Camp? That would be fantastic. If that is the case, then I will give the robot to you for free." When he heard Qi Yi, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Qi Yi was truly a straightforward person. Although he understood some worldly wisdom, he still falls short compared to those old foxes. If other powers wanted to recruit Zhao Hai, the conditions they would provide would certainly be very good. Compared to those offers, a little robot would be nothing. However, Zhao Hai can see the Bone Symbol Camp's attitude by looking at Qi Yi. If nobody protected people like Qi Yi when they entered other camps, then they would certainly be long dead. Qi Yi living up to this point was actually an abnormality. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then give me a good one. I have already promised Instructor Margaret to join the Bone Symbol Camp. The people we're going to dine with will also be joining the camp. If there's a chance, I'll have them visit so that they can have their robot butlers be modified too." Qi Yi patted his chest and said, "Just hand them over to me. I might not be good at anything else, but when it comes to robots, there's nothing I can't accept. Have all of them send their robots over." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then after leaving Tinkle behind, he left the shop to explore the other shops. It can be said that this area had too many stores, but this time, Zhao Hai didn't buy anything. He was a lower realm ascender with no backers. If he showed off by wantonly buying a lot of things, then people might begin to get suspicious. Moreover, things sold in these stores would certainly be available anywhere else in the machine field. As long as he graduated from the academy, he could just buy what he wants outside. Therefore, there's no need to be anxious at this time. 1 hour passed and lunch time was approaching, so Zhao Hai returned to Qi Yi's shop. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Qi Yi immediately invited him in and said, "Come, take a look at your robot." Then he took Zhao Hai to the workshop. Upon entering, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. In the middle of the room was a robot. He could see from its head that it was Tinkle, but the body seems to be new, making Tinkle more pleasing to look at. Looking at Zhao Hai's reaction, Qi Yi proudly smiled and said, What do you think? The robot now has an automatic solar charging system as well as a noise suppression upgrade. Most importantly, I've installed an anti-surveillance device inside to make sure that nobody will monitor you. Take it. Return for your other robot in 3 days. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Alright, thank you. Ah Yi, don't forget our evening meal." Qi Yi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget." After that, Zhao Hai brought Tinkle to the academy's cafeteria. Dins and the others were already waiting for him inside. Currently, Dins and the others also have their own instructors. However, since their instructors were part-time, they weren't as approachable as Margaret. Nevertheless, the old mages still take their regular classes. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Dins immediately called him over. Dins and the others were also quick to discover Tinkle's changes. Dins looked at Tinkle and said, "Little Hai, did you have Tinkle modified? It looks very good." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "It really does. There's a special robot shop in the market that can modify your robots. I've reached an agreement with the shop's manager to have your robots be modified as well." Dins and the others had already regarded Zhao Hai as one of them. They also knew that Zhao Hai didn't lack money. Because of this, they didn't decline his goodwill. Dins nodded and said, "Alright, when do we send the robots?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This afternoon. I've invited the manager to have dinner with us. You can use this chance to have your robots modified. By tomorrow, you should be able to get them back." Dins stared. He looked confused as he asked, "Do you know the manager? You even asked him to have dinner?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I just talked to him and judging by his character, I decided to invite him to dinner. He's also a machine field native. Talking to him will give us more understanding about the machine field." Dins nodded. "Alright, we'll go meet him. Having friends here will give us advantages in the future. After all, the academy doesn't teach us everything." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the others and said, "How about we meet here at 5 o'clock? Then we'll set off to the store to look for Qi Yi. Don't forget to bring your robots. You're going to leave them behind so that Qi Yi can modify them." Dins and the others nodded. However, the faces of several people don't seem quite right. Zhao Hai mentioned modifying their robots multiple times now. These old men were also old foxes, so they knew that Zhao Hai might be hinting at something. However, none of them said anything as though they didn't get anything from what Zhao Hai said. After lunch, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Upon entering, Zhao Hai turned to Tinkle and said, "Tinkle, inspect the room. See whether there are any surveillance devices hidden inside." Tinkle responded, "Yes, young master." Then Tinkle's eyes emitted flashing red lights as they scanned the entire room. After some time, Tinkle stopped and said, "Young master, there are no monitoring devices inside the room. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he began to relax. However, he didn't immediately let Laura and the others out. Instead, he sat down and practiced his magic formations. At the same time, he had Kair monitor Qi Yi's actions to see if he was really sincere in helping him modify his robot. If Qi Yi changed anything, then Zhao Hai will not take Laura and the others out. Chapter 1088, Unusual Level Division. Zhao Hai's condensation of magic formations was getting faster and faster. At this point, he could already condense 10 formations at once. But compared to the total amount of known magic formations in the machine field, his speed was still far from enough. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried as he continued to condense 10 magic formations at the same time. Each batch needed 10 minutes to be finished. He could now condense at least 50 formations every hour. Such speed has never been seen before and might never be seen again. Moreover, Zhao Hai's condensed magic formations weren't as simple as that. Every magic formation that Zhao Hai condensed has been recorded by the space. Then Kair would take these formations and run them under the scanner. This way, the space could come up with the most appropriate combinations. In the machine field, the level of a mage depended on the number of magic formations they could layer on top of another. The overall division came in 10 levels. The levels were divided as so. First-level mages were those who could layer less than 5 formations. Second-level mages could layer 5 to 10 formations. Third level mages would be 10 to 50 formations. Fourth level mages needed 50 to 100. Fifth level, 100 to 500. Sixth level is 500 to 1000. Seventh level is 1000 to 3000. Eighth level ranges from 3000 to 5000. Ninth level, 5,000 to 10,000, and then 10th level was over 10,000 layered formations. Nobody knew for how long the machine field has existed, but magic theory had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. But until now, the highest level mage could only reach the 9th level. There has never been a 10th level mage. The most powerful 9th level mage could only layer 9,999 magic formations. Achieving 10,000 layered formations seemed to be impossible. It can be said that layered formations were the symbol of strength in the machine field. Moreover, with the number of magic formations present in the machine field, layering them together was an almost impossible feat. In fact, in the current machine field, it was speculated that even the most senior mage couldn't layer 3,000 magic formations together. This meant that currently, nobody had reached 8th level. The most powerful mage of this generation was at the 7th level. Layering 3,000 magic formations together needed a massive amount of time to accomplish. Also, in the middle of battle, where would one find time to spend in order to arrange such a huge formation? It was practically impossible. But if you only use a few layers of formations, they would be too weak to fight against other experts. In the world of cultivation, the cultivation speed of every realm was almost the same at the early stages. In the machine field, mages that can layer 5 formations could resist against a forged body expert. If you follow the Divine Realms metric, then forged body experts were equivalent to 9th rank or demigod rank experts. As for mages that can layer 10 formations together, they would be equal to chi condensation experts, god ranks to peak god ranks. Cultivating to this stage generally wouldn't take a long time. Wanting to layer 10 to 50 formations wasn't that difficult either. As long as one can layer 30 magic formations, then this meant that they had already reached foundation establishment. Most mages would be stuck at this level. There were a lot of mages that would never go beyond 3rd level. But for the cultivators, foundation establishment was just the beginning of their path of cultivation. It can be said that only 1 in 100 cultivators could reach foundation establishment. For mages, this ratio drops down to 1 in 10,000. In this case, mages would find it hard to go against cultivators. The power divide between warriors in the machine field was also the same as the mages. However, the warriors didn't base their levels on how much magic formations they can layer on top of another. Instead, they based their strength on how far their sword chi could reach. Their division of level was also very simple. It was just like the mages, but the numerical values were multiplied by 100. For example, first-level warriors could release their sword chi for less than 500 meters. Second-level warriors is 500 meters to 1 kilometer, and so on. The highest-level warrior could release his sword chi as far as 1 million meters. Naturally, this level only existed in legends. One needed to note that the term sword chi was only a generalization. This didn't mean that it was energy released using a sword. There were warriors in the machine field that use weapons that were not swords. As long as they can launch their energy to a certain extent, they would be similarly ranked. Because of this system, mages and warriors of the machine field found it hard to go against experts from other realms. In the end, they could only rely on the might of battleships and magic meshs. As for Zhao Hai, he was just concentrating on condensing magic formations in the meantime. He wasn't planning to layer magic formations yet. He was planning to try it inside the space and not in the academy. Even if he was alone in a secluded part of the academy, Zhao Hai still thought that it wouldn't be safe. Therefore, he could only do it inside the space. By afternoon, Zhao Hai managed to condense several hundred magic formations. After looking at the time, he stopped and went out of his room to head towards the cafeteria. Seeing that Dins and the others were already in the cafeteria, Zhao Hai quickly called them over so that they could head to the shops. There was a small advantage to being in the academy. It didn't matter if it was the shops or the cafeteria. All of them were open all the time. You can buy items and eat food whenever you want. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside the strange robot shop. Qi Yi was still busy inside the workshop and would be for a long time. When Zhao Hai arrived, he stopped working as he laughed and said, "Hi, you're here." "As you can see, I've been busy with work." Zhao Hai smiles and said, "It's all right. Let me introduce you. They are recent ascenders to the machine field. They're just a little bit older than me. I'll have to trouble you to modify their robots as well. We'll be leaving their robots here for now. Just tell them when they can get them back." Qi Yi laughed and said, "You guys really want me to work, huh? All right, rest assured, I will complete everything in time." Then after greeting Zhao Hai, he proceeded to greet the old men. After the two sides exchanged their greetings, Zhao Hai brought everyone to the first floor restaurant. This time, the restaurant was chosen by Qi Yi. This restaurant was simply called Academy Restaurant. It wasn't a large one nor did it look anything special. Once they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Hai turned his head towards Dins and the others as he said, "Everyone, there's something I need to tell you. The Ascender Academy that we're in is controlled by the Ashley family's Bone Symbol Camp. The people from the camp has already contacted me and hoped that I could join them after I graduate. I also told them that it would be great if everyone here can join." Dins and the others stared. To be honest, they were completely unaware about this matter. Zhao Hai scanned them and then continued, "From what I understand, besides the Bone Symbol Camp, the other powers that recruit Ascenders employ the survival of the fittest mindset. They would carry on brutal training in order to eliminate the weak. Those who stay behind are recruited while the others would be dead. The Bone Symbol Camp doesn't do the same program. As long as you join the camp, they will make sure that you play to your own strength. At the same time, they would arrange jobs that is appropriate to your abilities." Qi Yi is someone from the Bone Symbol Camp. Since he is only interested in robots, the camp leader had him manage a robot shop in the academy. "Everyone should be able to understand what I want to say. You aren't like the young Ascenders, so people from the machine field wouldn't place great importance on your existence. If you join other camps, then you will certainly be treated as cannon fodder. Because of this, I'd like all of us to join the Bone Symbol Camp. Then later on, we can take care of each other. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Dins and the others turned silent. They weren't fools. Conversely, they had gained rich experience from the lower realms, so they knew how people acted. There were a lot of stronger people among the young Ascenders, therefore they couldn't help but believe Zhao Hai. Additionally, they were aware that joining a camp together meant that they can protect each other more effectively. The old men looked at each other before they nodded. After that, Barlet said, "Rest assured, little Hai, we understand what you're saying. Since you want us to join the Bone Symbol Camp, then everyone will follow you." The others nodded, showing their agreement. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's good that everyone agrees. Since Qi Yi is also from the Bone Symbol Camp, we will have to trouble him to modify your robot butlers. This is because there are monitoring devices inside each of your robots. Your every action and movement have fallen to the other people's attention. We'll have Qi Yi help you to remove these devices. After all of us are now part of the same family." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the faces of Dins and the others changed. They turned to look at Qi Yi for affirmation. Qi Yi couldn't hide his excitement. In the past, old mages like them would join other camps to be cannon fodder instead of the Bone Symbol Camp. Because of this, the Bone Symbol Camp was lacking in numbers. Having this much people join at the same time naturally made him happy. Looking at the old mages' expressions, Qi Yi immediately nodded and said, "Right. Each of your robot butlers has monitoring devices inside them, and these devices don't only send information to one or two people, but to multiple groups at once. These people would gauge you depending on your performance. If you can meet their standards, then they will contact you to invite you over to their camp." Dins and the others' faces were somewhat ugly. They didn't expect their day-to-day life to be monitored. This was basically like throwing their undergarments out into the streets. Nobody would be able to endure it. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, "I know that a lot of people will contact you when the time comes, and they might give you a lot of good benefits. But you should also know that your lives are your most important possession. Under such brutal training, you cannot guarantee your survival. Also, we are a minority group. Even if you get promised good conditions, nobody can guarantee that they will follow through with their promise. Therefore, I hope that all of us can enter the same camp so that we can help each other. Chapter 1089, Connecting to the Network. Dins and the others nodded. They're already late into their ages, past the times when one would want glory and power. To the current them, survival was more important than anything. Therefore, as soon as they heard Zhao Hai, all of them thought that his words were reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Earlier, I looked up the situation with the Ashley family's bone symbol camp online. Although they don't seem to differ compared to the other camps, they were even seen as declining. But after going through the bone symbol camp's casualties in the past 10 years, their ratio only came up to 1 to 1,000. And when carrying out special tasks, they would have a casualty rate of 1 to 5. In other words, in 5 people, only 1 would die. Meanwhile, the other camps would have a casualty rate of 1 to 1. This means that there are times that all of their recruits die during missions. It's a very brutal statistic. If everyone is interested, you can look it up yourselves." Dins and the others nodded. They will look it up. But this didn't mean that they didn't believe Zhao Hai. They just wanted to see this casualty rate with their own eyes. They believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't deceive them with this matter. There simply was no need to do so. As long as they go back, they can prove it themselves. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "We didn't ascend here just to die. Therefore, joining the bone symbol camp is our best choice. Even a low allowance wouldn't be a problem." And from what I had looked up, the bone symbol camp's allowance wasn't even that low. Dins nodded and said, "Just like what Little Hai said, we didn't ascend in order to become cannon fodder. It would be best for everyone if we can enter the bone symbol camp. This way, we can take care of each other." The others also gave their agreement. Seeing that everyone has agreed, Zhao Hai said, "Good, since everyone agrees, then I don't have anything else to say. Come, let's drink. Let's work hard together and enter the bone symbol camp." The others raised their glasses and cheered. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to say all of this at this time was because the robot butlers were currently left behind in Qi Yi's shop. Moreover, the restaurant that they were currently in didn't have any monitoring devices. Of course, this was something that Zhao Hai asked Qi for. The Ascender Academy that Zhao Hai was currently in was closely monitored by the bone symbol camp. There were only a few places that didn't have any surveillance device. Zhao Hai knew about this point, so he asked Qi Yi for a restaurant that wasn't monitored. Because of this, they were now inside this specific restaurant. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their own rooms. Zhao Hai checked the internet for a while before going back to condensing formations. For the following days, Zhao Hai's life went normally. Every day, he would go to the cafeteria to have breakfast, then he would go to the classroom in order to get a lecture. After that, he returned to his room and whatever he liked. Zhao Hai had yet to release Laura and the others. However, he kept monitoring Qi Yi in the past 3 days. He wanted to see whether Qi Yi really didn't want to monitor him or was he just feigning ignorance. It didn't take a long time before Zhao Hai knew that Qi Yi was a genuine ally. The man seems to have a heavy obsession with robotics. He always stayed inside his shop. When it was time to eat, he would just have the cafeteria deliver food to him. Most of the time, he was in his workshop tinkering with robots. Dins and the others' robots were done being modified the day after they were sent in. Qi Yi didn't ask them for money. After all, in Qi Yi's eyes, Dins and the others were already people on his own side. Besides looking at Qi Yi's actions, Zhao Hai was also monitoring Dins and the others. Zhao Hai wanted to see if they would agree to being recruited by other people. 3 days went by fast. Zhao Hai got up early to eat before going to Qi Yi's shop. Today was the day he would get his new advanced robot. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of robot Qi Yi had prepared for him. Although he was monitoring Qi Yi, the moment Zhao Hai knew that he was an ally, he stopped. When Zhao Hai entered Qi Yi's shop, Qi wasn't there. Zhao Hai didn't need to be polite and just went straight to the workshop. Qi had already modified the robot in his shop to allow Zhao Hai entry. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't encounter any troubles as he went to the workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, Zhao Hai saw Qi being busy tinkering with a robot. This wasn't the robot that Zhao Hai saw back in that room 3 days ago. Instead, it was a robot with a high degree of human appearance. The body of this robot was covered with a biochemical skin. Its 2 eyes looked like genuine eyes. If not for its lack of emotion, one might mistake it as a real person. Zhao Hai can affirm that this wasn't his robot. This was because Qi's robots never had biochemical skin. To Qi, robots were robots. They were their own life forms and they didn't need to cater to humanistic standards regarding appearance. Although Zhao Hai thought otherwise, he didn't say anything. For people like Qi, this aspect was regarded as very important. Zhao Hai looked around the room and saw a robot at the side. He had seen this robot in the room back then. Its whole body was made out of shining metal. It wasn't very tall, only at about 1.8 meters. It had a somewhat human face, but it was still very far from robots with biochemical skins. Seeing that Qi was completely focused on his task, Zhao Hai gave out 2 light coughs. Qi quickly turned his head towards Zhao Hai. After grabbing Qi's attention, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ah Yi, I am here for my robot. How is it? Is it done?" Qi immediately said, "It's done. Take a look. It has everything you requested. What do you think? Do you want to leave your old robot here? Having this one is already enough." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's all right. There's no harm in having 2 robots. You seem to be busy. I'll take my leave." Qi nodded and said, "All right, come over later in the evening. How about we share a cup or 2? Zhao Hai agreed. "Get 2 meals delivered and we'll drink here." Qi nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left the shop along with his 2 robots. Since it was still time for classes, there were very few people wandering the shops. Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone as he was returning to his room. When he arrived at his room, Zhao Hai had Tinkle inspect the new robot. Finding that there were no monitoring devices on the robot, Zhao Hai began to feel relieved. Then he waved his hand and had Laura and the others come out. As soon as they came out, Laura and the others immediately cheered as they threw themselves towards Zhao Hai. Being hugged by several women, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel incomparable satisfaction. After some time, Laura and the others calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled as he said, "You're still unable to leave this room. However, you can browse the internet on the computer so that you can understand this world more. After I leave the academy, I'll find a way to provide all of you with machine field ID cards." Laura waved his hand and said, "It's fine, we like being inside the space anyway." "Brother Hai, I had father study the plate that Margaret gave you. He believed that it wouldn't take long before they can duplicate it. When the time comes, we would also be able to adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi." Zhao Hai nodded. "Good. After you go back, I'll also have Tinkle go along with you so that father and the others could see it. However, I can't have Tinkle enter the space for long. It wouldn't be good if people see me without my robot butler for a long period of time." Laura nodded. Zhao Hai took out several wrist computers and then handed them over to Laura and the others. This way, they could access the internet on their own. Computers in the machine field were much better than the ones in the space. Computers in the space didn't have any network connection. Because of this, computers can only perform basic functions. But in the machine field, computers were connected to each other, and in a degree 100 times more advanced than Earth. Therefore, it didn't take long for Laura and the others to be immersed on the internet. Zhao Hai just discovered that connecting to the machine field's internet didn't require any payment. Whether they were robots or computers, connecting to the network was free. While Laura and the others were accessing the net, Zhao Hai was on the side condensing magic formations. When dinner time arrived, Zhao Hai stopped what he was doing. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "All right. It's already late. You should go back. You can come over to play tomorrow." Laura and the others looked at the time, and it was indeed already late. However, Some of them were still reluctant to leave. Zhao Hai just smiled and had them download some content to their computer so that they could do something when they returned to the space. After waiting for Laura and the others to be done, Zhao Hai sent them over to the space along with Tinkle. But just as Tinkle entered the space, a prompt was suddenly heard. Robot from a high-rank science and technology civilization detected. Space upgraded to level 130. Host can now buy 10 high-ranking science and technology backgrounds and 50 ordinary backgrounds. Since the robot has advanced wireless connection to its source civilization, the space has now obtained the civilization's advanced wireless network function. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before a wave of happiness washed over him. He had always wanted to make a network inside the space. However, the computers had yet to become popular inside the space. Moreover, he didn't have any experience in making networks. He didn't expect the space to solve the problem for him. However, Zhao Hai suddenly thought that the space was now connected to the Machine Realms network. Did this mean that the space was now exposed? When he thought about this, he immediately called Care. Care, what does this mean? If the space can connect to the outside world, then does this mean that the space's secret will soon be discovered? Care smiled and said, "Young master, there's no need to worry. Although it can connect to the outside world's network, the space will not emit any signals. The space can only receive information, it cannot send." Upon hearing Care, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then his two eyes shone as he said, "Care, can you connect to secret bases of the machine field and steal their secrets?" Care shook her head and said, "I'm afraid we can't, young master. I just tried it. It seems like the machine field's public network is just a place to play around. Real secrets aren't connected to the public network and exist on isolated networks." Zhao Hai nodded. Although he felt helpless, he could also accept this fact. Nevertheless, this network would be extremely useful for the space. Turning his head to Care, Zhao Hai said, "Care, popularize the use of computers in the space's academies. Let everyone know about the machine field and let them see what kind of place it is." Care nodded. Looking at the time, Zhao Hai said, "All right, I need to head out. It wouldn't be good if I stay here for longer." Care nodded. Then Zhao Hai returned to his room. After reorganizing his thoughts, he proceeded towards the cafeteria. The space's connection to the internet was a crucial development for the people inside the space. This connection became a bridge that allowed the people to be aware about the massive world of cultivation outside. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that these people would want to leave. Because of the space's benefits, it was already common sense for them to stay inside. Compared to the intense competition in the machine field, the space was incomparably peaceful and rich. How could someone from the space think of leaving? At most, they would look at the situation outside as entertainment. Even the people inside the space couldn't help but pity the people in the machine field. These people were going all out in order to become stronger. Average people were also working extremely hard. The new technology was very helpful to Karen and the others. They can now get direct access to magic formations. This caused their research to be more relaxed than before. Being able to gain the machine field's foundation had saved them a lot of trouble. The only regrettable thing to all of this was the fact that the network was only limited to the machine field. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still blind about the situation of the other realms. Chapter 1090, Monthly Examination. Time quickly passed by, and unknowingly, Zhao Hai was already in the machine field for 1 month. In this month, Dins and the others already passed the requirements and rose to the second-floor classroom. Besides Zhao Hai, only 2 other ascenders were left on the first floor. Ascending didn't have a set time interval. Sometimes, there would be dozens of newcomers in 1 year, some years might even reach hundreds. But at the same time, there would also be times when only 1 person ascended. This situation was very normal. The 2 other ascenders on the first floor were young men. Zhao Hai tried to talk to them, but the 2 were full of vigilance towards him. Moreover, their arrogance was something that even Zhao Hai couldn't bear. In the end, Zhao Hai can only give up on them and focused on condensing magic formations instead. At this point, the number of magic formations that Zhao Hai had managed to condense had reached 100,000. Moreover, This wasn't the only improvement he had in this month. At this point, Zhao Hai can now condense 100 magic formations at the same time, and these 100 magic formations would be condensed in 5 minutes or so. Although Dins and the others had moved to the second floor, they didn't stop contacting Zhao Hai. The group ate their meals together almost every day. Naturally, Qi Yi would be part of this from time to time. Margaret also got in touch with Dins and the others to invite them to the Bone Symbol camp. This caused the old man to feel relieved. On the other hand, the time for Zhao Hai's monthly examination came. As long as he passed this examination, he would then be able to rise to the second floor. Additionally, the metal plate would begin to function. The magic formation on the metal plate would adjust the density of spiritual qi inside Zhao Hai's body. This would enable him to slowly adjust to the machine field's spiritual qi. When 1 year passes, he would then be able to fully adjust to the realm's environment. Zhao Hai was able to see the exam that Dins and the others underwent. However, upon seeing their exam, Zhao Hai was no longer sure what kind of exam he would face. The exam that Dins and the others took was the same test that Margaret had given Zhao Hai on his second day. In other words, Zhao Hai had already passed the monthly exam in his second day. This made the monthly examination redundant. Zhao Hai believed that Margaret wouldn't give him the same test. Although he was wondering about what his test would be, Zhao Hai didn't actually ask Margaret about it. He just continued to live his days on the first floor, either attending classes or staying inside his room condensing magic formations. The day of the test quickly arrived. Zhao Hai punctually arrived in his classroom before 9 o'clock. This time, he didn't bring his robots. The two were left behind his room accompanying Laura and the others. Zhao Hai believed that Margaret would also arrive in time, and sure enough, Margaret entered the room at 9. When she saw Zhao Hai, Margaret just said, "Follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Margaret was a quiet person and never said anything useless. Apart from giving lectures and answering questions, she generally kept quiet during classes. Zhao Hai was already used to her cold and quiet demeanor. Although it can be said that Margaret only instructed him for 3 days, these 3 days were the most important days for Zhao Hai. This was because it was in these 3 days that Margaret opened up Zhao Hai's path to being an expert. Magic theory was very suitable to Zhao Hai's cultivation method. As long as he had condensed a specific formation, he would no longer spend time in arranging it in the future since it would appear almost instantaneously. This also applies to layered formations. Although Zhao Hai was condensing magic formations in these past several days, he didn't relax when it comes to layering formations. Layering magic formations wasn't as simple as putting one formation on top of another. Layered formation came in many types. The simplest one of them was layering 2 of the same formations. For example, if Zhao Hai layers his summoning magic formation, he wouldn't need to spend a lot of time on it since there would be no conflicts between parts of the formation. Because of that, this type was said to be the simplest. However, this arrangement also meant that this type of layered formation was the weakest. If it was in numerical terms, it was just adding 1 to 1. The effect wasn't amplified that much. The most difficult layered formations were those who incorporated formations from multiple elements. Even layering 2 formations would prove difficult. But since this increased the resulting formation's geometric structure, the magic formation would be very powerful. In the machine field, there were people who tried to make the strongest layered formation using computers. However, there had yet to be any success. Computers weren't omnipotent, and even if it managed to calculate the strongest combination, the requirements to condense such formation would be extremely strict, to the point where no errors should happen during the entire process. In the end, mages were still people. They weren't machines. Even machines had flaws, much less mages. For a mage to layer formations without a single error was borderline impossible. Layered formations simulated by computers required perfection. As long as a single error appears, the formation would be rendered useless. It might even injure the mage casting it. Because of this, the best layered formations in the machine field were those made by mages who had battled for a long time. Moreover, starting from 5 to 10 layered formations, These were deemed as a secret by mages. They would only pass their formations down to their disciples or younger generations. It was impossible for these formations to be revealed to the public. However, these things weren't an issue for Zhao Hai. Inside the space was the universal scanner. Although the scanner was still level 1, it was something that most computers couldn't compare to. The biggest characteristic of the scanner was that it was made to cater to Zhao Hai's needs. It can be said that everything inside the space revolves around Zhao Hai. The scanner was not different. Because of this, Kair had the scanner analyze the formations that Zhao Hai condensed so far. At the same time, the scanner would create combinations that would suit Zhao Hai the most. In addition to practicing magic theory, Zhao Hai was also trying to layer magic formations. At this point, he can now layer 100 magic formations together. Zhao Hai and Margaret took the elevator and went up the building. There were some floors in the academy that weren't open to the students. These floors were some of the most important facilities of the academy. Teachers usually lived on these floors. They went through the uppermost floor of the academy and then to the platform on the roof. Parked on the platform was a small battleship that was shaped like a small bean. It had a rounded head and tail. The entire battleship was 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. Painted on its side were 4 characters that spelled Ascender Academy. Seeing this battleship, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. He turned his head to Margaret and said, "Instructor, are we going outside?" Margaret nodded and said, "There's no point in testing you using the standards we use on the others." In the Ascender Academy, there would be 10 tests per year. This first exam tests your knowledge of magic runes, the second tests if you can condense a formation, and then the third exam is a smelting trial outside the academy. Zhao Hai frowned for a moment before he said, "I still haven't adjusted to the concentration of spiritual qi. Is it alright for me to go outside?" Margaret answered, "There's no need to worry about that. The Academy's battleships are all modified to automatically adjust the concentration of energy. Also, the place that you'll be going to will have less concentration of spiritual qi compared to normal. These tests are specially arranged for ascenders to undergo. The Academy had prepared everything in advance. Your test this time is to go outside and eradicate a malicious ghost." Zhao Hai replied, "Malicious ghosts, are they like the Lich?" Margaret gave a nod and said, "There are similarities, but malicious ghosts aren't the same as Lich. These malicious ghosts are stronger than the Lich from the lower realms. They not only use magic, they can also do physical attacks. For you who just learned magic theory, dealing with these things would be tough." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Margaret continued, "The place we're going to is an area on the edge of the machine field. Its concentration of spiritual qi isn't high, but there are still people living there. Moreover, it is an important sector for my thrill mining, but because of the constant mining, it had become a place with rich yin energy. This caused the place to produce dark creatures. This place is also one of the smelting trials of the Machine Fields Academies. Besides you, there are also other ascenders undergoing their smelting trial in that place. Therefore, not only do you need to be wary of malicious ghosts, you also need to be vigilant against other ascenders." Zhao Hai gave another nod. At this time, they had arrived in front of the battleship's door. Then door automatically opened and then closed when they entered. In front of Zhao Hai was a corridor. Margaret led Zhao Hai towards a door. Then she said, "This will be your room. Don't wander around aimlessly. The battleship has its own internal security system. If for some reason you end up inside forbidden areas, you will immediately be attacked by the ship." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Instructor Margaret, how long will it take us to reach our destination?" Margaret answered, "In about 3 days. In these 3 days, people will come to deliver food to you. You can use the internet inside your room and you can also practice. It would be best if you don't go out." Zhao Hai nodded for the last time before he went inside his room. The room wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters. It had a bed, a table, a bathroom, and a sofa. Nothing else. But what made Zhao Hai surprised the most was that there was a window inside the room. Although it wasn't big, he could still see the scenery outside. Chapter 1091 to 1093, Chapter 1091 to 40H level talent. Zhao Hai sat by the window and looked outward. He didn't know when the ship took off. He simply didn't feel it moving. He couldn't help but praise the technology of this world. After looking at the window for some time, Zhao Hai turned away and faced his room before taking out a small device. The device was an anti-monitoring device that Qi Yi had made for him. It had the most advanced anti-surveillance technology in the machine field. As long as a room had monitoring devices, this device would immediately issue an alarm before emitting an electromagnetic signal that causes the monitoring device to malfunction. In the machine field, there were two ways to monitor a person. The first method was through monitoring devices. There were plenty of monitoring devices in the machine field. The same was true for anti-monitoring devices. But compared to monitoring devices, anti-monitoring devices were much easier to make. Anti-monitoring devices were ingeniously crafted. As long as they emit their electromagnetic waves, they would certainly disturb any monitoring device in the vicinity. This way, the person who set up the monitoring device wouldn't be able to get anything. Besides monitoring devices, the other method used to spy on other people was through magic. This method was difficult to guard against. Surveillance magic was generally very secretive and difficult to detect. However, Zhao Hai wasn't really afraid of surveillance magic. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very formidable, and with the existence of the SACE, monitoring him using magic was almost impossible. Because of this, Zhao Hai only needed to worry about monitoring devices for now. Seeing that there were no monitoring devices inside his room, Zhao Hai began to feel relieved. His figure immediately flashed as he returned to his room back at the academy. Laura and the others were also inside his room, waiting for Zhao Hai to bring them information. When they saw Zhao Hai come out from the space, the women couldn't help but stare. Then Laura stepped forward and said, "Brother Hai, why did you use the space to come back? Are you starting your test? What kind of test is it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "My test this time seems to be on a planet called Tyro, killing malicious ghosts. I won't be taking it in the academy. You can go with me on the ship." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others cheered before following Zhao Hai out of the space. Zhao Hai also took the robot that Qi Yi had made for him. Zhao Hai named this robot Number 9. 1. Bringing Laura and the others as well as Number 9 to the ship made Zhao Hai's room look cramped. However, they only stayed inside for a short while before they returned to the space. In any case, if someone came to look for him, it wouldn't be too late to head back to his room. Upon returning to the space, Zhao Hai let out a long breath before going to the hot spring to take an ice bath. When he returned to the living room, Meg had already prepared a delicious meal for him. Zhao Hai hadn't entered the space recently since he needed to adapt to the environment outside. Now that he had returned to the space, he can finally relax. After eating, Zhao Hai went on to condense magic formations at the side. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were browsing the internet. There wasn't anything wrong with the space. Laura and the others just preferred to stay beside Zhao Hai. They spent most of their time going to Zhao Hai's room to accompany him. Zhao Hai also understood their feelings. Therefore, he would accompany them while condensing his magic formations. Zhao Hai can spend more time with Laura and the others since he now has more control over his spiritual force. Currently, Zhao Hai had already condensed nearly 100,000 magic formations. He had also gathered several hundred magic formations combinations. These combinations had been provided by the scanner. The least powerful combination he had composed of 5 layers while the most powerful one was actually 100 layers. 100-layered formation was a symbol for level 4 mages. There were only a small amount of people who had reached this stage in the machine field. If people become aware that Zhao Hai, who has yet to graduate from the academy, could use a 100-layer formation, they would certainly die from shock. However, wanting to use the scanner to analyze formations with more layers would be impossible. This was because the universal scanner was still level 1. The most it could do was 100 layers. Zhao Hai also accessed the net to look at how strong 100-layer formations were. Take a small fireball for example. On its own, it was a weak magic. Even if Zhao Hai reached his current level, His fireball still wasn't strong. At the most, the fireball would be as strong as an anti-tank grenade. However, after passing through a 100-layer formation, its might would become similar to a missile. Killing several hundred people with it wouldn't be a problem. The current issue for Zhao Hai at this moment was how to upgrade the scanner. Only when the scanner gets upgraded would his strength increase. But as he was worrying about this, Zhao Hai discovered something. His spiritual force was just enough to use a 100-layer formation. If he used anything more than that, his spiritual force would be extremely stressed out. Because of this, there was no point for Zhao Hai to worry about upgrading the scanner. Even if the scanner could analyze more powerful formations, Zhao Hai still wouldn't be able to use them. Although Zhao Hai's body was being constantly improved by the stellar transformations art, it was still not enough for him to use magic with more layers. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't idle because of this. Besides condensing formations as well as trying to compile formation combinations, Zhao Hai also did one other thing. He was looking into how warriors in the machine realm fight. In the machine field, combat methods of warriors were very simple. They just need to increase the energy inside their body and then their groups would provide them with corresponding weapons. However, these weapons were different than what warriors from the lower realms used. These weapons were specially made in the machine field to contain magic formations. These formations allowed the energy inside a warrior's body to concentrate so that they could send it out. Warriors in the lower realm would use their energy in order to coat their weapons, making them sharper. On the other hand, warriors in the machine field can actually send their sword chi out, providing them with long-ranged attack. Moreover, the sword chi that was sent out would be supported by the formation inside the weapon, increasing its attacking power. But in the end, how far the sword chi would travel still depended on the user's strength. It was said that there was once a legendary warrior in the machine field that used his sword to slaughter his enemies in all directions unhindered. Although this legend might be fake, Zhao Hai still took it with caution. He had already found some magic formations used for engraving weapons. After having it go through the scanner and then combining it into a 100-layer formation, Zhao Hai had it engraved on his staff. This would be another one of his cards in the future. Zhao Hai also conducted tests inside the space. He used his staff and turned it into a sword in order to send a sword chi out into the distance. His sword chi reached 10,000 meters, which was equal to a level 4 warrior. After testing both paths, Zhao Hai can confirm that his strength was indeed at level 4. The current strongest being in the machine field was about level 8. Being only level 4, Zhao Hai still fell short. However, if people from the machine realm knew that Zhao Hai had level 4 strength, they would certainly be startled. This was because, generally, lower realm ascenders would at most only reach level 2 upon graduating. There were a minority that reached level 3, but never level 4. Zhao Hai was constantly condensing magic formations inside the space. He was also familiarizing himself with arranging layered formations. Although he can now use 100-layer formations in almost a flash, he would still need to practice on it for a long time. Being able to use layered formations wasn't a direct indicator of a person's strength. Layered formations were just like weapons. Some were like spears, some were like shields. As long as one practices to the point where they knew the most appropriate way to use formations, only then would they effectively grasp its power. At this point, Zhao Hai's everyday program has been arranged. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent most of his day practicing his layered formations while also practicing how to launch his sword chi. Zhao Hai had just discovered why the swordsmanship in the machine field was so strong. This was because he can attach a bit of his spiritual force on the chi as it was launched. This allowed him to make the sword chi change directions. This skill was new to Zhao Hai, so he needed to digest how to use it effectively. Zhao Hai was very clear that these things would be the basis of his survival in the machine field. Although it looks like Laura and the others were leisurely browsing the internet, Zhao Hai actually knew that they were scouring for information. They were looking for things related to the cultivation realm as well as any methods to make the undead stronger. Even if there were a lot of information that were deemed confidential in the machine field, information that was public was already already enough for Zhao Hai and the others to use. Information about magic theory, magic formations, alchemy, and other disciplines were definitely useful. This was especially true for alchemy. Although warriors still had their weapons in the machine field, lower realm magic staffs and magic potions were useless to mages. However, mages still had their weapons. The first of these weapons were magic staffs. Magic theory was different than magic formations in the lower realms. According to their spiritual force, mages in the machine field were able to engrave a number of magic formations on their staff. Don't know why it was named like that. Chapter 1092, Tyro Planet's Mining City. Engraving magic formations on their staffs allowed mages to bypass using the void condensing technique. This way, they could launch magical spells instantly, strengthening a mage's combat ability. However, the more magic formations they engrave on their staffs, the more spiritual force they would need. Therefore, the number of magic formations a mage could engrave was limited by their own strength. If they engraved too many, they wouldn't be able to cast it. Their magic staff would burn and become useless trash. This was also the difference between using staffs and using the void condensing magic formation technique. Magic formations from staffs required spiritual force to start. On the other hand, formations using the void condensing technique were already condensed using spiritual force. Because of this, there was no need for it to be started with spiritual force. Besides magic staffs, there were also magic potions. Magic potions had more uses in the machine field compared to the lower realms. In the lower realms, magic potions would generally heal wounds or enhance cultivation. But in the machine field, the most popular magic potion could rapidly restore one's spiritual force. It was normal for mages to run out of spiritual force during a fight, and once their spiritual force dries up, they wouldn't be able to cast magic formations, putting them in a dangerous position. Having magic potions that can restore a significant amount of spiritual force greatly enhanced the capabilities of the mages in the machine field. This allowed mages to have more avenues for survival. For someone who was focused on their job, 3 days would quickly fly by. In these 3 days, aside from having his meals inside his room, he would practice and rest inside the space. On the 3rd day, Zhao Hai left the space and spent the entire time inside his room. He was afraid that Margaret would look for him. Therefore, he decided to wait for her inside his room. Although he came out of the space, Zhao Hai still continued his non-stop condensing of magic formations. He can now condense more than 10,000 formations at the same time. After some time, while Zhao Hai was condensing formations, 2 faint knocks were heard on the door. Zhao Hai immediately got up and opened the door to see Margaret on the other side. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me to the hall. We're about to arrive at our destination." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed behind Margaret. Normally, people couldn't casually go inside the ship's command hall. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't aware of this rule since he stayed inside his room all this time. But since he can monitor the ship using the space, he was able to find out that Margaret's status wasn't simple. Even the ship's commander was very respectful to her. Meanwhile, Margaret was thinking that Zhao Hai wasn't only a genius and a clever person, he was also very patient. For 3 days, he was able to stay inside his room without leaving. Because of this, Margaret began to favor Zhao Hai. From what Margaret had experienced, most people would be restless after entering a ship for the first time. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have such restlessness. He didn't even seem to be curious as he just stayed inside his room. Such willpower made Margaret look at Zhao Hai in a favorable light. The two quickly arrived at the ship's command hall. The room wasn't very large. It was only around 100 square meters. There were about a dozen people inside operating the ship. However, these people didn't look busy. Most of them had cups of tea on their hands as they chatted with each other. In the middle of the hall was a table with a couple of chairs. Sitting behind the table was a man about 40 years old. He had a neat appearance and also held a teacup on one hand. Meanwhile, displayed on his table was the view outside the ship. A planet was getting bigger and bigger on the display, showing that the ship was getting closer. This man was the ship's commander. Seeing the two arrive, The commander quickly stood up and greeted Margaret. "Instructor Margaret." Margaret nodded. Then she gestured towards Zhao Hai and said, "This is Zhao Hai." "Zhao Hai, this is the ship's commander, Kirk." Zhao Hai gave Kirk a salute. The latter did the same. During this exchange, the other people inside the ship were looking at Zhao Hai with curiosity. Zhao Hai didn't particularly care about their curiosity. Among everyone here, only Margaret and him had made robes, showing that she was an academy instructor and he was the student. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange if these people were curious about him. Margaret arrived by the commander's table and looked at the planet that was getting closer and closer. The planet was black and yellow. Zhao Hai came to know that this black part was actually the planet's oceans. Instead of being blue, the planet's waters were actually black. On the other hand, its lands were yellow. Scattered on these yellow lands were weeds. Moreover, there was no drinkable water on this planet, making it inhospitable. The main reason why humans chose to develop this planet was because it had something that they need, mithril. This mithril was different than mithril found in the lower realm. In the lower realms, mithril was just a metal with magical properties. Mages wouldn't necessarily make use of it. But in the machine field, mithril wasn't just something used by mages, it was something that they cannot separate themselves from. In the machine field, mithril was a material with high conductivity. Whether it was magic or battle chi, both needed good conduction materials for their weapons. Therefore, both magic staffs and weapons couldn't be made without mithril. In the beginning, Tyro Planet only had miners operating in its mines. They lived inside tunnels and rarely went above ground. This was because the planet had a lot of powerful magic beasts. In addition, the plants and even the planet's water were toxic. These beasts had been eating and drinking these things while growing up, making them poisonous themselves. As long as they cut your skin, you've basically forfeited your life. Afterwards, major powers from the machine field decided to develop the planet, establishing permanent residences. In these residences were water filtration systems as well as food manufacturing facilities. Although these residences were still inside tunnels, they gradually formed underground cities. Most people inside these residences were still miners, but their families also took residence in the planet. At this time, besides its mining industry, Tyro Planet also had a special tourism sector. They allowed tourists to explore the mines and stay in specially made tunnel hotels. There were also services that allowed people safe travel above ground to kill the local poisonous beasts. Tyro Planet wasn't owned by any of the three major forces, although those forces would want to swallow the planet. Because of the other two, nobody was able to succeed. In the end, they granted Tyro Planet its own independence. The planet would trade its ores for machine coins and other supplies from the three powers. Although the job was hard, the miners could earn a lot. It wouldn't be strange for a miner to be rich after working here for more than 10 years. Although the tunnels in Tyro Planet were safe, the areas where the miners work in weren't. The underground had poisonous beasts as well as malicious ghosts. But since their population was little, and the density of spiritual chi was small, it wouldn't be worth it if an army was stationed here all the time. Therefore, the tasks of eradicating this danger was handed over to the academies. This information wasn't something that Zhao Hai looked up, instead it was Laura and the others who found out about it. Zhao Hai wasn't too concerned about this mission. With the density of spiritual chi not being strong, it would be impossible for powerful creatures to emerge from this place. Although the ship seemed slow, it was actually approaching the planet quickly. But as it got closer to the planet's atmosphere, the ship began to slow down. As soon as they entered Tyro Planet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The place was really desolate. There was an endless number of yellow rocks as far as the eye could see, growing on the cracks on the ground, and the rocks were grasses and shrubs. These plants were similarly colored as the rocks, yellowish. One could often see beasts roaming the surface or fighting for food. Zhao Hai couldn't see even a shadow of human civilization. At this time, the spaceship descended on an enormous crater. It was at least a kilometer wide and was too dark to be able to see what was inside. The ship slowly descended. Its speed got slower and slower, and in about 10 minutes, Zhao Hai discovered a beeping light. Then a staff turned towards Kirk and said, "Captain, a communication request." Kirk nodded and said, "Accept it." Then the staff member nodded before tapping the desktop. Before long, an image of a person about 30 years old appeared. He appeared refined as he bowed and said, "Welcome, friends from the Ascender Academy. I am the station master of Tyro Planet's spaceport. Please follow the lights as you land your ship on port number 5. Thank you in advance for cooperating." Kirk gave a saute and said, "Yes, Station Master." Then the image vanished. Shortly after that, lights appeared, showing signals to lead the ship to its landing point. After the ship landed successfully, Margaret led Zhao Hai to exit the ship. On the other hand, the staff on the ship actually stayed. They still needed to settle things on the ship before they could leave. As Margaret led Zhao Hai out of the ship, someone was already waiting for them outside. He was an old man with white hair and beard. Surprisingly, this person was wearing mage robes. After seeing Margaret and Zhao Hai, the old man immediately bowed and said, "Instructor Margaret, welcome. Please follow me." Margaret returned the greeting and said, "Mr. Sim is too polite." Then the three proceeded towards nearby car. The car was quite big. It had 4 rows of seats. Margaret and Sim were on the second row while Zhao Hai was sitting alone on the third row. The vehicle also had tea for its passengers. After going in, Sim offered Margaret and Zhao Hai a cup each. Then he opened his mouth and said, "To the Academy reception." Zhao Hai knew that those words were meant for the computer driving the car. Just as Sim's voice was heard, the car immediately moved. At this time, Sim turned to Margaret and said, "Instructor Margaret, I apologize for the trouble. Is this the only student that will take the trial?" Margaret placed her cup next to her chair and then nodded. "Yes, this time, only Zhao Hai will participate in the exam. In addition to our academy, who else is here?" Sim lowered his voice as he replied, "In addition to your academy, there's also the Atom Family's Academy as well as the Wild Academy. Altogether, they brought 10 people for the trial. The Atom Academy brought 6 people while the Wild Academy brought 4. Upon hearing the names of these 2 academies, Margaret couldn't help but knit her brows. She didn't say anything and just nodded. At this moment, the car stopped. The cave in front of them had 10 layers overall. It looked like a 10-story building, but instead of floors it was made out of holes. Besides the entrance and the exit, as well as the glass windows, the entire cave was made out of stone. It was a space of about 1,000 square meters. There were already several cars parked inside. Exiting the vehicle, Zhao Hai couldn't help but inspect the surroundings. The place was very lively, completely uncharacteristic of a mining tunnel. It was more than 200 meters high. On its ceiling were magic formations that provided light. Aside from the columns, the other places were places where people live in. There were also flying cars going in and out. The street was full of traffic. The neon signs on the shops added to the liveliness of the place. If this wasn't a mining tunnel, it wouldn't have been different to a city. But since it was a mining tunnel, instead of buildings, people dug into holes. Because of this, the place exuded a unique characteristic. Zhao Hai just gave the area a glance before he followed behind Margaret and Sim towards the reception. As soon as they entered, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare for a moment. The inside was beautifully renovated. There was a bar inside the hall and even a lounge to relax. Carpet covered the floors and beautiful wallpapers plastered the walls. Chapter 1093. Provocation from the Atom Academy. The cave was actually this beautiful. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. If he didn't see what it was like outside, he would have thought that he had just entered a hotel. Sim, Zhao Hai, and Margaret proceeded to the counter. Behind this counter wasn't a human, instead it was a robot. Sim said, "Bring the room card prepared for the Ashley Ascender Academy." The robot nodded before pulling out 2 cards and handed them over to Sim. After receiving the 2 cards, Sim gave them to Margaret and said, "Instructor Margaret, these are the rooms prepared for your academy. Please take a rest first." Margaret took the room cards and then gave a polite nod. "Thank you, Mr. Sim." After that, Margaret led Zhao Hai towards their room. Just as the 2 arrived in front of the elevator, the elevator doors suddenly opened. On the other side of the doors were 7 people wearing mage robes. This group ranged from young to old. At the center of the group was a middle-aged man. This man was very thin with a mouse-like mustache. He looks particularly annoying. The man had expensive-looking golden yellow mage robes. Seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The man was one of the very rare metal element mages. There wasn't any magic for the metal element in the lower realms. Only people born in the machine field would have a talent in this area. Moreover, it was recognized by many people that metal magic was the hardest to deal with. Naturally, this didn't mean that the other magic elements were inferior to the metal element. There might also depended on the mage's ability. Even if one had a peerlessly good sword, if it fell into the hands of an idiot, it was still impossible for the idiot to use the weapon's might. Magic was also the same. It was just that metal element mages were rarer than mages from other elements, and with the metal element's strong attack and defensive magic, it was considered as the element that was the hardest to deal with. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had also consumed knowledge about metal element magic. However, he was left disappointed. There wasn't anything special about metal element magic. It was just like any other magic in the machine field. It was only because metal element magic required a special physique that it was very rare. Actually, one could study metal element magic in the lower realm, as long as one has physique compatible with metal element magic. They were able to study metal element magic. People in the lower realms with metal element physique were heaven-defying beings. Although they didn't have any cultivation methods, their bodies alone made them formidable. Therefore, they were slowly able to make their mark on society. In the Ark continent, they were known as divergent ability users. It was just a pity that there weren't any cultivation methods for the metal element, or else there would be metal element mages in the lower realm. Behind this metal element mage were 6 other mages. The ages of these people were greatly varied. The oldest of them already had white hair while the youngest seems to be nearing 30 years old. Their expressions were also varied. The old mage had a gloomy look as though he had lost interest in everything. Dins and the others had this same look in the past. As for the youngest mage, he looked very arrogant, just like the mage Frey that Zhao Hai ran into. Seeing these expressions, it seems like the Ascender Academies had the same atmospheres. Still, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't want to make any contact with these people. After all, he wasn't a saint. If he wasn't trying to survive in the academy, he might not even care about Dins and the others. In such an unfamiliar environment, it was unwise to meddle in other people's business. It wouldn't bring you any benefits, only risks. Zhao Hai didn't plan to meddle with these people, but the other party actually stopped after going out of the elevator. With the thin mage at the lead, he looked at Margaret with shining eyes. It seems like he was harboring evil intentions. This caused Zhao Hai's heart to sink. Zhao Hai was able to see Margaret's reaction when Sim told her about the other academies present. Seeing the expression on the thin mage's face, it seems like there was going to be a confrontation. The thin mage looked at Margaret and suddenly smiled. "Margaret, I didn't expect your academy to send you for the exam. Generally, it was those old turtles who would come here. Seeing you is rare, really rare." Margaret looked at the mage, and with a cold voice she replied, "Jin Chengjai, why are you talking to me with your stinky mouth? Want me to teach you a lesson?" It was obvious that this Jin Chengjai somewhat dreaded Margaret. After a brief pause, he coldly snorted and said, "Margaret, don't forget where this is. This isn't your academy. If you dared to make a move here, then if not me, other people will deal with you." "Right. It seems like your academy's talents have gotten less and less. This time, only one came to take the exam. What a pity." Margaret Ju coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. Then she turned and entered the elevator. All this time, Zhao Hai stayed silent and just followed Margaret to the elevator. Seeing that Margaret didn't care about him, Jin Chengjai coldly snorted. Then he led the other mages forward. Sim arranged the Ashley Family Academy to be on the 8th floor. After Margaret settled things in her own room, she entered Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai quickly invited Margaret to take a seat and then offered her a cup of tea. He then sat opposite Margaret. He knew that she had something to say, so he waited. Sure enough, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, You should have heard what Sim said. In addition to our academy, there's also the Atom Academy and the Wild Academy. Wild Academy is an institute for warriors. They have no conflict of interest with us. The Northfield family behind even has a friendly relationship with the Ashley family. Therefore, you don't have to worry about them. Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't quite clear about the relationship between various influences in the machine field. Although he had looked things up on the internet, he couldn't believe anything online. Margaret continued, however, you need to pay attention to the Atom Academy. Behind the Academy is the Atom family. Our two families have a grudge against each other. Because of this, no matter which academy, if an extraordinary talent emerges, the other party would do their best to exterminate that talent. This time, Jin Qingjai saw you. He should be aware that you will be joining the Ashley family. They have 6 people this time, so they will definitely try to make a move during the exam. You need to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, rest assured, I will pay attention to them. Margaret sighed, I didn't want you to do the trial at this time. But your strength has already reached this level. It would be useless to let you learn the basics. Even though the Bone Symbol Camp didn't employ brutal training methods, exams like these are inevitable in the academy, and you can only join the camp after you pass the exam. In this exam, the most dangerous ones aren't the beasts and malicious ghosts. Instead, you need to be alert against those who will take the exam with you. You won't know when they'll make a move. So don't trust anyone. If necessary, kill them. Understand? Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, I understand. Margaret gave a nod. Then she added, take a good rest. Sim will tell you about the contents of the exam tomorrow. You should prepare as well. You can go outside and buy things that you need. The money you have on your ID card can be used here as well. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Margaret turned and left the room. Zhao Hai immediately used his anti-surveillance device to see if there were any monitoring devices inside the room. Sure enough, he was able to discover monitoring devices. Moreover, it seems like these devices weren't installed recently. This caused Zhao Hai to be curious. After removing the monitoring devices, Zhao Hai took a good look at his room. The place wasn't very big. There were only 2 rooms. A living room and then a small bedroom that had a bathroom inside. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret was just next door. Moreover, the soundproofing wasn't good. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make Laura and the others come out. Instead, he went to his bedroom, pulled down the curtains, and then entered the space. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai immediately started cultivating. He just discovered that the exam might be more dangerous than he imagined. Because of this, he needed to be more familiar with his strength as soon as possible. Condensing magic formations, experimenting with magic formation combinations, and even trying out sword chi. Zhao Hai's workload has increased. Although Laura and the others felt worried about Zhao Hai, they didn't stop him. They knew that Zhao Hai's hard work would only make their lives in the machine field much better and comfortable. Because of this, they decided to be diligent in handling Zhao Hai's other affairs. They made sure that Zhao Hai ate well, rest well, and was always at his optimum condition. After practicing for several hours, Zhao Hai proceeded to take a rest. He will understand the contents of the exam tomorrow. Perhaps, it might even start immediately. Zhao Hai didn't dare to tire himself out at this time since it would affect his condition tomorrow. Chapter 1094 to 1096. Chapter 1094, Killing Intent from Slaughtering 1,000,000 People. The academy reception looked similar to any commercial hotel, and in addition to rooms, there were also areas that allowed mages and warriors to practice as well as conference rooms. This conference room wasn't the room with a round table that normal people might think. Instead, this room looked more like a classroom. There was one person in front while the others sat on the chairs. Sim was standing in front of the room while Zhao Hai and the others sat on the chairs. Besides Zhao Hai and Margaret, Jin Qingjai's group of 7 was also present. In addition, there were also 5 people that looked like warriors. They were people from the Wild Academy. Just like Margaret said, the people from the Wild Academy were very polite to them. Just as they entered the conference room, their instructor greeted Margaret and shared a few words with her. When everyone had sat down, Sim gestured towards the wall behind him. On the wall was a stretch of map. In this map were dazzling amounts of mining tunnels. Fortunately, in this cobweb of a mining network, there were green lines that ran through them. There were also tunnels that had red lines and red dots. Sim referred to the red lines and said, "These are old mining tunnels. Malicious ghosts appeared in these tunnels before, so we send people to check them often. As soon as a malicious ghost is spotted, we will immediately inform the Academy so that they can send people to destroy them." After that, Sim pointed at the red dots and said, "In this particular tunnel, malicious ghosts and creatures frequently appear. We don't know what is going on inside. What we know is that some severe change occurred and some undead creatures appeared. Sometimes, mutant beasts appear as well. At this time, there are 5 malicious ghosts and more than 100 undead inside. We haven't fully explored the tunnel, so we cannot rule out other dangers." Margaret wrinkled her brow and said, "Mr. Sim, how long has it been since you explored this tunnel? Why are there so many malicious ghosts?" Sim immediately answered, "We explore the tunnels every other month. It isn't necessary that these malicious ghosts were produced in this tunnel. They can come from other tunnels and just ran here. This tunnel is very big and the dark energy inside it is strong, very suitable for dark creatures to live in. I think it's because of this reason that there are so many malicious ghosts." Margaret nodded and said, "Is it necessary to be in teams during this exam?" Sim shook his head and said, "This old man wouldn't require that. It depends on the arrangement your academies make. If you want to team up, then you can do so. It would also be fine to do the exam alone." Margaret frowned. "Aren't all those malicious ghosts inside the same tunnel? How can one take the exam alone?" Sim forced a smile and said, "Instructor Margaret, I think you misunderstood. This tunnel is very big. It isn't smaller than a mining city. In fact, this tunnel was intended to be used to make a mining city. Because of this, there are holes in this tunnel that led to other tunnels. It can be said that this cave tunnel extends in all directions, like a maze. Teams might have more trouble catching a malicious ghosts, but they are safer. On the other hand, those who are alone might find malicious ghosts easier, but they are in more danger." Hearing Sim's words, Margaret understood what he meant. Whether it was Sim or Margaret or the others, they all knew that the most dangerous element in this exam weren't the malicious ghosts, it was the other examinees. Because of this, going in a team was much more dangerous than going alone. At this time, Jin Shinjai coldly snorted and said, "Some people really want to take advantage of others once they see their only candidate in trouble. Our Atom Academy already has 6 people as a team. We can't have any more people enter." Anger flashed in Margaret's eyes. However, she didn't show her anger. She was just asking what being in a team meant. Taking the exam in a team and taking it individually was different. Teams weren't allowed to attack each other. Margaret also wasn't aware of Zhao Hai's current strength. In her mind, Zhao Hai was at most a first-level mage. Being able to layer 5 formations would already be good for him, but with his current strength, entering the exam without a team would be dangerous. Now, after Jin Shinjai spoke, it was impossible for Margaret to prepare a team. She couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai was the best talent that the Bone Symbol Camp had seen in many years. She didn't really want to lose Zhao Hai in this exam. As she sighed, Margaret began to have thoughts about withdrawing Zhao Hai from this examination. However, she knew that it would be impossible. Once people entered the examination area, participants were no longer able to withdraw. It was even impossible to admit defeat ahead of time. Margaret began to blame herself for not preparing enough. She should have investigated the exam in advance. She didn't expect to run into the Atom Academy. Zhao Hai might get unlucky this time. However, since things had developed up to this point, Margaret can no longer back down. Margaret just snorted as she stood up and approached the Wild Academy's leader and said, "Hello, Mr. Dan, how about forming an alliance with my academy?" The Wild Academy's instructor couldn't help but gawk upon hearing Margaret. Then he turned his head towards Jin Qingjai. Normally, he would agree to Margaret's request. After all, a mage warrior team could display even bigger might. But this time, the Atom Academy was present, and they brought 6 people with them. On the other hand, The Wild Academy only had 4 examinees. The Ashley Academy and the Atom Academy had a grudge against each other. Having Zhao Hai with them would definitely bring danger the Wild Academy team. After seeing the expression on Instructor Dawn's face, Margaret's heart couldn't help but sink. She knew what he was thinking. However, Margaret couldn't blame him, so before Dan could answer, Margaret just nodded and said, "It's fine if Instructor doesn't want to." Then she turned around and left, incurring Jin Qingjai's ridicule. Seeing the look on Jin Qingjai's eyes, Zhao Hai turned his head to Margaret and whispered, "Instructor, will it be a problem if too many people die in the tunnels?" After hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret couldn't help but stare. Then she turned to look at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's smile stayed the same, Margaret's heart turned cold. Margaret knew that Zhao Hai was intending to kill upon hearing his words. However, no killing intent can be felt from Zhao Hai's body. His body language seemed as if he was talking to a friend. This kind of performance showed that Zhao Hai had been killing people in the lower realm. The more one kills, the heavier a person's killing aura would be. If one killed 100 people, the killing aura on their body would be very heavy. If ordinary people met them, the killing aura would be enough to frighten them. However, once one killed more than 1,000,000 people, they would be able to learn how to hide their killing intent. Even if they killed, they wouldn't exude any intention of murder. It can be said that if a person can hide their killing intent well, then they were definitely butchers. People who killed 1,000,000 people. Margaret had seen a lot of devils that have ascended from the lower realms. However, these people were still far from killing 1,000,000 people. These people couldn't hide their killing aura. In Margaret's case, she only saw one person who was able to hide their killing aura. This person was a core member of the Ashley family who had went to the Six Realms battlefield for many years. People who came back from this smelting trial became extremely powerful. But even so, this person would still show his killing aura once he lost his temper. He was unlike Zhao Hai, could completely hide his killing aura. This only meant that Zhao Hai hadn't just killed 1,000,000 people. Thinking about this number was terrifying. One person killing 1,000,000 people. What was this concept? Average people would have long turned insane from killing this much people. And now, Zhao Hai seemed like a normal person. He even gave people a very sunny feeling. Such a person was actually scary. He was certainly an abnormal character. Zhao Hai didn't expect that his few words would invoke this many thoughts from Margaret. If he knew about Margaret's thoughts about his killing aura, he would definitely be rendered speechless. Margaret's thoughts ended in an instant. Then she replied, "No, there would be no problem if you kill those people." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Sim looked at Margaret with sympathy. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "There are more than a dozen entrances to this tunnel. Will everyone go together or separately?" Although Margaret knew that Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people, she still wasn't assured about his strength. So she was the first to reply, "We'll be going on our own." Sim nodded and then looked at the Atom Academy and the Wild Academy. The two also chose to leave separately. Sim nodded and said, "All right. Then you 3 groups should prepare things and then eat. I will arrange 3 cars for you. These cars will send you down the tunnel and wait for your return." Although we can't see what happens in the tunnel, our people had set up an alarm inside it. Once you kill the malicious ghosts and the undead, the alarm would stop. We will then come and inform you that the exam is over. You have 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, come back here and I will lead you to your cars. Chapter 1095, like watching a horror film. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the moving car. The vehicle he was riding on was modified with thick armor. But besides that, the inside of the car didn't have too much change. The seats of the car could be leveled, allowing a person to lie down and rest. There was also a machine inside that automatically served tea. While drinking tea, Zhao Hai used his spiritual force in order to examine the situation outside. In fact, the technique that he used was the same technique that was widely utilized in the underworld. Because of this, he was quite familiar with it. He didn't release his flying needles because he didn't know how people were monitoring this exam. It wouldn't be good if a master came and saw the flying needles. Being in a strange environment, Zhao Hai needed to keep his cards secret as long as possible. The car was very fast and agile. After flying for more than 3 hours, The car entered the tunnel that Sim described. As soon as he entered the mine, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but jump. This was because there was a lot of dark energy inside. The dark energy was very strong, although it was incomparable to the underworld's level. On a planet with thin spiritual chi, it was still a strange phenomenon. The speeding car advanced without slowing down. However, the lights coming from the front seemed to stop short. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't because of the car's lights. The place just had a very thick dark energy, affecting the distance illuminated by the light. Zhao Hai felt the dark energy around him and discovered that this energy was different than the one present in the underworld. The dark energy in the underworld was calm and pure. On the other hand, the dark energy here had a wild property to it. It can be compared to an angered magic beast. Zhao Hai knit his brows. He knew that dark energy with this wild characteristic couldn't grow docile creatures. No wonder malicious ghosts were present here, so it was because of this. Although Zhao Hai had some concerns about other things, he wasn't worried about the dark creatures present here. He had been too exposed to dark energy that he had already familiarized himself with it. The dark energy here might be different, but it didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. After nearly another hour, the speeding car stopped. Once he was out, Zhao Hai swept the surroundings with his spiritual force. He had arrived at a fairly huge space. It should be a major mining tunnel. It wasn't any smaller than the mining city that Zhao Hai just came from. Zhao Hai didn't stay by the speeding car for long. He quickly flew towards the tunnel. Hai's spiritual force also scanned the surroundings. He wanted to see exactly how large the tunnel was. With Zhao Hai's spiritual strength, this wasn't a difficult thing to do. His spiritual strength has been fully developed in the underworld and could be sent thousands of kilometers away. This was also the special characteristic of those who live in the underworld. Because they weren't able to see anything, creatures in the underworld needed to use their spiritual force instead of their eyes. Developing their spiritual force was very important. Zhao Hai stayed in the underworld for quite some time. In addition to his already formidable spiritual force, his stay in the underworld made his spiritual force even stronger. At this point, most mages at the same level couldn't defeat Zhao Hai's spiritual force, and Zhao Hai had already reached level 4 as a mage. He was considered as a minor expert. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual force covered the entire tunnel. The total space inside was quite large. There were a lot of small and large tunnels connected to it. Moreover, Zhao Hai already discovered the 2 other academy student teams inside the tunnels. Zhao Hai swept one of the team with his spiritual force. They were the 4 warriors from the Wild Academy. They had already withdrawn their weapons and formed a circle. The one in front carried a bright lamp. He didn't see anything wrong with what they were doing. After all, warriors don't have very strong spiritual force. When Zhao Hai swept the Atom Academy with his spiritual force, he couldn't help but smile. Although they came with 6 people, they weren't grouped up. They were wary of each other and even held their own lamps. Mages in a dark environment, but they were using lamps. Weren't they just making themselves a target? Warriors don't have strong spiritual force, so it was understandable for them to use lamps. However, one shouldn't forget that warriors had formidable bodies. Even if an enemy gets close to them, they would still be able to defend themselves. As for mages, they couldn't achieve this point. Mages were more suited to long-distance attacks, and with their weak bodies, illuminating themselves with lamps could only be described as courting death. Fortunately, these mages still had a bit of brain matter left. They arranged several layers of protective formations on their bodies. However, most protective formations shone. This might not be an issue in a well-lit environment, but in the dark, the shine from the formations just made them moving lighthouses. Zhao Hai didn't think about taking action against these people at this time. This was because he just discovered where the malicious ghosts and undead were. In addition to the malicious ghosts and the undead, Zhao Hai also found a few beasts. They were all inside small caves in the tunnel. But what made Zhao Hai somewhat depressed was that the malicious ghosts and the undead were very close to the Atom Academy's students. Meanwhile, he was a bit far from them. Zhao Hai didn't know that this was actually because of Margaret's request to Sim. Naturally, Margaret and Sim didn't know where the malicious ghosts were. However, Sim can change where Zhao Hai would end up. Margaret requested Zhao Hai to be dropped far away from the Atom Academy. Therefore, the current situation happened. Through the space, Zhao Hai used a couple of jumps before arriving where the malicious ghosts were. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he waited for an opportunity. Zhao Hai calculated that if the Atom Academy's people were to continue going forward, it wouldn't take long before they meet the malicious ghosts. Once both sides fight, Zhao Hai would see the Atom Academy's level as well as the strength of the malicious ghosts. If the malicious ghosts killed the Atom Academy students, then that would save Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. When Zhao Hai asked Margaret earlier, he was really intending to kill these Atom Academy students. Although they were both from the lower realms and didn't share any enmity, Zhao Hai was certain that Jin Qingjai had instructed them to get rid of him once they meet in the tunnel. Zhao Hai wasn't a saint. As long as a potential danger emerges, he will immediately eliminate it. Zhao Hai had already dissolved into the dark energy around him. Even the malicious ghosts wouldn't be able to sense his presence, much less the people from the Atom Academy. Zhao Hai learned this move from the Lich. The Lich had the ability to transform the energy inside their body into dark energy and then integrate it with the underworld's dark mist. Actually, their bodies were still present during this time. Zhao Hai made adjustments on this trick so that he can use it for himself. Before long, the Atom Academy's students entered the territory of a malicious ghost. From what Zhao Hai sensed, this tunnel didn't have 5 malicious ghosts, but 7. However, these 7 ghosts weren't in a group. They were in their own territories and there seems to be no evidence of a close alliance between them. Each malicious ghosts had several undead as subordinates. However, these undead weren't only humanoid, there were also beasts among them. When the group of mages entered the malicious ghosts' territory, the malicious ghost immediately discovered their presence. The ghost proceeded to hide itself before sending out a loud shout. The shout was very sharp and ugly to hear. It was truly a ghost's wail. Hearing this ghost's wail, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. This was because the ghost's cry was actually a spiritual attack. The malicious ghosts looked a bit like the Lich. They didn't have physical bodies and were more ugly. They had horrific face and long fingernails. Zhao Hai didn't expect them to look like this. As the malicious ghost issued its loud cry, its undead subordinates also moved towards the group of mages. Besides them, the other malicious ghosts also sent their subordinates over. The beasts inside the tunnel were beginning to move as well. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these things, he wasn't planning to offer his help. He wanted to see how strong the Atom Academy's students were. Naturally, Atom Academy's 6 mages were able to hear the ghost's cry. The group stopped before beginning to group up, but there were still some distance between them. Zhao Hai looked at their action and couldn't help but laugh. They were already in a predicament, yet they were still wary of each other. It would be difficult for them to survive at this rate. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he entered the space. These ghosts were pretty sensitive to dark energy. Zhao Hai didn't want to risk himself being discovered and keeping disaster from happening to the Atom Academy's people. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the space, he saw Laura and the others looking at the monitor. Displayed on the screen was the situation with the malicious ghosts and the Atom Academy. The women were sitting there with a nervous expression. Zhao Hai knew that they weren't really worried about the mages of the Atom Academy. They were looking at the scene as though they were looking at a horror film. Zhao Hai coughed lightly, causing Laura and the others to jump in fright. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai laughing at their frightened expressions, they couldn't help but scold him in anger. After some time, the group sat down and looked at the monitor. Although the Atom Academy students kept some distance from the others, they could still see each other. At this time, an old mage waved his staff, causing a magic formation to appear followed by a burst of light. The light condensed into a light ball that illuminated the surrounding area. Zhao Hai nodded, seeing that it was light magic. It seems like the old mage was a light element mage. Moreover, he seems to be able to use magic theory. The younger mages saw the old mages move and also cast their own magic. But since all of them weren't light element mages or all element mages, they can only use lower realm light magic. Zhao Hai actually gave a nod. In this mining tunnel, Only light energy can suppress the dark energy. Although magic theory was more formidable than ordinary magic, only light magic could suppress dark magic. Moreover, it wasn't a wise choice to use magic that one wasn't familiar with. Ascenders like Zhao Hai could use almost all elements from the lower realms. Even if they weren't skilled, it still wouldn't be difficult to use low-level magic from other elements. At this time, knowing that your enemy was a dark creature, the best choice was to use light magic of the lower realms other than using unfamiliar magic from magic theory. At the very least, they could guarantee their own safety. Seeing that the mages had used light magic, the malicious ghost didn't go forward and stayed hidden in the darkness. Its mouth cried time and time again. Besides being a spiritual attack, this cry also instructed its subordinates to charge towards the enemy. The ghost's subordinates were undead, so they also have an innate fear of light magic. However, they couldn't hold back the command of the ghosts. The only thing they could do was to slowly move forward. When the undead got in contact with the light element magic, their bodies immediately emitted black gas. Each undead gave out a pitiful yell as their bodies slowly dissolved. The Adam Academy students relaxed when they saw this happening. The magic in their hands went past the undead, but they weren't able to hit the malicious ghost at all. The ghost just floated in place like a viper hiding in the darkness, staring at the 6 mages. At this time, the other malicious ghosts did the same as the other ghost. They commanded their undead towards the mages as they themselves hid. Chapter 1096, Wild Beasts. Although the undead controlled by the malicious ghosts weren't strong, there weren't 100 just like Sim said. Instead, it was more than 1,000. The mages present here were strong, but in such an environment, they were already under tremendous pressure. And even if the light element magic were lethal to the undead just stopped going inside the range of the magic. Instead, the undead took stones and began throwing them towards the mages. These undead were low-level zombies. They weren't fast nor were they defensive. However, they were actually famed for their strength. Each stone that these zombies threw would certainly have great strength behind it. Fortunately for the mages, they already had protective measures on their bodies. Because of this, the stones didn't pose too much of a threat to them. And these mages weren't just standing targets. They immediately launched their own magic towards the undead. And after passing through layers of formations, the might of these spells couldn't be underestimated. It didn't take long before the mages were able to decimate the more than 1,000 undead. However, the mages only managed to destroy the undead. Their original target, the malicious ghosts, remained unharmed. Not only did the malicious ghosts remain uninjured, the sounds of fighting also attracted the nearby beasts. The strange thing was, although the beasts could sense the malicious ghosts, both of them were actually living in peace. They seemed to have a mutual understanding that the mages were their enemy. These beasts weren't simple. When Zhao Hai scanned them using his spiritual force, these beasts actually reacted. This reaction surprised Zhao Hai the most. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very hard to detect. However, these beasts actually managed to faintly sense it. Zhao Hai also discovered that these beasts and malicious ghosts had at least king-level strength. Although their strength couldn't compare to the mages present, this didn't mean that they couldn't do anything. Although magic theory produced great power, its requirements for spiritual force was also quite huge. These mages had just ascended. Even the staff they used were from the lower realms. If these mages exhaust themselves, then they wouldn't be able to stop the assault coming from the malicious ghosts and the beasts. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the monitor. The malicious ghosts and the beasts had encircled the 6 mages, prepared to attack at any time. However, the mages were clueless about this development. They just continued to advance with caution. Zhao Hai could see that the environment of the tunnel closely resembled the underworld. Not only was its dark energy dense, it also had a slight suppression on the soul. This caused the strength of the people inside it to be suppressed. However, Zhao Hai already accustomed himself to the underworld, and with his formidable spiritual force, this effect didn't have any use to him. Zhao Hai knew that these mages wouldn't live for long. The malicious ghosts and the beasts had coordinated themselves well. Currently, the mages still had enough strength to put up a fight. But once they run out of energy, these malicious ghosts and beasts would definitely be impolite. However, this development didn't make Zhao Hai glad. Even his feeling of watching a movie had disappeared. The movements of these malicious ghosts and beasts were very unusual. They were too smart and knew how to work with each other. This wasn't something that ordinary ghosts nor beasts could do. Naturally, this didn't necessarily mean that these malicious ghosts and beasts were under someone's control. In fact, there was a very small probability for this to happen. Dark cultivators would never choose Tyro Planet. Even if this tunnel had Thickian energy, almost similar to the underworld, there were much better places for them to go in the cultivation realm. Instead of being under someone's control, all signs indicated that these malicious ghosts and beasts were probably protecting something. The question now was, what were they protecting? Does this tunnel have something like the underworld's giant heart? Was it worth their protection? The thought of this caused Zhao Hai's brows to wrinkle even more. Laura and the others had no time to notice Zhao Hai's expression at this time. Currently, all of their eyes were stuck on the monitor. They were completely immersed in this horror story happening in front of them. Zhao Hai gently waved his hand, causing another smaller monitor to appear in front of him. Shown on this screen were the 4 warriors from the Wild Academy. Hearing the battle between the mages and the undead, the 4 warriors decided to come. Zhao Hai didn't stop them, and he didn't have any reason to. Although the Ashley family had some friendship with the Northwild family, Zhao Hai could see that this relationship wasn't that deep. Otherwise, when Margaret asked their instructor to team up, they wouldn't have disagreed. Zhao Hai had certain classifications for people. The first type were his family, like Laura and the others. If someone dared to make a move on his family, then they would die. The second type were his friends like Dins and the others. Although Zhao Hai would provide them help during their difficult time, he wouldn't treat them as though they were his family. And if there came a time where Dins and the others could help him but didn't, then that would be the time to end their friendship. The third type of people were passers-by. These people had no relationship with him. He wouldn't go out of his way to give them a hand. To him, they didn't matter. After all, he wasn't a saint. The last type were his enemies. Needless to say, they were people he needed to eliminate. To Zhao Hai, people from the Wild Academy were passers-by. Their lives didn't matter to him. He wouldn't kill them, but he also wouldn't stop them if they were courting death. Just before the warriors from the Wild Academy reached the Atom Academy's mages, the beasts suddenly began their attack. Meanwhile, the malicious ghosts stayed put. However, those dark beasts were enough to deal with the mages. All in all, there were 12 dark beasts with strengths equal or greater than king-level experts in the underworld. Most importantly, although the energy inside these beasts were dark, they weren't undead, thus they were alive. In turn, this gave them the ability to resist light magic. Of the 12 dark beasts, 10 looked like wolves, but instead of fur, they had scales on their bodies, making them look more terrifying. The other 2 beasts had the form of snakes. Their entire body was black and covered in scales, making them fully integrate into the darkness. These snakes didn't look strong and could even be grabbed by one's hand. However, the snakes were very long. Both of them had bodies that extended 20 meters out. While searching for information about Tyro Planet, Zhao Hai was introduced to these snakes. In fact, these snakes were quite famous in the planet. They were relatives of iron thread snakes, known as poisonous iron thread serpents. Poisonous iron thread serpents were beasts unique to Tyro Planet. Their bodies were harder than iron and comparable to steel. Most importantly, their poison was very lethal. Even their scales were poisonous. If one was bitten by this snake, even level 4 warriors wouldn't be able to survive. The wolves weren't simple either. They were known as poison scale wolves. They were beasts that lived in a pack of 5 to 10 members. They weren't strong, but all of them were poisonous. They were also able to spit poison from their mouth. Their poison could corrode battle chi and magic. If the poison hits a human, the person would soon dissolve into black liquid. Naturally, these things weren't found by Zhao Hai. They were all presented to him by Laura and the others. After knowing that Zhao Hai was heading to Tyro Planet, Laura and the others began to check for information regarding the place. Tyro Planet was relatively famous in the machine field, so they were able to find information about the planet quite easily. While they were browsing, they were able to find information about the poisonous iron thread serpents as well as the poison scale wolves. The poison scale wolves slowly came out of the shadows, coming under the light produced by light magic. The range of the old mage's light element magic was now smaller than before. It was obvious that he was beginning to be exhausted. Seeing the poison scale wolves, the expressions of the mages couldn't help but change. They were here to eliminate malicious ghosts. They didn't expect to meet poison scale wolves. They weren't fools, so after arriving at Tyro Planet, they immediately searched for information about the planet. Therefore, they were aware about how terrifying these wolves were. Upon seeing the wolves, a young mage couldn't help but say, "Poison scale wolves? Why are they here? Where are the malicious ghosts?" Nobody replied to him, causing the mage's face to turn uglier. At this time, the poison scale wolves began to launch their attack. As the wolves attacked, the two poisonous iron thread serpents began to scale the walls of the cave. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown upon seeing the wolves. Although poison scale wolves were quite strong, they don't seem to be able to fly. In the lower realms, those with the same strength as the wolves were able to fly, so why weren't these wolves flying? It was certainly strange. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the poison scale wolves swarmed the 6 mages. The malicious ghosts and snakes stayed put, preparing to stage an ambush if an opportunity came. Chapter 1097, Malicious Ghosts Possession. Ho! A poison scale wolf pounced towards a mage. Although the wolf couldn't fly, its leap still covered a huge distance. It jumped 100 meters in one go. The mage didn't expect the wolf to jump so far, so he wasn't able to guard on time. This allowed the wolf to hit the mage's protective barrier. Boom! The mage's barrier fiercely shook, causing his body to fly backwards. While the mage was pushed back, his barrier shattered as well. This caused the mage's expression to change. One should know that this protective barrier was made using magic theory. Although it was only a single layer formation, it was still very powerful compared to normal barriers. How could such a barrier be destroyed by a poison scale wolf in one strike? However, it seems like the strike also exhausted the wolf. As it fell from the air, the wolf looked like a falling leaf as it fluttered to the ground. The mage relaxed, but just as he was about to arrange another single-layer barrier, he suddenly felt his back turn cold. He was startled and immediately flew forward, but it was already too late. As the mage was flying forward, he felt his neck turn cool, then his arms felt light, then his entire body completely shut down. At this time, the other mages had yet to notice this, but Zhao Hai was able to see everything. A poisonous iron thread serpent just attacked. After tying down the mage's neck, the snake bit off one arm before proceeding to take the mage's life. Not long after the mage died, the snake wrapped around his neck tighter, slammed its body on the ground and then flung the body towards the darkness. At the same time, the snake used the momentum from throwing the mage's body in order to retreat and find an opportunity to attack another mage. Before the first mage's body hit the dark floor of the cave, a malicious ghost suddenly charged forward and slowly possessed the mage's body. The mage then opened his eyes. However, the eyes were completely black. Also, his body was filled with strong killing aura. The possessed mage fluttered back into the light magic, but as he entered the range of the light magic, he began to emit black gas. His eyes also showed a painful expression. However, he didn't make any noise. Instead, he continued to get close to another mage. This mage turned out to be the old light mage. Zhao Hai calmly looked as all of these happened. After the poisonous iron thread serpent flung the mage towards the darkness, Zhao Hai knew that the mage was already dead. However, instead of being transformed into an undead like he expected, the malicious ghost actually possessed the mage's body. Back on Earth, it was well known that ghosts were able to possess a body. However, Zhao Hai didn't see any ghosts in the Ark Continent nor the underworld that could do so. He didn't expect to see this ability here. The possessed ghost was already beside the old mage. Although the mages from the Atom Academy weren't united, they weren't stupid. They were aware that the old mage was the only light element mage among them. If the old mage died, then they would have a very difficult time fending off the ghosts and beasts. Because of this, the mages grouped up with the old mage being in the center. But since these mages weren't able to see the action made by the poisonous iron thread serpent, they didn't have any suspicion towards the possessed mage. This allowed the possessed mage to get close to the old mage without any difficulties. The possessed mage also pretended to hold off the assaulting poison scale wolves. At the same time, he went closer and closer towards the old mage. Before long, the malicious ghost was already 5 meters away from the old mage. Although the old mage noted this action, he didn't attack the malicious ghost. The old mage's magic now had reduced range. Also, the other mages didn't use light magic from magic theory. Instead they used lower realm magic. Zhao Hai knew that the old mage's spiritual force was beginning to be exhausted. It must be said that the old mage's spiritual force shouldn't have been exhausted this soon. However, the old mage still wasn't familiar with magic theory. This caused him to consume more spiritual force than usual. Another reason for this consumption might be the mage's underestimation of the undead. These mages had also met undead in their own lower realms, so they didn't take the undead too seriously. Because of this, they attacked the undead without thinking. As a result, they consumed their spiritual force too quickly before even meeting a malicious ghost. While the old mage was distracted, the possessed mage suddenly charged towards him. Then the possessed mage stretched his hands out. These hands didn't cast any magic, instead it became long black claws that looked very menacing. The old mage wasn't on guard against this surprise attack. When he discovered the attack, it was already too late. Before the old mage could react, the ghost's claws had already ripped a hole on the old mage's throat. The old mage's throat gave out a horrifying sound as he looked at the malicious ghost in horror. It didn't take long before the old mage lost his strength. With nobody left to maintain it, the light magic began to vanish. With the old mage dead and the powerful light element magic gone, the other malicious ghosts began to charge towards the other mages. The poison scale wolves and the poisonous iron thread serpents also pounced towards the remaining 4 mages. The 4 mages panicked. They didn't expect the old mage to die just like that. They were confident that as long as the old mage lived, even if they couldn't kill the malicious ghosts, they could still escape. Now that the old mage was dead, their opportunity to escape was gone. While the 4 mages were still flustered, the ghosts and the beasts seized the opportunity as they roared and charged over. With the cooperation between the ghosts and the beasts, the 4 mages were killed in less than 10 minutes. After the remaining mages died, the other malicious ghosts proceeded to possess their bodies. At the same time, the beasts hid themselves in the darkness. This was because they could feel other people entering the area. This time, the team that entered were the warriors from Wild Academy. Each one of them were now carrying lamps as they flew forward. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 warriors and then sighed. If they came a few minutes earlier, they might have been able to unite with the mages. Even if they can't kill the ghosts, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape. But now, they are already too late. Laura and the other nodded. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, will you make a move now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not immediately. If I do, then wouldn't I just be telling them that I have been watching all this time? At the very least, they should get injured before I make a move." Laura nodded, then didn't say anything else. The experience that Laura and the others gained wasn't any less than Zhao Hai's. They also had their own ideas regarding human nature, and as they grew together with Zhao Hai, they were wise enough to know that they didn't need to be polite to their enemies. Before long, the warriors of the Wild Academy met with the malicious ghosts. Although the ghosts had completed their possession, they didn't use any of the mage's magic, and with the warriors being extremely cautious, the group of dark creatures weren't given any chances to sneak attack. The only thing they could do now was to attack head-on. The 4 warriors had impeccable cooperation. Naturally, this was taught to them by their academy. Because of this, they were able to hold on amidst the attacks of the 7 ghosts and 12 beasts. However, the faces of the warriors were quite ugly. They had just discovered that the mages were all dead. Also, there weren't 4 or 5 malicious ghosts. Instead there were 7, and of the 7, 6 of them possessed the mages. Not only that, There were also 12 powerful beasts. They couldn't win against this much enemies. The only choice they have was to retreat. One of the 4 warriors suddenly said, "Wu Quan, Lan Zhang, you two block them while me and Fni attack them with our sword Qi. We'll try killing 2 of them at a time as we retreat." The situation here is much worse than what instructor told us. We aren't their opponents. The 3 other warriors nodded. After that, 2 of them began to take their weapons out and blocked the ghosts and the beasts. Meanwhile, the other 2 also took their weapons out as they readied themselves to launch their attack. The latter 2's aura got stronger and stronger as the swords in their hands shone. Then the 2 gave a shout as they waved their sword to cut the nearby poison scale wolves. The 2 poison scale wolves just pounced. With their bodies still in midair, the wolves were unable to dodge. The sword Qi slashed through the wolves as though they were paper. The wolves were immediately cut in half. They gave a pitiful sound as they hit the ground, their internal organs spewing out of their bodies. They only twitched for a few moments before they became motionless. This wasn't the end. The warriors wielded their swords once more as they killed another 2 poison scale wolves, 2 malicious ghosts, and 1 poisonous iron thread serpent. This attack caused the remaining malicious ghosts and beasts to be afraid. The dark creatures stopped their attack before retreating to the dark, plunging the cave into silence once more. Chapter 1098, The End of the Exam. The warriors weren't naive enough to think that the ghosts and the beasts wouldn't try to attack them again. On the contrary, the ghosts and beasts were now more dangerous since they were hidden. The 2 warriors that sent the sword Qi were now very pale. They had just exhausted themselves and would need to recover for some time. The group's leader made a decision: let's retreat immediately. The Atom Academy's mages are dead. Also, there are more enemies than reported. We cannot kill them all by ourselves. We need to head back and look for instructor. The others immediately agreed. The 2 warriors who didn't send sword Qi proceeded to protect their 2 weakened comrades. Seeing that the situation had reached a crucial point, Zhao Hai stood up before turning his head to Laura and the others and said, "It's my time to enter the stage. Everyone, witness my performance." Laura and the others gave a warm applause, causing Zhao Hai to laugh before his figure flashed and left the space. The next moment, Zhao Hai appeared back in the tunnel at a distance away from the battlefield. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to appear directly in the middle of the fight. That would make people think that he was just watching all this time. Therefore, Zhao Hai appeared at a distance and pretended to have just arrived at the scene. When Zhao Hai appeared in the tunnel, he immediately released light element magic. His light element magic was released using magic theory. However, this magic wasn't an area attack. Instead, the light was concentrated, as though it was a searchlight from a lighthouse. After that, Zhao Hai roared as he flew straight into the battle. His speed was very fast. Currently on Zhao Hai's hand was his blood ghost staff. He lifted his staff as the magic formation directed the light magic forward. The light looked like a sharp sword that was plunged into the darkness. Zhao Hai made sure to have the warriors notice his arrival, hoping that the warriors would stop retreating and deal with the enemy together with him. With this, there would be no suspicions placed on him. If the warriors left, then the Atom Academy might doubt his claims. With how huge Zhao Hai's move was, it was impossible for the warriors to not notice him. Seeing the glaring beam of light, the warriors immediately looked for its source. It didn't take long for them to know who was coming over. There were 3 academies participating in this trial, and the Atom Academy's 6 students were already dead. The only person that has yet to show themselves was the Ashley Academy's sole participant. With this thought, the warriors couldn't help but hesitate. Then one of them said, "Khan, what do we do now? Should we keep retreating?" Khan looked at the beam of light and said, "That's light magic. It should be able to suppress the undead. We can use this opportunity to fight alongside him. If we retreat now, we will fail the exam." The other warriors agreed, so all 4 of them stopped before they roared and joined the battle. Wu Qian and Lan Zhang put Fni and Khan in the middle so that the 2 could recover their strength as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was very fast. He also pretended to miss the warriors' location. After the warriors roared, he immediately adjusted his course and flew towards them at the quickest speed. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived where the warriors were. Zhao Hai also discovered that the malicious ghosts and the beasts had already encircled them. Zhao Hai looked at the warriors and smiled as he gave his greetings. "So it's our friends from Wild Academy. What happened?" "I just sensed a disturbance in the energy of this place." "Did you manage to find the malicious ghosts?" Khan and the others returned the greeting. Then Khan answered, "We've seen Mr. Zhao Hai." "Yes, we've met with the malicious ghosts. They've already dealt with the Atom Academy. At this time, it's possible that we have been surrounded. Mr. should be careful." Zhao Hai wrinkled his brows as he said, "Really? I didn't expect malicious ghosts to be that strong." Khan quickly answered, "Mister, there are just 5 malicious ghosts, but 7. There are also 12 poisonous beasts. But now, their numbers have been reduced to 5 ghosts and 7 beasts. The others have already been killed by us." Zhao Hai said. "Oh," then he laughed as he waved his hand. A magic formation appeared on his magic staff. This magic formation caused a huge explosion of white light. This explosion illuminated a kilometer of area. Naturally, this illumination revealed the presence of ghosts and beasts. After seeing the forms of the ghosts and beasts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, "You dark creatures truly have skills, but unfortunately, it's time for you to die." Appearing in Zhao Hai's head was a magic formation. This formation was different than the light element one he used earlier. When the formation was released, the dark energy not being hit by the light beam became absorbed into the formation. The formation got darker and darker before it became extremely black. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the formation to enlarge and cover the malicious ghosts. While the malicious ghosts were struggling to get free, Zhao Hai muttered, "Receive." Just as his voice fell, the magic formation sucked everything into the middle. Khan and the others saw several shadows going out of the bodies of the mages. Without the ghosts possessing them, the bodies of the mages collapsed to the ground. This was dark element magic. Dark element magic wasn't strong by itself, but after passing through formations, their strength multiplied. Because of this, the ghosts were easily sucked in and sent to the space. Just as the group of malicious ghosts entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: "Mutant dark element undead detected." Undead has a large tendency for violence, sensing negative sentiment towards the space. Subduing. Undead has been subdued. Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised about this prompt. As long as the ghosts were sent to the space, then there was no way for them to escape. After dealing with the malicious ghosts, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the remaining beasts. Then he said, "You bastards also want to join in on the fun, right? Then you might as well join them." Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing 5 formations to appear in front of him. As these formations appeared, the dark energy in the surroundings began to move once again, and this time, the suction speed was much greater. In a blink of an eye, the formations turned pure black. Zhao Hai looked at the formations and then said, "Dark being, tear the space open." After Zhao Hai spoke, the 5 formations broke the space. Shortly after that, an ancient savage roar was heard from the rift. Then 2 claws grabbed the rift, ripping a bigger hole. The spatial rift grew bigger and bigger. It was as if the world itself was being torn apart. Then a head emerged from the rift. The huge head was covered with black scales. It had a huge mouth enough to swallow 10 people in one bite. It had teeth that seemed like it could tear into one's soul. This caused the head to send chills to a person. The eyes on the head had slits, appearing both cold and ruthless. The huge head looked around before fully emerging out of the rift. After going through, it issued a loud cry, causing pressure on the beasts. The beasts couldn't help but cower in its presence. They seemed to be panicking at the sight of the monster. Zhao Hai recognized the being at first glance. It turned out to be a black dragon. It looked similar to the dragons in the Ark continent. However, the strength of this dragon was much stronger. This dragon doesn't seem to be able to fly. From its looks, Zhao Hai thought that it was a T-Rex. It was about 15 meters tall. It had 2 short front limbs. However, its legs had sharp-looking claws. All of these plus its sturdy-looking tail demonstrated the creature's strength. After the black dragon faced upwards and roared, its cold eyes turned towards the poison scale wolves and poisonous iron thread serpents. Then the dragon opened its mouth, breathing black flames towards the beasts. The Phosian scale wolves immediately turned around and ran. However, the black dragon didn't give them the opportunity to escape. It immediately charged over and overtook the wolves. Then it swung its tail, sending the wolves flying into the air. On the other hand, the poisonous iron thread serpents slithered towards a nearby tunnel to get out. Khan and the others were looking at these events in a daze. They didn't expect a single person to deal with the wolves and the serpents. Wasn't this too easy? In fact, they weren't aware that after the poison scale wolves were sent flying, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift and caught them, sending them to the space. The same outcome happened to the poisonous iron thread serpents. As the serpents ran into the tunnels, they didn't expect a spatial rift waiting for them. Without even recognizing it, the serpents went towards the space. Seeing that the beasts had been taken care of, Zhao Hai gave a satisfied nod. Then he waved his hand, causing a spatial rift to appear, taking the black dragon in. After he received the black dragon, Zhao Hai turned towards Khan and the other. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, I think there's nothing else left here. I'll be taking my leave first." Just as his voice fell, he heard a voice, "The exam has been completed. Students, please return to your own vehicles." Zhao Hai gave one last nod to Khan and the others before flying towards his car. It didn't take long before he reached his car, rode it, and proceeded to leave the place. When Zhao Hai left, Khan and the others let out a long breath. Wu Quan turned to Khan and said, "Big brother Khan, that Zhao Hai, how could he be that strong?" Khan sighed. Then he said, "By his present standard, he should still be a level 1 mage. However, he can use more than one element. If it came to combat power, he is more powerful than most people at his level." "Things aren't looking so good," Wu Quan said. "Big brother, isn't the exam finished?" Khan replied, "The Wild Academy and the Ashley Academy are in good terms with each other, while the Adam Academy and the Ashley Academy are on bad terms. In this exam, all of the Adam Academy's mages died. Although Zhao Hai and us aren't related to their deaths, I'm afraid the Adam Academy wouldn't believe our testimonies. Even if we are safe inside our academies, we might be met with revenge once we left. This would bring us endless trouble. It would be great if we could store their bodies inside a spatial item. This way, we might be able to find a way out of this." Wu Quan and the others understood what Khan wanted to do. However, when they ascended, they had already left their spatial item behind. They didn't have one right now. Lan Zhong looked at the mage corpses and then said, "Big brother Khan, maybe those mages have spatial items on them. Let's search their bodies first before we go back." Those words made Khan nod. He said, "Right, I forgot about that. Go and search their bodies." Then the group flew towards the mages. After they searched the bodies, they were able to get 3 pieces of spatial equipment. The group immediately placed the corpses inside a spatial item. Then they left the area and returned to their car. As they flew, Wu Quan turned to Khan and said, "Big brother Khan, since we've decided to join the Northwild camp, how about we take 2 of these spatial items for ourselves? Let's return only one of them to the Adam Academy." Khan shook his head and said, "We can't touch these spatial items. I'm almost sure that they're registered with the Adam Academy. If we take it, they would only doubt us. We'll hand everything over." Rest assured, after searching the machine fields network, it seems like spatial items aren't that rare. We can buy some if we earn some money. Wu Quan and the others nodded. They agreed to this decision. When they returned to the car, the vehicle began to fly. After a couple of hours, everyone returned to the tunnel city. Margaret and the others were already waiting for them there. Seeing that Zhao Hai was safe, Margaret began to relax. Not long after Zhao Hai arrived, Khan and the others also came back. After Zhao Hai gave Margaret his greetings, he stood behind her and didn't say anything. And while Khan was greeting his instructor, he also whispered a couple of words to him. Upon hearing Khan, the instructor's face couldn't help but change. He turned to Khan and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Khan nodded and said, "It's true. These are their spatial items. There are 3 all in all." Then he handed the 3 items to the instructor. Seeing the spatial items on his hands, the instructor sighed before walking towards Jin Qingjai. Chapter 1099 You're lying. Jin Qingjai was currently feeling strange. The Wild Academy and the Ashley Academy's students had already returned. However, the Atom Academy's students had yet to arrive. He didn't believe that the Atom Academy's students would have no survivors. After all, there were 6 of them. How could none of them survive? Instructor Dan went to Jin Qingjai and said, "There's no need for Instructor Jin to wait. The Atami Academy's students wouldn't be returning." Then he handed over the 3 spatial items. Jin Qingjai stared at the spatial items in Instructor Dan's hand. His expression changed as he said, "Why do you have their spatial items? Did the Wild Academy kill them?" Instructor Dan didn't expect Jin Qingjai to turn hostile this soon. He coldly snorted before taking out 6 corpses. These corpses belonged to the Atom Academy's 6 mages. After releasing the corpses, Dan looked at Jin Qingjai and said, "Surnamed Jin, don't just bark like a wild dog. Act like your position. You aren't an idiot. You can look at their injuries to see how they died. Take these 3 spatial items. My Northwild family has a lot of them." Then he slammed the spatial rings into a nearby table. It might even be said that he embedded the rings into the table. One could see from this point how strong Dan really was. Seeing Dan's conduct, Jin Qingjai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. But he just coldly snorted before turning his head to the 6 mages. After carefully looking at the corpses, Jin Qingjai's expression sank. This was because the injuries seen on the bodies indicated that they had been killed by malicious ghosts and beasts, and there wasn't any indication of tampering. This wasn't the first time Jin Qingjai brought students to an exam. Therefore, he could see injuries caused by ghosts and beasts. After some time, Jin Qingjai stood up slowly. He looked at Dan and said, "What happened?" Although Dan was mad at him, that was only a momentary anger. Even so, he didn't look at Jin Qingjai's face and just answered, "There aren't just 5 ghosts in the tunnel, but 7 ghosts and 12 beasts. It was your team that met them first." As for the state of the battle, Khan and the others only arrived when it was finished. When they sensed fighting, they immediately headed over. But when they arrived, the battle was already over. At that time, the 6 bodies had already been possessed by the ghosts. Khan's team was also surrounded by the ghosts and the beasts. They have no choice but to retreat. And just as they retreated, Zhao Hai appeared, killing all the ghosts and beasts. Jin Qingjai quietly listened to Dan. Not only him, Margaret also took note of Dan's words. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai appeared and killed the ghosts and beasts, Margaret's eyes shone with happiness. She turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is Instructor Dan telling the truth?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "When I appeared, the friends from Wild Academy had already killed 5 beasts and 2 ghosts. Therefore, I only killed 5 ghosts and 7 beasts. As for what happened before, I haven't seen anything." Jin Qingjai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How could you possibly kill 5 ghosts and 7 beasts? You're lying." Zhao Hai just coldly snorted and didn't answer. At this moment, Khan lightly coughed and said, "Instructor Jin, Mr. Zhao Hai can certainly kill 5 ghosts and 7 beasts. This is because he is already a level 1 mage." Jin Qingjai and Margaret, who were listening to Khan, couldn't help but gawk. Margaret felt pleasantly surprised at Zhao Hai. She turned to him and said, "Zhao Hai, are you really a level 1 mage?" Jin Qingjai and Dan might not know how significant Zhao Hai's current level was, but Margaret did. Zhao Hai had just ascended last month. 1 month after ascending to the machine field, he was already a level 1 mage. If others knew about this, it would certainly cause huge waves. Not even waiting for Zhao Hai to answer, Jin Qingjai interjected, "Stop talking nonsense. How could he possibly be a level 1 mage? I don't believe it." Then his hand moved, causing a 10-layer formation to appear. Immediately after the formation appeared, a huge sword appeared and pierced towards Zhao Hai. Margaret was able to see Jin Qingjai's movement. However, when she noticed it, the sword had already attacked. She just stopped thinking and went in front of Zhao Hai. Then she waved her hand, summoning a 5-layer formation. The formation immediately activated, causing a water shield to appear. With Jin Qingjai's sudden action, Margaret could only use this method to deal with it. A 5-layer formation versus a 10-layer formation. their difference was a level. In this case, Margaret's water shield could only block the sword for a moment. It didn't take long for the sword to cut through the water shield. With a force as strong as lightning, the sword cut towards Margaret. Seeing this development, Jin Changai's face turned pale as a corpse. But it was already impossible to stop the magic at this time. Jin knew very well that Margaret wasn't just any other instructor. Her true status wasn't simple. If he really killed Margaret here, then even the Atom family wouldn't be able to save him. At this time, a fiery red formation suddenly appeared in front of the sword, melting it slowly. Fire magic just so happens to subdue Jin Changai's sword. Additionally, fire element magic was inherently strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to deal with the giant sword. Repulsion between the 5 elements was also relative. Even if water counters fire, pouring a cup of water over a mountain of fire was still a useless move. At that time, it would be the fire repelling the water. Seeing his sword being blocked, Jin Qingjai couldn't help but feel relieved. But at the same time, he could also see that the fire magic came from a 5-layer formation. Moreover, it can be seen that this magic shield was made by Zhao Hai. This discovery made Jin Qingjai's expression sink. He can now affirm that Zhao Hai was truly a level 1 mage. Moreover, it seems like his spiritual force was strong. Level 1 mages were usually unable to melt his sword. Although the sword was blocked by Margaret's 5-layer water shield, its energy was mostly preserved after piercing through. At least, the sword should still have 7/10 of its power. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai's fire shield was still able to block it. This meant that Zhao Hai's 5-layer shield was able to block a 7-layer sword's strength. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. Margaret also responded at this time. Her pale face turned towards Jin Qingjai and said, "Jin Qingjai, good. Good. You actually dared to attack here. It seems like we'll see more deaths today." After she said that, she began to wave her staff. Upon seeing Margaret's expression, Jin Qingjai knew that if she went through with this, things wouldn't turn out great. He immediately bowed and said, "Instructor Margaret, you misunderstand. Please, calm down. Please calm down. I didn't do it on purpose." When she saw Jin Qingjai's helpless expression, Margaret decided to stop. Then she said, "What? You believe it now?" Jin Qingjai smiled bitterly and said, "I believe it. I just didn't expect the Ashley family to send a level 1 mage for an exam." Instructor Margaret, how many months has it been since he ascended? How did he get so strong? The reason why Jin Qingjai asked this was because people who came to Tyro Planet for the exams were ascenders who had ascended for 3 or 4 months. And generally, 3 to 4 month ascenders had yet to reach level 1. Margaret looked at Jin Qingjai. She seemed to be dissatisfied with how things turned out, but she still replied, 5 months. He's the most talented genius that Ashley Academy had in the past 10 years. Therefore, we had him participate in the exam a bit later. You're unlucky. If he met your students sooner, then those ghosts might not have killed them. I really didn't expect the ghosts to increase at this time. After she spoke, everyone turned their attention to Sim. After all, it was Sim that gave them information about the ghosts. If Zhao Hai wasn't strong enough, then nobody would have survived the exam. Although lower realm ascenders still needed some training, it was undeniable that they were geniuses, especially those like Zhao Hai and Khan's group. After they develop in the machine field for several years, it would be possible for them to become intermediate-level experts, capable of handling important matters. So if they died in this place, the losses incurred would be huge. This situation wasn't something that Sim would permit. Receiving the gazes from Margaret and the others, Sim immediately knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but force a smile and said, "Everybody, you should know that I wouldn't permit such things from happening. We really aren't aware that there would be that much danger. We've already known each other for many years. You already know that I wouldn't dare harm ascenders from the lower realms." Margaret and the others nodded upon hearing Sim's words. Sim certainly wouldn't harm ascenders since he was an ascender himself. It has been 30 years since Sim had ascended, and he was also considered as someone with talent. It was only when he suffered a severe wound that his strength stopped progressing any further. In the end, he could only become an official responsible for exams. Because of his origin, Sim held special sentiments towards fellow ascenders. It was impossible for him to cause them harm in this exam. Chapter 1100 to 1102. Chapter 1100. Ghost Mythralore. Margaret and the others sighed. They couldn't help but admit that they were unlucky this time. They couldn't blame this matter on Sim. This was because there had been numerous times where the exams had mistakes in their investigation. This wasn't the first time that the strength of the enemy had suddenly increased. Everyone rested for a day before they headed back to their own academies. Naturally, Zhao Hai and Margaret rode their own ship. The other academies had their own spaceships to take them home. After Zhao Hai returned to the ship, he immediately entered his room, closed the door, and didn't make any sound. Margaret didn't comment on this. In her mind, Zhao Hai was practicing. If he didn't act like this, he wouldn't have been this strong. However, she was wrong. Zhao Hai returned to his room and entered the space. But this time, he didn't cultivate. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "We need to take a look at that tunnel. It's very weird to have that much beasts and malicious ghosts in one place. I want to see what they were there for." Laura lightly frowned and said, "Brother Hai, why do you need to do this? Isn't it just a little weird?" "It has nothing to do with us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about me. I just want to see if there are any treasures back there." "Didn't you see? Those ghosts and beasts seem to be guarding something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked that well with each other." Upon hearing Zhao Hai say treasure, Laura and the others immediately understood what he was saying. Ever since they arrived at the machine field, they understood that it would be difficult for them to live comfortably with their present strength, not to mention that the machine field was one of the weaker powers in the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai's current strength could be considered to be medium grade in the machine field. Medium grade experts might be one of the top people in the machine field, but they still wouldn't be able to contend against mechas and battleships. If they wish for the space to level up, then they would need to seek treasures of the world of cultivation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the space to level up. Even if Laura and the others didn't want Zhao Hai to take any risks, they also saw the ghosts and the beasts from the tunnel. At the same time, they could see that Zhao Hai didn't have any problems dealing with them. With this thought in mind, Laura didn't prevent Zhao Hai any longer as she nodded and said, "All right." "But Brother Hai, you need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, there wouldn't be any problems." Then his figure vanished. The next moment, he appeared back in the mining tunnel. Meanwhile, Laura and the others began to move and open their computers. They divided the mine into sections and scoured through to see any peculiar things. This was what Laura and the others planned to do in order to give Zhao Hai help. They couldn't go outside the space and help Zhao Hai fight. This was the only way they could do in order to provide assistance. Their computers weren't any ordinary computer. These were devices specially created by the space. They had large screens like the space's monitor and were more convenient to use. Zhao Hai didn't just randomly teleport to a random place in the tunnel. He was currently inside the region that the malicious ghosts and the beasts used to occupy. The malicious ghosts and beasts didn't nest in the center of the tunnel. Instead, they were based at the northern part. This also happened to be where the Atom Academy's students were dropped off. Malicious ghosts and beasts usually never moved from their areas unless a problem occurred. They wouldn't have made a move if they weren't protecting something. When he appeared in the tunnel, Zhao Hai immediately released his spiritual force in order to scan the area for any dangers. Sure enough, he was able to discover something. The malicious ghosts and the beasts had just been cleared up, but there were already several weaker ghosts here. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at this discovery. Then he smiled and said, "Interesting, there are already ghosts here. It seems like this place really isn't normal." "Laura, go take a closer look at the surrounding area." Laura and the others complied and immediately carried on a careful examination of the nearby region. On the other hand, Zhao Hai released a 5-fold light element magic, instantaneously killing the weak ghosts that had gathered. Zhao Hai also released his own spiritual force in order to scan the surroundings. At this time, Meg's voice was suddenly heard, "Young master, I discovered a very high density of dark energy southeast of your location. The dark energy here is much thicker than the underworld. Maybe it's the place we're looking for." Zhao Hai nodded. Then a map appeared in his head. The map marked the place that Meg mentioned. With a flash, Zhao Hai appeared in that place. Upon experiencing the density of dark energy, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It was very thick, much thicker than in the underworld. What puzzled Zhao Hai was the fact that even though the dark energy was thick, it wasn't black. Instead, it was actually silver in color. Dark energy generally manifested as black. This was common knowledge. However, the dark energy of this place didn't follow this rule. This caused Zhao Hai to wonder. At this moment, a ring suddenly sounded inside Zhao Hai's head. It seems like this ringing was Lizzie's doing. Lizzie had also seen the place. "What's the point of this alarm?" Zhao Hai quickly answered. "What happened?" Just as his voice fell, Lizzie said, "Big Brother Hai, a kilometer under you is a mithril vein. However, this vein looks very strange." They were all mithril ores, but they looked like ghosts. "It's weird." "Wait a moment." Sister Laura and the others are looking for information about this ore online. Just as Lizzie finished talking, Laura's voice was heard. "Found it." "Brother Hai, a kilometer under you is a ghost mithril ore vein." Ghost mithril is a special type of mineral in the world of cultivation. It is a mithril ore that had dark energy mixed into it while it formed. It's a dual-element material. It is mainly used to forge yin-type weapons, but it has a lot of other uses. Any realm in the world of cultivation consider it as a treasure. Moreover, there's a good possibility for ghost mithril essence to be born inside each ore vein. Surrounding the ghost mithril essence would be the best ghost mithril of the entire vein. If we can get them all, that would be equal to gaining a lot of ghost mithril weapons. This is something that experts in the world of cultivation long to get hold of. Zhao Hai stared, then his two eyes shone and said, "Really? Fantastic." "Right. What are mithril weapons used for?" Laura answered. "There aren't that much uses for mithril weapons. This is because it isn't known for its hardness. Instead, mithril is the best metal when it comes to conduction. Ghost mithril has a strong memory storage function. If mages in the machine field use a weapon made with ghost mithril, then they could store their layered formations much easier. When the time comes, they would be able to release it all in one go. This will save a lot of time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Good. Then let's go take a look." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, taking his blood ghost staff out. After he entered the blood lotus, it proceeded to drill below the ground. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai drilled a kilometer down. What appeared in front of him caused his to be greatly surprised. He didn't expect ghost mithril to look like this. Zhao Hai could affirm that in front of him was a rich reserve of high-quality ore. There were pieces of silvery white ores closely clumped together. Seen on these ores were different forms of ugly faces. All of them looked incomparably scary. Additionally, these ores projected a strong presence of dark energy. The strong gloomy dark energy perfectly matched the ugly faces on the ore. It would cause ordinary people to flee in terror. Zhao Hai just smiled. He wasn't actually afraid of these things. He moved his hand and immediately released large amounts of undead in order to mine these ghost mithril ores. As the ghost mithril ore entered the space, a prompt was heard. "Special mithril ore with dark energy detected." Then there was no other sound. Zhao Hai expected the space to say more, but it was just that. Zhao Hai didn't care and just had the undead continue to mine the ores and had it sent to the space. What he wanted to see right now was the ghost mithril essence. The undead were connected to the space by care. As long as they mine ghost mithril ore, the ore would be immediately sent to the space. There was no need for Zhao Hai to open a rift. With this arrangement, the undead moved very quickly. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry and just advanced bit by bit. Since he had already found this place, even if the ship arrived at the academy, he could still return from his room. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted Laura and the others to look for the ghost silver essence. Although ghost mithril essence was a little weak for Zhao Hai, it was still a treasure in the eyes of other people. Moreover, Zhao Hai had an idea. In the past, when he placed ore essences in the space, It allowed the space to produce the ores themselves. He wanted to see whether the Ghost Mithril essence would allow the space to create Ghost Mithril ore. Chapter 1101, Terminator. Zhao Hai wasn't attracted to the Ghost Mithril ores. He wanted the Ghost Mithril essence. If he can get his hands on the Ghost Silver essence, the space might be able to create endless amounts of ores. It might even provide experience, allowing the space to level up. For Zhao Hai, there was nothing more important than leveling up the space. After all, if the space levels up, his strength would increase, and nothing was more important than increasing his strength. Although Zhao Hai wishes the space to level up quickly, he wasn't too anxious about it. This was because being anxious was useless. Worrying would just cause him to make mistakes, and in the world of cultivation, mistakes were closely related to death. Zhao Hai let his spiritual force loose as he sat inside the Blood Lotus. At this time, the Blood Lotus had reduced its size to a person's fist. It was currently on a crack in the ore vein. Behind him, the Mithril ores were vanishing in a constant rate. With the undead coordinating with the space, receiving the ores was very simple. As Zhao Hai proceeded forward, he suddenly felt a trace of spiritual waves in front of him. This spiritual movement was very well hidden, but Zhao Hai was still able to feel it. Zhao Hai immediately stopped in place. There was no possibility of any creatures in this place. Sensing spiritual movement only meant one thing: the Ghost Mithril essence. Zhao Hai carefully pushed his spiritual force towards the direction of the waves. He controlled his spiritual force to be as discreet as possible. This was because he was afraid of making the other side discover him. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual force arrived at its destination. But when he saw what was giving out spiritual waves, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This wasn't what he expected. In his mind, he expected either a rock or a humanoid, or an animal-shaped Ghost Mithril. In the end, it turned out to be an egg. Zhao Hai scanned the egg. It wasn't a huge egg. It was about half a meter high and a diameter of 30 centimeters. Its body was also bright silver. There were no ores nor dirt surrounding this egg. The egg floated in the void, appearing both peaceful and strange. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before leading the Blood Lotus to approach the egg. As soon as he reached the egg, Zhao Hai stopped because not only was the egg emitting spiritual waves, it was also physically shaking. It was as though it was afraid. Zhao Hai had the Blood Lotus slowly approach the side of the egg. He reached out and gently touched the egg. After touching the egg, Zhao Hai was shocked once more. This was because the egg's shaking had reduced. He could also feel a breath of life inside. Zhao Hai stared. He couldn't help but extend his spiritual force towards the egg. He wanted to sense the inside of the egg. Just as Zhao Hai's spiritual force reached the egg suddenly sucked the spiritual force in. Zhao Hai was surprised. He wanted to retrieve his spiritual force but found out that he was unable to. The egg seemed to produce a huge cortex, sucking up Zhao Hai's spiritual force into the egg. Zhao Hai suddenly found out that he had no longer any control over his spiritual force. When he tried to pry his spiritual force away from the egg, he felt that there seems to be a connection that tied his spiritual force to his egg. This connection gave a steady stream of spiritual force for the egg, and it was impossible for Zhao Hai to sever this connection. Zhao Hai was more surprised to find out that he was unable to enter the space. If he cannot enter the space, then his greatest advantage was gone. He can only wait for death. It was at this point that Zhao Hai discovered that the space cannot guarantee his safety all the time. If other people could deal with him with the same method, then he could only wait to die. Just as Zhao Hai thought that the egg would suck him dry, a stream of spiritual force suddenly spread out from the egg. This spiritual force was sent to Zhao Hai's head, making up for the spiritual force that was just consumed. Zhao Hai stared as he felt the spiritual force that the egg had sent back. At the same time, there were some information being sent over. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and comprehended this information. To Zhao Hai's surprise, he found nothing. The egg just sent information about its loneliness, its fears and so on. It was like a child being locked up in a dark room all alone. Zhao Hai gawked. He didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he suddenly felt the egg sending an expression of joy. Then the egg shone with beams of light as its shell melted in Zhao Hai's hand. Before long, The egg transformed into a molten metal version of a human. Zhao Hai discovered that this figure of molten metal didn't have any evil intentions towards him. Although it was in his hand, it didn't hinder his movement at all. Moreover, he could feel a warm feeling from the figure. Then the liquid figure suddenly flowed to Zhao Hai's arms before it gathered on his shoulders. After that, the molten liquid slowly turned into a child. Zhao Hai curiously watched the little thing. It was smaller than Kair. Its upper body had a small belly band while its lower body had baby shorts. It looked quite adorable. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the kid. Although it was very adorable, its entire body was bright silver. It looked like a baby robot. At this time, the kid sent another wave of spiritual force. This spiritual force passed its sentiment towards Zhao Hai, stating that it was going to depend on him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a hopeless smile. He really couldn't understand what was going on. But in the end, he changed his mind and saw that the kid had just been born, and that it had already labeled him as his family. Zhao Hai didn't know if he should laugh or cry, but in the end, he rubbed the kid's belly. In turn, the kid rubbed its small face into Zhao Hai's cheek. Although the kid looked like a metallic being, its skin was actually very soft. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before he brought the kid into the space. Just as the two entered, a prompt was heard. Metallic Man discovered. Metallic Man is accepting of the host, extracting the Metallic Man's ability to improve the host's genes. The host now has the ability to turn into liquid metal. Because the Metallic Man is the Ghost Mithril's essence, the space can now produce Ghost Mithril ore veins. Ability to analyze and store detected on the Metallic Man. Space's universal scanner has leveled up, hoping the host to continue working hard. Just as the prompt was heard, the Space's scanner had been improved. It was much taller now at 10 stories high. After seeing this development, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Ascending to the machine field showed his how important the universal scanner was. At this moment, he already had several 100,000 magic formation combinations gathered. All of this was because of the scanner's ability. Now that the scanner has been upgraded, things would only get better. However, with this thought, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Although this aspect of his strength has been improved, his overall status didn't increase that much. This could help him get stronger indeed, but Zhao Hai still haven't found out a way to increase his spirit nor advance in the stellar transformation art. At this time, his myriad stellar transformations art had reached the peak of the first layer. He had yet to enter the second layer. He was able to break through to the second layer at any time, but he seems to be unable to. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Hai calmed down. He knew that even if the scanner had leveled up and can analyze more layered formations, it was still useless to him. This was because he didn't have enough spiritual force to support it. With his current strength, 100 layer formations was his limit. Nevertheless, getting his hands on the Ghost Mithril essence and allowing the space to produce Ghost Mithril ore veins was already a good harvest. He wasn't too greedy to expect for more. Zhao Hai didn't go to see the scanner. There was no need to. He didn't have much involvement with the machine. It was Kair, Laura, and the others that used it frequently. Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Hai needed to stop his jaw from falling. Laura and the others were in front of their computers and commanded the undead to move the Ghost Mithril to the space. It looked just fine as it was, but looking at the computers, it seems like they were competing in a computer game. While Zhao Hai was shocked, Kair suddenly flew over. Looking at the kid, Kair smiled and said, "Young master, is this the kid the prompt mentioned?" Zhao Hai nodded. He turned his head to the kid and said, "Kid, this will be your companion from now on. She's your elder sister Kair. Treat her and also my wives as your family. Since you're silver-colored, we'll start calling you Little Silver from now on. Go on, play with Kair." Little Silver looked like he couldn't understand Zhao Hai's words. However, it could understand what Zhao Hai wanted to say. Therefore, it giggled before a pair of silver wings appeared on its back. The wings fluttered as Little Silver flew crookedly towards Kair. Looking at Little Silver's appearance, Kair smiled before leading the kid to play around. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai went to Laura and the others and looked at the game they were playing. Each one of them were commanding 10 undead creatures and competed on who could mine the most ghost mythrolore. Zhao Hai didn't care about their conduct. They had been inside the space all this time, bored. Being able to find things that could amuse them was good. Zhao Hai didn't disturb them as he teleported to an uninhabited area in order to try his newly gained ability. Zhao Hai already discovered that ever since he took Little Silver with him, the dark energy in the tunnel had decreased. It seems like all those dark energy had been supplied by Little Silver. Therefore, there should no longer be any danger in future examinations. Liquefying his body into metal was Zhao Hai's new ability. In order to understand more of the ability, Zhao Hai tried to use it. He immediately felt his body turn silver up to the cellular level. Moreover, he could feel his bones and internal organs dissolve. He was now ready to transform. Then Zhao Hai thought about turning his hand into a sword, and before long, a bright silver sword was in place of his hand. Zhao Hai suddenly thought that he was now like the Terminator, being able to turn into liquid metal at ease. At this point, his personal appearance held little meaning. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He began to think that he was becoming less and less human. However, he didn't necessarily need to become metallic being. For Zhao Hai, this ability was just one means among the many that he already had. It was just like a sword. He didn't need to use it all the time. After letting out a long breath, Zhao Hai began to cultivate. He had already decided on his schedule moving forward. Besides sleeping, he would condense magic formations non-stop for 2 hours. Then after that, he would familiarize himself with formation combinations. This way he would know which ones were the most appropriate to use in future battles. Like this time, for example. Besides the formation he used to defeat the beasts, the other 5-layer formations he used were the most appropriate ones to use at that time. If the mages from the Atom Academy knew which formation to use, then they wouldn't have died. It was one thing to have power. It was another thing to hold complete control of that power, making it your own. Because of this, Zhao Hai made sure to familiarize himself with formations every day. Besides his condensing formations and familiarizing himself with formation combinations, Zhao Hai also allotted time to practicing sword chi. He's both a warrior and a mage. Not using sword chi would be a waste of his talent. Zhao Hai saw how Kun and the others utilized their sword chi in order to destroy even the hardest defenses. As long as he gained a good grasp on sword chi, then Zhao Hai would have more cards to play in the future. Besides magic formations and sword chi, Zhao Hai was also sharpening his usage of spiritual force. In the machine field, spiritual force was also very important. And lastly, Zhao Hai also practiced in his stellar transformation yin-yang art. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't deliberately practice this technique, but now that he was actively cultivating this method, his fundamental strength would certainly increase. While Zhao Hai was learning formation combinations, Kair's voice was suddenly heard. "Young master, return to the ship quickly. Margaret is looking for you." Chapter 1102, Pirates. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he quickly exited the space and reappeared inside his room. And just as he arrived in his room, Zhao Hai immediately heard knocks coming from the door. Zhao Hai quickly went to the door and opened it. Margaret was on the other side, her facial expression somewhat anxious. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, come with me to the command hall quick. There are space pirates. We might have to retreat." Then she turned around and walked towards the command hall. Zhao Hai hastily followed behind. Before long, they arrived at the ship's command hall. The atmosphere inside the room was completely different from before. The last time Zhao Hai was here, everyone was very relaxed. Some were even drinking tea. Even those who controlled the ship didn't look busy. But now, the place was extremely active. Those who controlled the ship were very busily typing on the keyboard as they shouted information. The entire hull was noisy. Margaret didn't make any noise as she just led Zhao Hai towards the ship's commander. The commander stood in front of his table, looking at the display. His expression was very strict. He would also issue commands from time to time. Zhao Hai looked at the display on the table. From what Margaret said, Zhao Hai expected space pirates to be driving their own spaceships, just like those written in fiction back on Earth. However, it seems like this wasn't the case at all. They were just people who were flying in space. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect people to be able to fly in space. Moreover, these people were wearing mage and warrior clothes. This was completely out of Zhao Hai's imagination. Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Instructor, these are pirates, and are those mages?" Margaret didn't turn her head to Zhao Hai, but she still nodded and said, "Yes, those are the pirates. Some of them are also ascenders from the lower realms. Their strength should be level 3 or above, since that is the level you need in order to fly in space. They rob people for a living. With their strength, the mages and warriors are powerful enough to damage ordinary ships. The Academy's ship is also an ordinary spaceship, but with a little bit more defense. However, it would still be difficult for us to get rid of them." Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He was now level 4. If level 3 allowed one to fly in space, then this means that he could fly in space as well. Margaret hasn't been paying attention to Zhao Hai's expressions. She was still looking at the space pirates. Then she added, "Commonly, space pirates don't attack Academy ships. This is because they know that Academy ships don't hold anything valuable. Even if they take an Academy ship, it would still be useless for them since it is just a common ship. Nobody would buy it from them." Zhao Hao knitted his brows. From the information he checked online, the status of Ascender Academies were very high. Moreover, Academy ships were protected by the 3 major powers of the machine field. Anyone who dared to attack Academy ships would be jointly pursued by these powers. Margaret then said, "The way they appeared is strange. We just left Tyro Planet and now they're here. It seems like they were waiting for us." Upon hearing Margaret, Jin Qingjai's image suddenly appeared inside Zhao Hai's mind. So he immediately said, "Instructor, is this Jin Qingjai's plot? Since nobody from the Atom Academy came back, he won't allow any of us to safely return." Margaret stared, but she shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Jin Qingjai knows about my status. He wouldn't dare do anything like this." Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause, then his 2 eyes shone. Margaret's words just made him understand that her status wasn't simple. But Zhao Hai didn't dwell on it for long as he said, "Instructor, I can think of 4 possible reasons. First, they are just pirates and met us coincidentally. But that's not very likely to happen. It's common sense for pirates to leave Academy ships alone unless some strings are pulled. Second reason is that they are people that are hostile to the Atom family. They want to attack us in order to frame the Atom family. If this succeeds, then the Atom family and the Ashley family would fight and they would profit. The third possibility is that these people are from the Atom family. They can attack us because they could just claim that they are being framed by other people. People would think that they wouldn't blatantly attack like this and set themselves on fire. In this case, people might even believe them. The fourth possibility is that these people are other enemies of the Ashley family. They attack us here so that we would blame the Atom family, causing a war in the process." It wasn't just Margaret who heard Zhao Hai's words. The captain was listening as well. When they heard this, they couldn't help but think that this pirate attack wasn't as simple as it looked. Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So who do you think these people belong to?" Zhao Hai answered, "First of all, these people cannot be pirates. Tyro Planet being an examination area isn't a secret. Us being here isn't strange as well. Therefore, pirates wouldn't be lurking in this place. Secondly, they couldn't be from the Atom Academy. Even if the Atom Academy's students were wiped out in the exam, it didn't cause too much loss to them. They will not risk damaging themselves just by this event alone. It just isn't worth it. Third, it is also likely that they aren't Atom Academy's enemies. Although killing us would incite a fight between the Ashley family and the Atom Academy, the 2 families aren't stupid enough to not understand the implications of this fight. Both would certainly launch investigations about this matter, and if the perpetrator is found, they would definitely meet a violent retaliation. Therefore, although it seems like it would be a good move to attack us, it is in fact a stupid action. So in the end, I think that the only possibility is that these people are the Ashley family's enemies. With enough grudge, People wouldn't let off any opportunity to attack a member of the family. Zhao Hai made a careful analysis of this matter. Because of this, Margaret couldn't find any point to rebut. In the end, Margaret and the commander nodded. After nodding, Margaret asked Zhao Hai, "What do you suggest we should do?" Zhao Hai looked at the mages and the warriors on the screen and said, "I think we should return to Tyro planet. We just left the planet, so it wouldn't take long for us to head back. Being in Tyro planet would be the safest move we could do. Upon arriving at the planet, we can send word back to the family and ask them for support." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret nodded and then turned to Kirk and said, "Kirk, what do you think?" Kirk thought about it for a moment and said, "It's reasonable. We're not far from Tyro planet. As long as we turn around, we should be able to reach it if we use our shields. Even if we take damage before arriving at the planet, it wouldn't be too heavy. At the very least, we can guarantee everyone's safety." Margaret nodded. "Then let's head back to Tyro planet at our maximum speed." Kirk complied and then gave the order. Since the ship wasn't overly large, it wasn't difficult for it to turn around and leave. The attackers didn't expect the ship to make a sudden turn. They were too surprised that they weren't able to respond for some time. Just when they were about to start attacking the ship, it was already quite a distance away. Although these people could fly in space, they weren't as fast as spaceships. The reason why they can ambush the ship was because the ship was already heading their way. It was the same concept as train robbers. It was impossible for them to catch up to the train, but it was possible to wait for the train to come to them. However, now that the ship suddenly turned around, these people were left behind. Also, the ship's defensive shield wasn't just for decoration. It was a shield that had evolved with magic theory, allowing it to block level 5 attacks. Because of this, after the mage and warrior attacks hit, they still weren't able to make a substantial damage. The ship was now using almost all of its energy on propulsion, but this didn't mean that they slacked on using their shield. Blocking attacks from these pirates wouldn't be a problem. Margaret and Zhao Hai didn't expect that. Just as the ship turned around, Kirk suddenly said, "Increase energy used to 100%. Place 80% on propulsion while 20% are on shields." At this moment, the ship began to shake. Then a staff member reported, "Commander, cabin 5, 7, and 11 have been damaged. The cabin pressure is beginning to change." Along with this report, the ship began to slow down. Kirk quickly made an order, "Close the emergency doors outside cabin 5, 7, and 11. We don't need them anyway. Make a straight course towards Tyro planet." And with Kirk's command, the ship's speed increased once more, leaving the mages and warriors far behind.